On a frigid December night in 1831, deep in the Blue Ridge Mountains, a man named Charlie Silver vanished from his one-room cabin. When the search party arrived, they found his body dismembered, burned in the hearth, and buried beneath the floorboards. His killer was his 18-year-old wife, Frankie. The newspapers screamed of a jealous monster who butchered her husband with an axe. But under the laws of that time, Frankie Silver was forbidden from speaking a single word in her own defense at trial. So what really happened in that isolated cabin? Was this the cold-blooded act of a she-devil, or was it the desperate last stand of a terrified girl with no other way out? To understand what happened, you have to understand the world they lived in. This wasn't a town. It wasn't even a settlement. This was the raw, untamed heart of the Blue Ridge Mountains in the early 1830s, a place carved from rock and hardship. Their home was a single-room log cabin perched in a lonely hollow near the rushing waters of the Tow River. The wind didn't just whistle through the gaps in the logs, it moaned. The mountains weren't just a backdrop, they were a green cage, beautiful and deadly, that cut you off from the rest of the world. Life in that cabin was a relentless battle for survival. Their entire universe was contained within those 4 log walls, with a dirt floor under their feet and a stone hearth that was the center of their existence. It was where they cooked, where they slept, and where they found their only defense against the bone-deep cold of a mountain winter. It was a place of immense intimacy, but also a place with nowhere to hide, where every frustration and every dark thought had no room to escape. Charlie Silver was just 19, but he was a man of the woods. He lived by his rifle and his traps, often disappearing for days at a time into the deep forest, chasing deer or checking his lines for beaver and fox. He was young, strong, and restless, a man who understood the language of the wilderness far better than the quiet, contained life of a husband and father. He was the one who brought the outside world and the meat for their table back to that isolated cabin. And in that cabin was Frankie. At 18, she was already a wife and a mother to their 1-year-old daughter, Nancy. While Charlie roamed the mountains, her world shrank to the size of that single room. Her days were measured by the cry of her baby, the crackle of the fire, and the deafening silence of the hollows. That kind of isolation can do strange things to a person. It can sharpen your fears until they have a razor's edge, and it can make the 4 walls of your home feel like a tomb. You can imagine their life was a cycle of hard work, long waits, and the brief, simple relief of reunion. The smell of wood smoke, the sound of an axe splitting firewood, the sight of Charlie returning through the trees with game slung over his shoulder. This was their ordinary life. This was the world they had built, fragile as it was. But the winter of 1831 was coming, and it carried a cold that had nothing to do with the weather. The conflict that ended Charlie Silver's life didn't begin that December night. Its seeds were planted generations before in the very soil of those mountains. You have to remember who these people were. They were the descendants of Scots-Irish pioneers, a people known for their fierce independence and their stubborn refusal to bow to anyone. They hadn't been given this land, they had tamed it. They had wrestled a living from the rocky hillsides, fighting the woods, the winters, and sometimes each other for every acre. This land held memories of blood. It was not a peaceful place. Many of their grandfathers had been over-mountain men, the frontier riflemen who fought with brutal efficiency in the Revolutionary War. They learned a hard lesson in those days, that the only law you can truly count on is the one you enforce yourself. That belief seeped into the ground and rose up like a mountain mist. They distrusted authority from distant towns like Morganton. They settled their own disputes, often with a fist or a rifle, and they kept their secrets locked tight within the family. To be a Silver in that part of the country meant something. They were known as a hardy clan of hunters and trappers, men who knew the mountains like the back of their own calloused hands. They were proud, quick-tempered, and not to be crossed. A Silver man was expected to be the master of his domain, whether that was 100 acres of woodland or the four walls of a one-room cabin. It was a heavy legacy for a young man like Charlie to carry, a pressure to be tough, to be in control, to never show weakness. Frankie came from the Stewart clan, people just as tough and rooted in the mountains as the Silvers. But when she married Charlie, she crossed a line. She became a Silver. In that world, a woman's identity was tied completely to her husband. Her reputation was his reputation. Her duty was to him. This wasn't a partnership of equals. It was a hierarchy as old and as unyielding as the mountains themselves. Frankie wasn't just an isolated wife. She was an outsider who now lived under the formidable shadow of the Silver name. In a place this isolated, the only thing that traveled faster than a winter storm was a rumor. And the air around the Silver cabin had grown thick with them. The community wasn't just a collection of distant neighbors. It was a web of eyes and ears. Every family was connected by blood, marriage, or shared hardship, and they all kept a close watch on one another. The two most watchful sets of eyes belonged to Charlie's father, Jacob, and his brother, John. The Silvers looked after their own, and from the start, they viewed Frankie, the Stewart girl, with a certain suspicion. They saw her as the outsider who had taken one of their boys. Whispers followed Charlie Silver when he came down from the mountains. Some said he had a temper that could flare up like a flash flood, especially when he'd been drinking. Stories of arguments that echoed through the hollow, of a young man growing restless and bitter with the heavy burdens of a wife and child were passed from cabin to cabin. These weren't necessarily malicious tales. They were just observations, the way mountain people took the measure of a man. But each story added another thread to a net that was slowly tightening around that little cabin. The most poisonous rumor of all was that Charlie was planning to leave, not just for a long hunt, but for good. The story went that he'd been saving money and that he planned to take their daughter, Nancy, and head west, where a man could start over. Some versions of the rumor even gave his plan a name, another woman waiting for him somewhere down the trail. For a young wife like Frankie, alone and entirely dependent on her husband, this wasn't just gossip. It was a death sentence. You have to understand, these whispers weren't just idle talk. In a world built on honor and reputation, they were stones being thrown. Frankie would have felt their impact every day. A neighbor who wouldn't quite meet her eye. A sudden silence when she approached a group of women at the creek. The air in that community was charged with unspoken judgments and hidden tensions long before Charlie disappeared. The isolation of her cabin became a social quarantine, leaving her trapped with her fears and a husband who, the whispers said, was ready to abandon her. So when that fateful December arrived, the stage was already set. This wasn't a sudden storm breaking over a clear sky. This was the culmination of months of pressure building up behind a cracking dam. The Silver clan was watching, the neighbors were whispering, and inside that one-room cabin, a silent, bitter war was being waged. The mountains have a way of talking to those who know how to listen, and in the weeks leading up to that Christmas, they were screaming. The old folks would later say the winter of 1831 came on with an unnatural bitterness, a cold that felt personal, like a premonition. They said the screech owls cried from the ridges with a sound that wasn't just a call, but a shiver looking for a spine to run down. In the folklore of those hills, a screech owl calling near a home was a death warning, a sign that a soul was about to be claimed. And the owls, they say, were crying nightly over the Silver cabin. But the most dangerous omen wasn't in the sky. It was sitting across the hearth. Charlie Silver had become a stranger in his own home. The restlessness that had always been part of him had curdled into something darker. He was a caged animal, pacing the confines of his small life, and his eyes were fixed on the distant promise of the West. Every mention of leaving, every coin he saved and hid away, wasn't just a plan, it was a threat. His presence in the cabin was no longer a comfort for Frankie, but a constant, grinding source of tension. He was the human catalyst, the walking, breathing prophecy of the disaster to come. And Frankie felt it. She felt it in the pit of her stomach, a cold knot that had nothing to do with the winter chill. She would stand in the doorway of the cabin with baby Nancy on her hip and look out at the woods. The familiar trees now seemed to cast long, grasping fingers of shadow. The wind whistling through the hollow sounded like it was whispering a warning she couldn't quite understand. It was a suffocating sense of dread, the feeling you get when you're standing on a precipice in the dark. She couldn't have known what was about to happen, but she knew with every fiber of her being that her world was about to be torn apart. The night of December 22nd, 1831, arrived cold and clear. Inside the silver cabin, the fire in the hearth would have been battling the bitter chill, casting flickering shadows that danced on the rough-hewn log walls. The baby, Nancy, was asleep, and in that suffocating little room, the final act began. We will never know the exact words that were spoken between Frankie and Charlie. The fire was the only witness, and it keeps its secrets. But we know that a line was crossed, a point from which there could be no retreat. Perhaps it happened just as the prosecution later claimed. Charlie, his mind set on a new life in the West, finally told her. Maybe he said it calmly, maybe he said it cruelly. He was leaving. He was taking the money they had scraped together. And most devastating of all, he was taking their daughter. For Frankie, this would have been a declaration of war, a sentence of slow starvation and disgrace in the wilderness. In that moment, he ceased to be her husband and became the man who was going to steal her child and destroy her world. Or maybe the mountain legend is true. Maybe Charlie came home that night not with a plan, but with a bottle's worth of rage inside him. Maybe an argument over nothing exploded into violence. The legend whispers that he threatened Frankie, that he even threatened to harm the baby. In this version, Frankie wasn't a woman scorned, she was a mother protecting her young. He wasn't a man with a dream of the West. He was a drunken monster who had brought the terror of the outside world into the one place she was supposed to be safe. Whichever story is true, the result was the same. A final, unbearable choice was forced upon Frankie Silver. And in that cabin, there was a tool. It was an axe. It was not a weapon of murder. It was an instrument of survival, used every single day to split the firewood that kept them from freezing to death. It was a familiar weight in a woman's hands. As Charlie turned his back, or as he fell into a drunken, snoring sleep by the fire, Frankie's hand closed around that smooth, worn handle. The decision was made. The argument was over. The whispers and the fears of the past months all converged into one single, terrible point of focus. The firelight glinted on the polished steel of the axe head. The sound of her own heart was likely a deafening drum in her ears. In the silence that followed the last angry word, she lifted the tool that had kept her family alive, and in the next moment, she would use it to end her husband's life. The first drops of blood were about to fall. We must now step into that cabin, into the moment after the axe has fallen. There was no scream. There was only a dull, wet thud that was nothing like the sound of splitting firewood. It was a soft, final sound. And then, a silence so complete it seemed to swallow the crackle of the fire itself. In that instant, the world stopped. Charlie Silver lay still on the floor, a dark stain spreading slowly from his head into the packed earth. The argument was over. The threats were silenced. And a new, more terrible reality had begun. Imagine the scene. The firelight flickers, casting long, wavering shadows across the room. The baby, Nancy, stirs in her sleep, but does not wake. For Frankie, this must have been a moment of pure, frozen terror. The man who had been her husband, the father of her child, was now just a body. An impossible problem. He was too heavy to move, too large to bury in the frozen winter ground. To leave him was to be discovered instantly. And in that small, isolated space, a desperate, gruesome plan began to form in the mind of a terrified 18-year-old girl. What followed was not an act of rage, but a feat of horrific, back-breaking labor. In the long, cold hours of that December night, Frankie Silver, a small woman by all accounts, began the task of dismantling her husband's body. She used the same tools they used for survival, the axe that had killed him, the knives they used for skinning deer. This was not the work of a monster reveling in gore. It was the frantic mechanical work of someone trying to erase a terrible truth, to make a man disappear. The only witness was the fire in the hearth. That fire, which had been the heart of their home, the source of warmth and life, now became a hungry mouth. Piece by piece, she fed the flames. The smoke that curled up the chimney and out into the cold mountain air would have changed, growing heavy and greasy, carrying a secret that would stain the very stones of the fireplace. The smell in that cabin must have been unimaginable, the air thick with the evidence of her work. Some parts would not burn. For these, she pried up the heavy puncheon floorboards of her own home. She dug into the cold, damp earth beneath the cabin and buried what the fire could not consume. With every handful of dirt she replaced, she was turning her home into a grave, a tomb sealed by her own hands. The pools of blood seeped down between the logs, a silent testament to the slaughter that had occurred just a few feet above. According to the stories, one piece was treated differently. The heart. It wasn't burned or buried with the rest. It was hidden away separately, found later in a hollowed-out stump near the cabin. Why? Was this a final symbolic act of hatred? Or was it something else, a moment of confusion in a mind pushed past the edge of sanity? We will never know. It remains one of the most chilling and inexplicable details of the entire affair. As the first grey light of dawn crept over the mountain ridges, the work was finally done. The fire smoldered with a strange, unnatural heat. The floorboards were back in place. From the outside, the cabin looked just as it always had, a lonely puff of smoke rising into the winter sky. But inside, everything had changed. Frankie Silver was alone with her child, and a secret that was buried in the ashes and under the floor, a secret that could never be contained. Let us, for a moment, try to do what the court never could. Let's try to step inside the mind of Frankie Silver in those terrifying hours. This is not to excuse what she did, but to understand the mechanics of how a human being can arrive at such a brutal act. What switch flips in a person's mind to turn a wife and mother into a killer who could dismember her husband by the light of their own hearth fire? Let's first walk the path the prosecution laid out, the path of the jealous monster. In this version, her mind was a pressure cooker of resentment and fear. The core of her logic was twisted but simple. He is going to destroy me. In her world, a woman abandoned by her husband, her child stolen away, was a non-person. She would be an object of pity and scorn, left to starve or depend on the charity of relatives who already saw her as an outsider. Charlie's plan to go west wasn't just a betrayal, it was an act of annihilation. The switch flipped the moment his threat became real. The instant he said the words, he ceased to be her husband and became a mortal enemy who had to be stopped. What followed was not a crime of passion, but an act of ice-cold logic. The dismemberment, then, was not a frenzy. It was a problem to be solved. A grim, terrible task performed with the methodical efficiency of a woman who had spent her entire life learning how to survive in the wilderness. But there is another path, the one whispered in the mountains. The path of the terrified victim. Here, the logic is not twisted. It is primal. He is going to kill my child. In this scenario, Charlie is not a man with a plan, but a drunken, violent force of nature. The switch flips the instant his rage turns towards the baby's crib. In that second, all thought of wife, husband, law, and future vanishes. There is only the mother animal, cornered in her den, protecting her young from a predator. The axe is not a tool of murder. It is a fang, a claw, a desperate act of defense. What happens next is not cold calculation, but pure, shrieking panic. The dismemberment is a frantic, horrifying attempt to hide what she has done, driven by the certain knowledge that no one will ever believe her. She isn't trying to erase a man, she's trying to erase a moment of justifiable terror that she knows will be her death sentence. After the deed was done, did she feel triumph, relief, or a chilling, bottomless emptiness? If she was the jealous killer, she might have felt a grim sense of victory, the quiet of a problem solved, quickly replaced by the cold fear of discovery. If she was the abused wife, she would have felt nothing but a hollow, ringing terror, a mind shattered by what she'd been forced to do. Only Frankie knew which path she walked in her own mind. And that is the most terrifying part of all. In the days that followed, an unnatural quiet settled over the silver cabin. It was the silence of a secret. Frankie moved like a ghost through the small room, tending to the baby, stoking the fire, sweeping the dirt floor with a frantic energy. To any neighbor who might pass, she would have looked like a woman waiting for her husband to return from a long hunt. But inside, the air was thick with what was missing. Every creak of the logs, every cry from the baby, must have sounded like an accusation. The outside world soon came knocking. First came the questions, casual at first. Seen Charlie? Frankie had her stories ready, but they shifted like smoke. To one person, she'd say he'd gone off on a long hunting trip and was overdue. To another, she'd let slip a more bitter tale, that he'd taken the money they had saved, abandoned her and the child, and run off to the west. The stories didn't match, and in a community where every detail was noted and remembered, these contradictions were like cracks appearing in a frozen river. Her fight for survival had become a performance. She had to play the part of the wronged wife, worried but also resentful. She had to manage her grief, her fear, and her lie all at once, under the constant, watchful gaze of the community. Little Nancy was her anchor, the living reason for what she had done. But the child was also a constant reminder of the man who was gone, making the charade that much harder to maintain. But Charlie's family, especially his father Jacob and his brother John, they weren't buying it. They knew Charlie. He was a skilled woodsman, yes, but he was also a silver. He wouldn't just vanish without a word, leaving his rifle and his dogs behind. Abandoning his family was one thing, but leaving his hunting tools was something else entirely. It was a detail that was fundamentally wrong, a note so out of tune it made their teeth ache. Their suspicion grew from a quiet unease into a certainty. Something terrible had happened to their boy. So they started the hunt. It wasn't a formal posse of lawmen, not at first. It was the clan, the family, taking matters into their own hands. They gathered their neighbors and began to search the woods, the creeks, the ravines around the cabin. Days turned into a week. They found no tracks, no sign of a hunting camp, no trace of a man lost in the wilderness. And with every failed search, all eyes turned back to the one place every trail led, the little log cabin where Frankie Silver waited with her shifting stories and a fire that never seemed to go out. The hunt for a missing man was about to become a search for a body. The moment the first piece of Charlie Silver's body was pulled from beneath the cabin floor, the whispers in the community turned into a roar. A line was drawn in the dirt, as clear and deep as the Tow River itself. You were either for the Silvers or you were for the Stewarts. There was no middle ground, no place for neutrality. The murder of one man had become a war between two clans, and every single person in that part of the mountains was forced to choose a side. The general store, the churchyard, the grist mill, these places became the tense gathering points for the factions. The Silver camp was loud, fueled by righteous fury and raw grief. Charlie was their son, their brother, their friend. They told the story of a cold-blooded she-devil who had lured their boy to his doom. Neighbors who had hunted with Charlie, men who owed Jacob Silver a favor, and those who simply believed in the old law of an eye for an eye, they all stood with the Silvers, their voices demanding justice, which to them meant a rope. On the other side, the Stewart clan circled the wagons. Frankie was their daughter, their blood. They may have been horrified, they may have been confused, but they would not abandon one of their own to the mercy of the Silvers. Their camp was quieter, more watchful. Their loyalty gave rise to a powerful conspiracy of silence. Many people knew Charlie had a temper. Many had heard the rumors of his planned abandonment, but who would dare speak of it now? To defend Frankie, even to suggest there might be another side to the story, was to paint a target on your own back. The Silvers were a powerful family, and their anger was a dangerous fire. Fear became a currency, and silence was the only way to stay safe. This division wasn't just abstract, it played out in small, defining actions. Frankie's own mother and brother were immediately suspected of helping her, of choosing the loyalty of blood over the law of men. A neighbor who might have seen them near the cabin that night would have looked the other way, his silence a shield for himself and an alibi for them. In contrast, another neighbor, seeing the greasy smoke pouring from the chimney for days, finally worked up the courage to tell Jacob Silver his suspicions. That act wasn't just sharing information, it was a public declaration of allegiance, a brave or foolish step, depending on who you asked. The community had fractured, turning lifelong friends into wary strangers and neighbors into potential enemies. After the verdict, Frankie Silver was a dead woman walking. But her family, the Stewart clan, refused to accept it. To them, the trial in Morganton had been a farce, a piece of legal theater orchestrated by the Silvers. Justice wasn't a blindfolded woman with a scale, it was a rope with a noose, and it was meant for their daughter. So her father, Isaiah, and her uncle concocted a desperate plan born from love and defiance. One night, a set of boys' clothes was smuggled into Frankie's cell. She was a small woman, and with her hair cut short, she could pass. They broke her out of the Morganton jail, and she vanished into the night. The Blue Ridge Mountains that had cradled her in her youth now became her last, best hiding place. With her father as her guide, Frankie fled back into the familiar labyrinth of ridges and hollows. They moved like ghosts, following game trails and creek beds, sleeping in caves and thickets. For a short, breathless time, she was free. She was no longer Frankie Silver, the convicted killer. She was just a boy, lost in the woods, a shadow among shadows. The mountains, which had been her cage, were now her sanctuary, their ancient silence her only shield. But back in the flatlands, a firestorm of rage had erupted. A posse was formed, led by the sheriff, but fueled by the cold fury of the Silver clan. They would not be cheated of their justice. A reward was posted, a substantial sum of money that echoed through the hills and hollows. It was a poison seed planted in the heart of the community. Suddenly, every neighbor, every old family friend had a price tag on their loyalty. The hunt for Frankie Silver became a hunt for gold. The chase was a desperate game of cat and mouse played out across miles of unforgiving terrain. The posse had numbers and dogs, but Frankie and her father had knowledge. They knew the secret paths, the places a stranger would never find. For days, they eluded capture, living off the land, always moving. You can just imagine the terror of it, the constant listening for the baying of hounds on the wind, the fear of a snapped twig giving away their position, the exhaustion that ground them down day by day. Finally, starving and exhausted, they were forced to seek help. They made their way across the county line into Rutherford, to the home of a family they thought they could trust. They took in the weary old man and the quiet, haunted-looking boy with him. For a moment, there was warmth, a hot meal, a chance to rest. But Frankie could not disguise her eyes. They were the one part of her that told her true story. The family recognized her, and the lure of the reward money was too strong. A quiet message was sent. The moment of capture wasn't a fierce firefight in the woods. It was a quiet, sickening betrayal. The sheriff and his men simply walked into the cabin. There was no struggle. Frankie, exhausted and cornered, knew the game was over. She had been run to ground not by the lawman's skill, but by a neighbor's greed. The mountains had given her a brief, wild freedom, but in the end, it was the people who lived among them who sealed her fate. The trial of Frankie Silver in March of 1832 was not a search for truth. It was a public spectacle. You have to picture the Morganton courthouse. It wasn't a sterile, quiet chamber of law. It was a tinderbox packed with bodies, smelling of wet wool and simmering hatred. Armed guards stood at the doors, not just to keep the prisoner in, but to keep the community from tearing itself apart. On one side of the room sat the Silver clan, their faces carved from stone, their eyes burning with a demand for vengeance. On the other side, huddled together, were the Stuarts, silent and grim, watching their world crumble. And in the middle of it all sat Frankie Silver. She was a small, silent figure, almost a child, swallowed up by the heavy machinery of the law. The most brutal fact of her trial was not the evidence against her, but the gag that the law itself had placed over her mouth. Under the legal customs of that time, an accused person could not testify in their own defense. She was a ghost at her own trial, forced to listen as lawyers and witnesses constructed the story of her life and her crime, while she was forbidden to speak a single word. She could not confirm, she could not deny, she could not explain. The prosecution had an easy task. The lawyer laid out the evidence piece by horrifying piece. He presented the bone fragments from the hearth, the blood-soaked earth from beneath the floorboards, the testimony of the searchers. He painted a simple, damning picture of a jealous, monstrous woman who had butchered her husband in a fit of rage because he planned to leave her. It was a story that was clean, brutal, and easy for a jury to understand. What could her lawyers do? They were hamstrung, fighting a ghost story with a mountain of physical evidence. They could argue points of law, they could question the witnesses, but they could not put their client on the stand to tell her side of the story. They couldn't tell the jury about Charlie's temper or about a potential threat to the baby, because the only person who could testify to that was legally silenced. They were fighting a fire with their bare hands. The verdict, when it came, was no surprise. The jury barely had to deliberate. The word guilty echoed in the tense courtroom. A wave of grim satisfaction rolled through the Silver side of the room. On the Stuart side, there was only the quiet devastation of the inevitable. The judge, his duty clear, sentenced Frances Silver to be hanged by the neck until she was dead. The law of men had spoken. The formal process of justice, as understood by the courts in Morganton, was complete. But looking at that small, muzzled woman being led away in chains, one has to ask the question that has haunted these mountains ever since. Was justice actually served? Or was it simply the final formal act of a tragedy whose ending had already been written in blood and ashes? The day Frankie Silver was hanged, a heavy silence fell over Morganton. The spectacle was over. But for the families involved, the story was just entering its next, long chapter. For the Silvers, the verdict was not a victory, and the execution was not a release. They had their justice, their eye for an eye, but it didn't bring Charlie back. The horror of his death became a dark stone in the foundation of their family, a cautionary tale whispered to future generations about the dangers of marrying an outsider. The name Frankie Silver became a curse in their homes, a synonym for the ultimate betrayal. The justice they had won felt as cold and empty as a winter grave. For Frankie's family, the Stuarts, the shame was a poison that seeped into the ground they walked on. They were now the kin of a convicted killer, the first woman ever hanged in North Carolina. They bore the weight of her crime in every sideways glance at the general store, in every conversation that stopped when they approached. Her father, Isaiah, who had risked everything to break her out of jail, was a broken man. He lived out his days under a cloud of grief and suspicion. The family that had been proud and independent was now marked, forced to live with the consequences of an act they did not commit, but could never escape. And what of the child at the heart of it all? Little Nancy Silver was now an orphan, Her legacy a horror story. Her mother had murdered her father. She was raised by relatives, growing up in the shadow of a tragedy she was too young to remember, but could never outrun. She was the living, breathing embodiment of that terrible night, a constant reminder of the blood that connected the two feuding families. Her life would be forever defined by the actions of her parents, a quiet testament to the innocent lives that are shattered in the wake of such violence. In the wider community, a collective amnesia began to set in. The story was too ugly, the divisions it created too deep. To heal, the community had to forget. People stopped talking about Frankie Silver. Her name was scrubbed from polite conversation. The brutal murder, the sensational trial, the dramatic escape, it was all pushed down, buried under the relentless demands of survival. The scar on the community was deep, and the only way to live with it was to pretend it wasn't there, to cover it with a thick blanket of silence. But in the mountains, stories don't die. They just go to sleep, waiting for the right voice to wake them up again. And what is left of this story today? If you go looking for the physical traces of Frankie Silver, you will find mostly ghosts. The one-room cabin is long gone, its logs rotted back into the earth, reclaimed by the deep woods of the Tow River Valley. The forest has swallowed it whole, erasing the scar from the land, but not from the memory. The exact spot where the gallows stood in Morganton is a matter of debate, likely a paved street corner or a parking lot now, a place people pass every day without knowing they are walking over ground that was once consecrated by a terrible and public death. You will not find a tombstone for Frankie Silver. After the hanging, her body was likely given to her father, who buried her in an unmarked grave, perhaps in the family plot, perhaps at a lonely crossroads, as was the custom for those who died in disgrace. The exact location is a secret that died with him. In a way, this lack of a final resting place is her most fitting memorial. It has allowed her to become more than a historical figure. She is a legend, a ghost without a home, a whisper that still haunts the hollows. But the most powerful echo isn't in a place, it's in the people. The Silvers and the Stewarts still live in those mountains. For over a century, the two families lived in a state of tense silence, the memory of the murder a deep, uncrossable chasm between them. But in recent decades, the descendants of both Frankie and Charlie, many of them descended directly from their orphaned daughter Nancy, have begun to come together. They hold joint reunions, not to forget the tragedy, but to finally acknowledge their shared, tangled, and bloody roots. They are living proof that the wounds of the past, even the deepest ones, can eventually begin to heal. And yet, the most enduring monument to this entire tragedy is not made of stone or of flesh and blood. It is made of words and a simple, haunting melody. The ballad of Frankie Silver, whether it was her confession or her father's creation, became her true headstone. It escaped the mountains and was carried across the country by folk singers and storytellers. The ballad is what kept her story alive, ensuring that even when the community tried to bury it in silence, her name would never truly be forgotten. The people tried to move on, the buildings fell, and the graves were lost, but the mountains remember. And in the quiet hollows, if you listen closely, you can still hear the echo of that lonesome, tragic song. So we come back to the question we asked at the very beginning, standing in the cold ashes of that 1831 cabin. Was Frankie Silver a cold-blooded monster of jealousy? Or was she a terrified victim of abuse who made a desperate last stand? The honest answer is that we will never know. The law of her time did not care about her reasons, her fears, or her side of the story. It cared only about the horrifying evidence found under her floorboards. Because she was legally forbidden to speak, we are left forever with two competing ghosts, the ghost of a brutally murdered man and the ghost of his wife's untold truth. The official record calls her a killer. The mountain legend calls her a victim. The reality is buried with her in that unmarked grave, and it will remain there forever. This story, then, is more than just a grim tale of murder. It is a profound and chilling lesson about the power of a voice and the terrible consequences of silence. Frankie Silver was silenced by the law, but an entire community was silenced by fear and by a fierce clan loyalty that chose sides instead of seeking truth. Her story warns us what happens when justice becomes a synonym for vengeance, and when a person's humanity is stripped away until they are nothing more than the sum of their worst possible act. It is a story not just of cruelty, but of the immense weight of the past in these mountains, and how a single act of violence can send ripples of grief and division down through the generations. The court of men gave its verdict. The whispers of the mountains gave another. And now, you have heard the evidence, the rumors, and the legends that surround one of Appalachia's darkest and most enduring tragedies. The truth itself is lost to the wind that blows through the Tow River Valley. But the story, the warning, the mystery, the sorrow of it all, that story is now yours to keep. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. There are no neutrals in Harlan County. You'll either be a Union man or a thug for J.H. Blair. These words weren't just a song lyric. In the 1930s, they were a death sentence scrawled on the wall of a company town. The newspapers called it a labor dispute. But in the dark hollows of Kentucky, they knew its real name: war. Today, we're not just looking at history. We're descending into the blood-soaked soil of bloody Harlan to answer a single terrifying question. When the law itself becomes a weapon against you, what does a man do to survive? Before the bullets flew, there was the dust. In the 1930s, Harlan County, Kentucky, was a world unto itself, a kingdom carved out of the ancient Appalachian mountains. The ridges and valleys held a wild, breathtaking beauty, where the morning mist clung to the trees like a ghost. But beneath that beauty lay the black heart of the region: coal. The companies that owned that coal owned everything else too. They owned the land, the jobs, and the men who worked them. The life of a Harlan miner was a descent into darkness, both literally and figuratively. Long before the sun crested the mountains, you'd kiss your family goodbye and join a line of silhouettes shuffling toward the mine entrance. You'd spend the next 10, 12, sometimes 14 hours in a cramped, suffocating tunnel where the air you breathed was more coal dust than oxygen. This dust, the black lung, was a patient killer, slowly turning your insides to stone. But the mine had faster ways to claim you. A sudden methane explosion, a collapsing roof beam. Death was your silent partner on every shift. For this grueling, life-threatening labor, you weren't paid in money. You were paid in scrip, company-printed tokens or paper slips that were only good at one place on Earth, the company store. And what a store it was. Prices for flour, beans, and work boots were set so high that by the end of the week, your entire paycheck went right back into the company's pocket. It was a perfect, inescapable cycle of debt, a form of modern-day serfdom. This control was absolute. You lived in a clapboard house owned by the company, and if you couldn't work, you and your family were thrown out onto the dirt road. If you got sick, you saw a company doctor who was paid to get you back into the mine as fast as possible. If you died, you were buried in a cemetery on company land. From the moment you were born to the day you were lowered into the ground, you were little more than an asset on a corporate ledger, an entry in a book owned by faceless barons in New York and Philadelphia. Then came the Great Depression. As the rest of America tightened its belt, the coal companies in Harlan saw a chance to squeeze even harder. They announced another 10% wage cut. For men already on the ragged edge of starvation, this was not just an insult. It was a declaration that their lives had no value at all. The breaking point had been reached. In the darkness of the mines and the quiet of their company shacks, a forbidden word began to be whispered: union. The United Mine Workers of America. It was a dangerous prayer, a name that promised a sliver of hope a chance to fight back. But everyone in Harlan knew that hope had a price, and in a county run by company guns, that price was measured in blood. The decision to call in the United Mine Workers of America was like lighting a match in a room filled with gas. When union organizers arrived, they were greeted not as outsiders, but as saviors. Secret meetings were held in the woods under the cover of darkness. By flickering lantern light, men whose faces were permanently stained with coal dust signed union cards, their hands trembling with a mixture of hope and fear. For the first time, they felt they weren't just helpless cogs in a machine. They were brothers in a cause. They demanded fair pay, an 8-hour day, and the right to be paid in real American dollars, not company scrip. They went on strike. The coal barons' response was swift and merciless. Their local enforcer was a man named John Henry Blair, the High Sheriff of Harlan County. But J.H. Blair didn't serve the people. He served the coal operators. His salary was padded by the companies, and his deputies were little more than hired thugs, armed bullies recruited specifically for their ruthlessness. They were known by the miners with a simple, chilling name: gun thugs. Their job was to break the strike and break the men who dared to join it. The war began not with a bang, but with the sound of families being thrown from their homes. Any miner who joined the strike was immediately fired and evicted. Their meager possessions, a mattress, a cooking pot, a child's toy, were tossed out into the mud. Their names were put on a blacklist, ensuring they could never work in Harlan again. Soon, tent colonies of starving miners and their families dotted the roadsides, a stark monument to the company's cruelty. The picket lines were met with clubs and fists. The violence escalated systematically. Blair's deputies would roam the mountain roads, ambushing Union men. Organizers were dragged from their cars, beaten senseless, and left for dead. Carloads of strikebreakers were escorted into the mines under the protection of men armed with machine guns. The message was clear. There would be no negotiation. There would only be submission or annihilation. The law wasn't just silent. It was the enemy's primary weapon. But the coal operators and Sheriff Blair had misjudged their opponents. These weren't defeated men. They were the sons and grandsons of Appalachian pioneers, people who had carved a life out of the unforgiving wilderness. Pride and defiance ran in their blood. When they saw their children starving and their friends beaten, their desperation turned to cold, hard resolve. If the company wanted a war is what they would get. The miners retrieved their hunting rifles and shotguns from their homes. The picket lines, once signs of peaceful protest, now bristled with armed men. The air in Harlan County grew heavy and still, charged with the certainty of coming violence. The first drops of blood had been spilled, and a river was about to follow. The day was May 5th, 1931. A fragile quiet hung over the town of Evarts. It was the kind of quiet that isn't peaceful, but heavy with unspoken threats. Through that quiet drove a convoy of 3 cars, a serpent of black steel moving down the dirt road. Inside were Sheriff Blair's deputies and company mercenaries, their cars loaded with supplies for the strikebreakers. They drove with an arrogant confidence, believing the miners were broken. They were wrong. From the hillsides overlooking the road, from behind the slag heaps and the railway embankment, dozens of eyes watched them come. These were not just angry men, they were hunters in their own territory. As the convoy entered the narrowest part of the pass, the world exploded. It wasn't a disorganized volley, it was a single coordinated crash of gunfire that slammed into the cars from all sides. The afternoon air, moments before filled with the buzz of insects, was now torn apart by the roar of rifles and shotguns. For the men in the cars, the world dissolved into chaos. The first sound was the percussive punch of lead hitting sheet metal, a sound like a hailstorm made of iron. Windshields didn't crack. They disintegrated into a million glittering fragments. Tires exploded with a violent hiss, sending the cars skidding into each other. The deputies, armed with their powerful Thompson submachine guns, tried to fight back, their weapons spitting a desperate, rattling answer into the hills. But they were firing at ghosts. They couldn't see the faces of the men who had them pinned in a perfectly executed trap. The battle was brutally short, lasting only a few minutes. But in that time, the road was turned into a kill zone. The miners' fire was disciplined and withering. They weren't shooting wildly, they were aiming. One car, then another, fell silent. The frantic chattering of the machine guns ceased, replaced by the methodical crack of hunting rifles. It was the sound of a community pushed too far, speaking the only language the company gunmen seemed to understand. When the last shot echoed away, a profound and terrible silence descended. The gun smoke, thick and acrid, drifted over the scene like a shroud. The three cars sat motionless on the road, their bodies riddled with dark, ragged holes, their engines hissing steam into the quiet air. They looked less like vehicles and more like steel coffins that had been savaged by a giant beast. The Battle of Evarts was over. In the aftermath, the numbers told the story. 3 of Sheriff Blair's deputies and 1 of the company men lay dead. On the miners' side, 1 man had fallen. The strike had crossed a line from which there was no return. This was no longer a picket line, it was an insurrection. The news flashed across the country, and the state sent in the National Guard, their bayonets and machine guns bringing a tense martial order to the county. The battle was lost, the strike would be crushed. But something new had been forged in that fire. The legend of Bloody Harlan, a place where miners would rather die on their feet than live on their knees. The arrival of the Kentucky National Guard was not a rescue, it was an occupation. A wave of steel and khaki washed over Harlan County, their boots stamping out the last embers of the open strike. They came not to keep the peace, but to enforce the company's peace. Under the watchful eyes of soldiers, the tent colonies were dismantled, and the last of the striking families were scattered. The message from the state was as loud and clear as the volley of rifle fire at Evarts. The rebellion was over. For Sheriff J.H. Blair and his deputies, the presence of the military was a blank check. They were no longer just company thugs. They were the arm of a vengeful law. A brutal manhunt began. Posses of armed deputies fanned out through the hills and hollers, kicking in the doors of miners' shacks in the dead of night. Men were dragged from their beds, accused of murder and insurrection, often with no more evidence than a neighbor's whisper. The jails filled to overflowing with anyone suspected of holding a Union card or standing on that fateful picket line. The men who had actually fought in the battle vanished. They melted back into the mountains they knew so well, becoming ghosts in their own homeland. They slept in caves and abandoned cabins, relying on a secret network of sympathizers who would leave food and supplies in prearranged dead drops. Every snapped twig, every barking dog sent a jolt of fear through them. They were fugitives, hunted in the very forests where they had once hunted for food. The Battle of Evarts marked the beginning of what the miners would call the Decade of Terror. The open war of the strike was replaced by a shadowy, brutal guerrilla conflict. Union organizers who dared to enter the county would be found weeks later, their cars pushed into ravines, their bodies telling a silent story of a final, violent confrontation on a lonely mountain road. Houses of suspected Union men would suddenly explode in the night, a deafening roar of dynamite serving as a warning to everyone else. The night was no longer a time for rest, but a time for listening, for waiting for the sound of an approaching car or a shotgun blast in the darkness. A chilling rumor began to circulate, a story told only in hushed tones. They said the coal operators had created a secret fund, a pool of money used to pay bonuses to Blair and his men for every Union man they eliminated. Was it true? There was never a ledger, never a document to prove it. But as the bodies of organizers piled up, the miners didn't need proof. They believed it with every fiber of their being. In their world, it was not just possible, it was logical. Their lives were worth less than a lump of coal, and now there was a price on their heads. The strike was broken, the picket lines gone. But the fight for Harlan County was not over. It had just gone underground. The Union became a secret faith, a dangerous idea passed between trusted friends in the darkness of the mines. The company had retaken the land, but it had lost the hearts of the people forever. And they had created an army of martyrs whose memory would fuel the fight for years to come. The trials that followed the Battle of Evarts were not a search for truth. They were a performance, a grim theater of the absurd, staged to sanctify the company's power. Imagine the scene: a stuffy Kentucky courtroom in the dead of summer, packed to the rafters. On one side sat the miners who had been captured, men with coal dust still ground into the lines on their hands, their faces etched with a weary defiance. They looked out of place in the polished wood of the witness stand, like creatures of the earth dragged into a cage. On the other side, Sheriff Blair and his surviving deputies, preening in their uniforms, presented as heroes who had faced down a mob of communist agitators. The air was thick with tension and hostility. Armed guards lined the walls, their presence a constant reminder of who held the real power here. The coal companies had brought in their best lawyers, slick men from out of state in expensive suits, whose words twisted the miners' desperate fight for survival into a murderous conspiracy against law and order. They painted a picture of anarchy, of armed thugs trying to destroy the very fabric of American enterprise. They called the miners terrorists. The defense was outmatched and outgunned from the start. They tried to tell the real story. The story of starvation wages, of families thrown into the street, of beatings on the picket lines, of a community pushed to the brink by a ruthless corporation and its private army. They argued that the Battle of Evarts wasn't murder, it was self-defense. It was the inevitable explosion after months of pressure and abuse. But their words felt hollow in that room, lost against the well-oiled machine of injustice they were facing. The jury, made up of men who understood the unspoken rules of Harlan County, listened in silence. The defendants themselves reacted in different ways. Some sat in stony silence, their pride a shield against the legalistic lies being spun about them. Others showed flashes of the same fire that had led them to the barricades, their voices rising with anger as they were questioned. But most just seemed tired, worn down by a system that was designed from the ground up to crush them. They knew, as everyone in that courtroom knew, that the verdict had been written long before the trial began. It had been written in company ledgers and sealed with company gold. When the verdict finally came, it was no surprise. 44 miners and 3 of their wives were indicted. 8 men were ultimately convicted on charges ranging from conspiracy to murder. The sentences were long, years to be spent behind the grey walls of a state penitentiary far from the mountains they had fought for. The gavel fell with a sharp crack, the sound of the state ratifying the company's victory. Sheriff J.H. Blair and his gun thugs, the men who had terrorized the county for months, faced no charges. They walked free. The law had spoken. But was it justice? In the eyes of the state, a crime had been punished. But in the hollows and coal camps of Harlan, the convicted men were not criminals. They were prisoners of war. The law of men had sent them to prison, but the justice of the mountains had already declared them heroes. The trial only proved what the miners knew all along. There were 2 sets of laws in Harlan County, and one was for the rich and the other was for the poor. They drove Florence Reese and her family out of Harlan County. Sheriff Blair's thugs made it impossible for them to stay, hunting her husband Sam like an animal. They lost their home, their community, their piece of the world. But they couldn't silence her. That song, scratched onto a calendar page in a moment of terror and defiance, took on a life of its own. It escaped the confines of Harlan, passed from miner to miner, and was eventually carried out of the mountains by folk singers. It became an anthem for the civil rights movement, for anti-war protesters, for struggling workers all over the globe. The coal barons won the battle for the mines, but a miner's wife won the war for the soul of the struggle. And what of the villain of our story, Sheriff J.H. Blair? He was never held accountable in a court of law for the terror he unleashed. But in 1933, the people of Harlan County delivered their own verdict. When he ran for re-election, they voted him out of office. It was a small victory, a quiet one, but in a place where justice was so rare, it was a victory nonetheless. The community, through the simple act of casting a ballot, finally took back the law he had stolen from them. If you drive through the town of Evarts today, you won't see any grand monuments to the battle. It's a quiet mountain town, like so many others. The road where the convoy was ambushed has long been paved over, but the hills are still there. The railway embankment is still there. If you stand in that spot and shut your eyes, you can almost hear it. The sudden, deafening roar of gunfire that shattered the peace of a May afternoon. The physical traces are faint, but the land itself is a witness. The mountains remember. And the war, it never really ended. The echo of the 1930s came roaring back in the 1970s, when the Brookside mine erupted in another bitter, violent strike. Once again, there were picket lines, company gunmen, and a community fighting for its life. The struggle was so raw and powerful, it was captured in an Oscar-winning documentary, Harlan County, USA. The faces were different, the cars were newer, but the question was exactly the same. The song Florence Reese had written 40 years earlier was sung with the same desperate passion. Which side are you on? So we come back to that terrifying question we asked at the start of our journey. When the law itself becomes a weapon against you, what does a man do to survive? The story of Bloody Harlan gives us the answer, and it is not a comforting one. You fight, you bleed, you bury your dead, and you sing a song of defiance so powerful it outlives the men with the guns. The miners of Harlan didn't win their war in 1931. They were beaten, starved, and jailed. But they did not break. They proved that survival is about more than just drawing breath. It's about holding on to your dignity, even if it costs you everything else. This story is not just a chapter in a dusty history book. It is a warning, etched in blood and coal dust. It's a raw look at what happens when corporate greed goes unchecked and when the people sworn to protect citizens instead become their jailers. But more than that, it's a monument to the indomitable spirit of ordinary people pushed to the absolute edge. It's a testament to the simple, unbreakable truth that you can own a man's labor, you can own the house he lives in, but you can never, ever own his soul. The names of the men who fought and died in the Battle of Evarts have mostly faded from memory. The company stores are gone, and many of the mines that once scarred these mountains are now sealed and silent. But the question that Florence Reese scratched onto a calendar page in a moment of pure rage and courage is eternal. It echoes through time, a challenge to every generation, in every struggle for justice. Which side are you on? Imagine the scene. A lone cabin in the backwoods of North Carolina, burning against the blackness of a moonless night. Inside, amidst the smoke and embers, an entire family has been slaughtered. The father, the mother, 4 small children, all gone. But when the neighbors finally pull a body from the flames, they discover the impossible. The mother, Polly Weston, is still breathing, but a fire of pure vengeance is keeping her alive just long enough to whisper 2 names. The newspapers called it the Weston House Massacre. But those who lived in these mountains knew the official version was just the tip of the iceberg. It was a story of a fatal glance, a blood oath, and a question that still hangs in the air today. What truly brought the wrath of the Adair brothers down upon that little family? Today, we will sift through the ashes of that cabin, separate the facts from the folklore, and find out what really happened on that fateful night. To understand the tragedy, you first have to understand the world it destroyed. This was Rutherford County, North Carolina, in 1871. The scars of the Civil War were still raw and weeping across the South. In these hills and hollows, the official law was a distant whisper, easily drowned out by the crack of a rifle or the sizzle of a moonshine still. It was a land of breathtaking beauty and brutal hardship, a place where good men tried to carve out a life while monsters roamed the shadows. In this world lived Silas Weston. He was not a hero of legend or a man of great wealth. He was a man of the earth. His hands were calloused from the plow, his face weathered by the sun, but his heart was full. His treasure wasn't gold. It was the sound of his wife Polly singing in their small cabin and the laughter of his 4 children playing in the yard. Their life was a simple one, governed by the seasons and the sweat of their brow. They were humble people, asking for nothing more than what they could earn from the soil, a small island of warmth and light in a cold, uncertain time. But this land was also home to a different kind of man, men like Grover and Columbus Adair. They were not men of the earth, they were predators of the forest. Where Silas saw a field to plant, they saw a place to bury a body. They were the dark reflection of the Appalachian spirit, fiercely independent, but twisted into something malevolent by greed and a thirst for power. Their names were spoken in hushed tones, a local plague that everyone knew about, but no one dared to cure. They were the kings of the backwoods, their throne built on fear. Grover was the mind of the operation, cold and sharp as a winter wind. He planned the robberies, managed the illegal whiskey trade, and passed judgment on anyone who crossed them. Columbus was his brother's fury made flesh, a brute of a man, quick to anger and terrifying in his rage. Together, they were a perfect engine of destruction. They didn't just break the law, they considered themselves to be the law in the dark corners of the county where the sheriff's authority couldn't reach. These two worlds, the simple sunlit life of the Westons and the violent shadowy empire of the Adairs, existed side by side, separated by only a few miles of woods and a moral chasm as wide as the ocean. They were two forces of nature bound to collide. For Silas Weston, a man who lived by honesty and hard work, was unknowingly walking a path that led directly into the heart of the Adairs' darkness. And he was about to learn that in this fractured land, a single glance could be a death sentence for an entire family. The spark that ignited this hellfire wasn't a land dispute or a family feud. It was something far simpler and far more terrifying, a man taking a wrong turn on his way home. Silas Weston, weary from a day's work, took a little used path through the woods, a shortcut he thought might get him back to his family a few minutes sooner. But that path led him straight into the heart of the Adairs' world. There, in a secluded clearing, he saw them, Grover, Columbus, and their accomplice Martin Bernard, unloading barrels of illegal whiskey from a wagon. It was the lifeblood of their criminal enterprise, laid bare under the dappled sunlight. For a long, terrible moment, no one moved. The world shrunk to the space between them. It wasn't just a glance, it was a conversation without words. In Silas's eyes, the brothers saw a flash of recognition, followed by the cold bloom of fear. And in the Adairs' eyes, Silas saw something far worse than anger. He saw a calm, dead-eyed calculation. He had stumbled behind the curtain and seen the monsters for who they were. He was a witness. In that silent clearing, a judgment was passed and a death sentence was signed. Silas did the only thing a man in his position could do. He gave a slight, nervous nod, turned his back, and walked away, every nerve in his body screaming. He didn't run. He knew that would be a confession of his fear. He just walked, forcing himself to keep a steady pace, feeling the weight of their stare on his back like a physical blow. His only thought was of Polly and the children. He had to get back to the warmth of his cabin, back to the life that suddenly felt so fragile, as if it were made of glass. But the Adair brothers weren't the kind to let a problem walk away. For them, a witness was like a seed of disease that had to be burned out before it could sprout. As soon as Silas was out of sight, a look passed between Grover and Columbus. No words were needed. Grover, the strategist, saw a loose thread that could unravel their entire operation. Columbus, the brute, saw an offense that had to be answered with overwhelming force. This wasn't a matter of if they would act, but how and when. The hunt began immediately. It wasn't loud or dramatic. It was quiet, patient, and methodical. They followed his tracks. They learned the location of his small farm. They watched his cabin from the tree line, observing the simple, happy life within. They were no longer just criminals. They were wolves circling a homestead, waiting for the sun to set. For the Adaires, this wasn't about silencing a man anymore. It was about making a statement, a brutal lesson written in blood for anyone else who might dare to look upon their secrets. Night fell on the western homestead like a shroud. Inside the small cabin, a family slept, warmed by the embers in the hearth, dreaming simple dreams. That peace was shattered in an instant by the sound of splintering wood as the cabin door was kicked from its hinges. The cold, dark air that rushed in carried with it the stench of whiskey and raw violence. Two hulking shadows filled the doorway, their forms monstrous against the faint moonlight. Silas Weston was on his feet before he was fully awake, a father's instinct his only weapon. He moved to stand between the invaders and his family, a final, desperate act of defiance. There was a brief, furious struggle, a man's desperate cry, cut short by a sickening, heavy thud. When the screaming started, Silas was no longer standing. He had fallen face down onto the dirt floor of the home he had built with his own two hands. Polly's world became a whirlwind of terror. She tried to gather her children, to shield their small bodies with her own, but the shadows were on her in a heartbeat. She didn't see the blades as much as she felt them, a series of sharp, blinding impacts that stole her breath. One of the men stood over her, and a final crushing weight descended upon her head. The world dissolved into a crimson blur. Through a haze of pain and fading consciousness, the sounds became her entire reality. The sounds would be seared into her memory forever. The terrified cries of her children calling for their mother, for their father who would never answer. She fought to stay awake, fought to get up, but her body wouldn't obey. And then, one by one, the small voices were extinguished, fading into a silence that was more terrifying than any scream had ever been. The work was done. The two brothers moved through the cabin with a calm, businesslike efficiency. They were no longer raging beasts, but methodical executioners cleaning up a job. One of them nudged a small, carved wooden horse with the toe of his boot, a silent witness to the night's horrors, before turning away. There was no remorse in their movements, only purpose. They began to splash a pungent liquid over the walls, the floors, and the still forms that lay upon them. The sharp scent of kerosene filled the air, a promise of purification by fire. A match was struck, its tiny flame a flicker of pure evil in the gloom. It was tossed onto the saturated floorboards, and with a hungry roar, the cabin began to burn. The Adair brothers stepped back out into the night, confident that the inferno would consume their crime, leaving nothing behind but ash, silence, and the ghosts of a family that had dared to look them in the eye. For hours, the western cabin was a silent pyre, its orange glow a lone, malevolent eye in the vast darkness. It was that glow that first alerted the neighbors. They came running, buckets in hand, their hearts pounding with a dreadful premonition. But as they drew closer, the heat and the roar of the flames pushed them back. There was nothing to be saved. All they could do was watch helplessly as the home of their friends and the family within it were consumed. When dawn broke, it revealed a scene of utter desolation. A smoking, blackened square on the earth was all that remained. Men with grim faces and heavy hearts began the terrible work of sifting through the debris. They found Silas first, then, one by one, his children. Grief hung thick in the air, a choking smoke that burned worse than the fire. They worked in a stunned silence, their minds unable to process the scale of such evil. And then, One of the men let out a choked cry. Among the wreckage, they found Polly Weston. She was a ruin of a human being, her body a testament to the savagery she had endured. They assumed she was dead, another victim to be mourned. But as they moved to cover her, a faint, rattling breath escaped her lips. It was impossible. No one could survive such wounds, such a fire. But Polly Weston was not just anyone. She was a mother whose children had been stolen from her, and something inside her, a core of pure, unyielding maternal rage, refused to let go. The sheriff arrived to find a crowd standing in horrified reverence around the barely living woman. He knelt beside her, his own throat tightening at the sight. He leaned in close, putting his ear to her bloody lips, expecting a final garbled prayer. But what he heard was not a prayer. It was a verdict. In a voice that was little more than a whisper of air and blood, she gave him the names. The Adair brothers, Groven, and Columbus. That whisper was all it took. The names shot through Rutherford County like a bolt of lightning, igniting a fury that the Civil War itself hadn't managed to kindle. This wasn't a crime against one family. It was an assault on humanity itself. The shock of the massacre gave way to a wave of cold, hard rage. These weren't just murderers. They were a cancer that had been allowed to fester in the dark hollows for too long. Now, it was time to cut it out. Within hours, the county transformed. Farmers left their plows rusting in the fields and took up their hunting rifles. Veterans who had fought at Gettysburg and Antietam formed posses, their old military discipline snapping back into place. A formal reward was offered, but for these men, it wasn't about money. It was a debt of blood, and the entire community was rising as one to collect it. The Adair brothers, who had been the hunters just the night before, were now the most sought-after prey in the state of North Carolina. The manhunt was brutally efficient. The Adair brothers, who had moved through these woods like vengeful spirits, were found to be nothing more than flesh and blood. They were cornered, captured, and dragged back to town to face the community they had terrorized. Stripped of their weapons and their freedom, they were no longer kings of the hollows, but caged beasts, their eyes burning with a hateful, impotent rage as they were thrown into the county jail. Their accomplice, Martin Bernard, was captured alongside them, his face a mask of pure terror. The trial was less a legal proceeding and more a public ritual. On July 21, 1871, the town square was a sea of grim-faced humanity. Thousands of people had come from all over the region, not out of morbid curiosity, but out of a need to witness the final act. The courtroom was packed to the rafters, the air thick with the smell of sweat and a thirst for retribution. Armed men stood guard, less to prevent the prisoners from escaping, and more to prevent the crowd from storming the courthouse and dispensing their own brand of justice. The prosecution's case was simple and devastating. They didn't need complex legal arguments or a mountain of circumstantial evidence. They had something far more powerful. They had Polly Weston. She was helped to the witness stand, a spectral figure wrapped in bandages, her body frail, but her gaze as hard and unyielding as mountain granite. When she was asked to identify the men who attacked her family, a hush fell over the room. She slowly raised a trembling hand and pointed a finger, first at Grover, then at Columbus. Her voice, though weak, was clear and steady, and every word fell upon the jury like a hammer blow. Throughout the testimony, the brothers reacted true to their nature. Columbus seethed in his chair, his knuckles white, glaring at the jury as if he could intimidate them into submission. Grover sat with a cold, defiant stillness, a faint, contemptuous smirk playing on his lips. There was no remorse in their eyes, no flicker of regret, only a profound arrogance, an unshakable belief that the world was theirs to break. They seemed offended not by the accusation of murder, but by the sheer audacity of these simple farmers daring to hold them accountable. The jury barely needed to deliberate. The evidence wasn't just what they had heard, it was the living, breathing proof of the Adair's evil sitting right there on the witness stand. They filed out, and returned in what seemed like minutes. The foreman stood, his face set like stone, and delivered the verdict that everyone in that room already knew was coming. Guilty. The sentence followed swiftly. Death by hanging. A great cathartic roar erupted from the crowd both inside and outside the courthouse. It wasn't a cheer of celebration, but a deep, primal sound of relief, of a fever finally breaking. Justice had been served. But looking at the sea of faces, filled with a righteous and terrible satisfaction, one had to ask, was this the justice of men, carefully weighed on the scales of the law? Or was this the justice of the mountains, ancient and unforgiving? The law had provided the rope, but it was the community's fury that had tied the knot. The hangman's noose silenced the Adair brothers, but it couldn't silence their story. In fact, their deaths were just the beginning. The tale of the Western Massacre immediately began to grow roots, sinking deep into the soil of local legend, and some of those roots can still be traced today. The first and most baffling loose end was the third man, Martin Bernard. While awaiting his own execution, his wife came for a final visit. In an act of incredible daring, they swapped clothes. Bernard, hiding his face behind a woman's veil, walked calmly out of the jail while his wife remained in the cell. He was never seen again, vanishing into the mists of history and leaving a question mark that hangs over the story to this day. Bernard's mysterious escape gave birth to another enduring legend, the Adair treasure. Like so many outlaws of that era, the brothers were said to have buried their ill-gotten gains somewhere in the rugged hills of Rutherford County. Many believed Bernard didn't just flee for his life, he fled to reclaim a fortune in stolen gold and cash. To this day, there are those who comb the forests and search the old caves, guided by faded maps and local rumors, still hunting for the blood money of the Adair brothers. But the most powerful echoes of that night are not of treasure, but of tragedy. The patch of land where the western cabin once stood is considered hollow ground, a place forever scarred by grief. Locals will tell you that the woods there are unnaturally quiet, as if the birds themselves refuse to sing. They say that on still, moonless nights, you can sometimes hear the faint sound of a child crying on the wind. Some have even claimed to see a ghostly figure of a woman, forever wandering the trees where her home once stood, eternally searching for the children she lost. The land remembers the villains as well. For decades, the tree on which the brothers were hanged, or the ground where the gallows stood, was a place of superstition and dread. It was said to be cursed, that the violent, unrepentant souls of Grover and Columbus Adair were bound to the instrument of their own demise. No one dared cut the tree down, fearing that to do so would unleash their evil back into the world. It stood for years as a dark monument, a silent reminder that while justice can be served, some evils leave a stain that can never be washed away. These places, these stories, are the true legacy of that night, not written in history books, but etched into the memory of the mountains themselves. So we come back to the question that hung in the smoke of that burning cabin. What truly happened on that fateful night? The simple answer is that Silas Weston saw something he was not meant to see. But the deeper truth is that for men like Grover and Columbus Adair, his innocence was his crime. They didn't just kill a witness, they sought to annihilate a world that was the complete opposite of their own, a world of family, honesty, and light. There is, of course, a darker whisper, a rumor with no proof, that Silas was a former partner who tried to walk away. We may never know for certain, but in the end, it doesn't change the outcome, only adds another layer of tragic shadow to the tale. This story, etched into the history of Appalachia, is not simply a tale of monstrous cruelty, it is a testament to an almost superhuman will. Polly Weston, broken and left for dead, became the instrument of a justice more powerful than any lawman's badge. Her survival, fueled by a mother's rage, is what transformed a hidden crime into a public reckoning. This is the enduring lesson of the blood brothers of Adair. that while evil can be absolute, the strength of the human spirit, the will to live, to fight, and to see justice done for the ones we love can sometimes be even stronger. The Adair brothers are long gone, their bodies turned to dust. The treasure, if it ever existed, likely remains lost to the earth. But the story endures, passed down from one generation to the next, a chilling campfire tale with roots buried deep in the hard soil of truth. It serves as a brutal reminder of the darkness that men are capable of, and the incredible, impossible strength that can rise from the ashes of tragedy. The official records are closed, the graves have settled, but in the hills of North Carolina, the story is never truly over. In the cold, coal-dusted hollows of 1930s West Virginia, a ghost walked the mountains. They called him Little Billy Rhodes. He was a thief who never took for himself, a phantom who left sacks of flour on the doorsteps of starving miners' shacks. Then, one day, as suddenly as he had appeared, he was gone. No body, no trial, no final shootout. Just silence. The company bosses called him a dangerous criminal. The law called him a menace. But to the families trapped in the crushing grip of debt and desperation, he was something else entirely. A prayer answered in the dead of night. Was he a real man of flesh and blood? Or was he an idea, a spirit of defiance that lived in the hearts of a whole community? Today, we dig through a mountain of legend to find the truth, to understand how the quiet anger of 1,000 miners gave birth to the ballad of Little Billy Rhodes. To find the man, you have to dig past the myth, and the story they tell always begins in the same place. A grey, clapboard house in a nameless company town, indistinguishable from 100 others pressed into the folds of the West Virginia hills. It's a place where the air itself tastes of coal dust, and the only clock that matters is the steam whistle from the tipple. This wasn't a community, it was a holding pen, built for the sole purpose of extracting coal from the earth and loyalty from the men who mined it. They say Billy was born into a miner's family, like every other boy in the camp. His father was a man whose strength was legendary, able to load more tons in a shift than any two younger men, but who came home each night with a little more of the mountain ground into his lungs. His mother was a woman who could make a meal from next to nothing and find a way to patch a patch, her silence a testament to a resilience that ran deeper than any coal seam. In that small shack, he learned the unspoken code of the mountains. You protect your own, you owe no debt to an outsider who disrespects you, and you never, ever show weakness. The world outside that door, however, operated on a different code entirely. The turning point, the moment the boy became something more, came with the sound of a cough. It was his father's cough, a wet, ragged sound that signaled the end. Black lung. The company called it miner's asthma and docked his pay for missed shifts. When he finally succumbed, the company sent no condolences. They sent a man with a ledger to calculate the family's outstanding debt at the company store. The man who had given his life to the mine was now just a negative number in a book. The true breaking point came a week later. Billy, still a boy, but now the man of the house, watched his mother stand before the company store manager, a man with a soft belly and clean fingernails. She was pleading for a bag of flour on credit just until her oldest son could start in the mines. The manager checked his ledger, shook his head, and turned her away empty-handed. In that moment, Billy saw it all with a terrifying clarity. The injustice wasn't a mistake in the system, it was the system. He saw his mother's shame, the manager's indifference, and the well-stocked shelves that might as well have been a world away. That night, something in him hardened, turning his grief into a cold, sharp-edged purpose. He didn't cry. He watched. He began to truly see the woods that surrounded the camp, not as a playground, but as a sanctuary, a place with its own laws that the company couldn't touch. He learned the paths the guards walked, the timing of the supply wagons, the way a loose floorboard in the company store sang a different tune than the others. The mountains were teaching him, forging him. He was creating his own code, born from the ashes of his father's life. It was a simple code, but absolute. You do not harm a working man. You do not touch a family's meager possessions. You do not spill blood if it can be avoided. But you take back what was stolen, you humble the proud, and you deliver justice where the law refuses to tread. The boy who watched his mother walk away with nothing was gone. In his place stood a shadow, waiting for the right moment to fall. Before the full weight of the law and the focused rage of the coal barons came crashing down, there was a period of strange, tense equilibrium. The name Little Billy Rhodes settled over the hollows, not like a storm cloud, but like the persistent mountain fog, a constant, unseen presence that changed the landscape. He wasn't a man you'd meet at the company store. He was the reason you could walk past that store with your head held a little higher, knowing its power wasn't absolute. In those days, his legend was written on the porches of the needy. A family whose father was too sick to work would wake to find a side of bacon and a sack of potatoes by the door, left sometime between the last patrol of the company guards and the first light of dawn. A widow, facing eviction, might find a handful of real US dollars tucked into the frame of her screen door, just enough to pacify the company man for another month. These weren't grand gestures, they were acts of targeted survival, a quiet redistribution of stolen wages. His relationship with the community was a sacred, unspoken pact. They were his eyes and ears. A child playing by the creek might see a new company guard and mention it to his father. That evening, the information would travel through the camp. A ripple of warning passed in hushed tones between miners at the coalface, between women hanging laundry on the line. In return, the community became a fortress of silence. When the sheriff and his deputies came asking questions, they were met with blank stares, slow shrugs, and the impenetrable wall of mountain folk protecting their own. Little Billy? Can't say I know the man. This was Billy in his prime, a master of his domain. He moved through the world of the company town like a ghost in his own house. He knew which guards drank on duty, which managers were careless with their keys, and which routes the payroll wagon took on the last Friday of the month. He wasn't just a thief, he was an intelligence operative in a war nobody had officially declared. He had turned the mountains that imprisoned his people into his greatest weapon, a labyrinth of shadow and stone where he was king. This fragile balance was the world he had built, a world he sought to protect. It was a place where fear was no longer the only currency, where a single defiant man could hold back the tide of corporate greed. He had given his people more than just food and money. He had given them hope, a dangerous and priceless commodity. And it was this very success, this growing legend, that would eventually become the greatest threat to his existence. But a man who lives by a code is also a predictable man. And Little Billy's greatest strength, that unwavering, white-hot sense of justice, was also the one crack in his armor. He wasn't a cold strategist. He was a man fueled by a righteous fire. His heists on company property were calculated, almost impersonal acts of war. But when the cruelty of the system took on a human face, his response became deeply, dangerously personal. The story they tell is of a new mine foreman, a man named Blackwood, who came to the camp with a reputation for breaking unions and a temper as foul as mine drainage. Blackwood wasn't content to simply enforce the rules. He reveled in the humiliation of the miners. One afternoon, he publicly berated an elderly miner, a man who had worked the seams for 40 years, for being too slow, kicking the old man's lunch pail into the mud and mocking him in front of his crew. For Billy Rhodes, this was not a matter of scrip or payroll. This was an intolerable affront to the dignity of his people. The system wasn't just starving them, it was now spitting in their faces. That night, Little Billy didn't go to the company store. He slipped past Blackwood's own yard dogs, through the window of his private residence, and into the room where the foreman slept. He stole nothing of value. Instead, he took Blackwood's prized double-barreled shotgun from its rack over the mantel, broke it clean over his knee, and laid the two splintered pieces on the pillow next to the sleeping man's head. To the miners who heard the story whispered the next day, it was a moment of pure triumph. But in truth, it was a grave error. It was the first time Billy had let his anger guide him instead of his reason. He had shown his hand. He had revealed that the way to get to the ghost wasn't to guard the safes, but to wound the community. He had proven that he could be baited, that his fury could be aimed. And in the cold, calculating eyes of the coal company, a man who can be angered is a man who can be trapped. The company, led by the foreman Blackwood, understood its enemy now. Humiliated by the broken shotgun, Blackwood realized that the way to kill a ghost is to attack what it loves. He stopped looking for a man in the shadows and started looking for a lever in the community, a way to force little Billy into the light. And he found that lever in a widow named Sarah, whose husband had been crushed in a rockfall the year before. Sarah and her young son were a symbol of the camp's suffering, and it was widely known that they were among the first to receive the Phantom's nocturnal gifts. The affront, when it came, was an act of calculated theater. On a cold, drizzly morning, Blackwood and two of his hired guards marched to Sarah's shack. In front of the assembled miners heading to the morning shift, he accused her of consorting with thieves and possessing stolen company property. He wasn't arresting her. He was doing something far more cruel. He was evicting her. The guards began throwing her meager possessions out into the muddy street: a cast-iron skillet, a threadbare quilt, a small stack of books. Her son, no older than 7, ran out to grab his only real toy, a small bird carved from a piece of scrap wood. One of the guards deliberately stepped on it, crushing it under his boot heel. The news of this public humiliation spread through the mine faster than a gas leak. For the miners, it was a profound act of terror, a message that even the most vulnerable were not safe. For little Billy, hearing the story passed in enraged whispers, it was something else entirely. It was a declaration of war aimed directly at his soul. The crushed wooden bird, the woman's silent tears, the foreman's smug satisfaction, these images burned away all his caution and calculation. This was no longer about scrip or safes. The unwritten rules of their conflict had been shattered. Blackwood had crossed a sacred line, targeting the innocent to draw him out. In that moment, Billy's mission changed. The cool-headed strategist vanished, replaced by a man consumed by a cold, singular rage. He saw the face of the system, and it was Blackwood's face. The foreman had taken a silent war and made it deafeningly personal. This was the point of no return. To let this stand would be to admit defeat, to tell the miners that their champion was powerless against true cruelty. It would poison the very hope he had cultivated. A response was no longer a choice. It was an obligation. The trap had been set, the bait had been taken, and little Billy Rhodes began walking a path from which there could be no turning back. The character of the Hollows changed. The whispers about little Billy, once filled with a kind of reverent excitement, were now laced with dread. The older miners, the ones with the deepest scars and longest memories, knew what this kind of escalation meant. They'd seen it before in strikes that ended in bloodshed. An attack on company property was one thing. A direct, personal war with a company man was an invitation for a massacre. They knew that when a hornet's nest is kicked, it isn't just the one who kicked it that gets stung. An old miner, a man who had worked alongside Billy's father, sought him out. He met him not in the camp, but in the deep woods, at a place marked by a lightning-scarred oak. He didn't plead. He spoke with the quiet authority of a man who had buried too many friends. "It's a trap, son," he said, his voice raspy from a lifetime of coal dust. "Blackwood is goading you. He wants you to come at him. He wants a reason to bring in the guns from Baldwin Felts and turn this camp into a war zone. You do this, and every family here will pay the price for your anger." Others sent messages through the silent network of the community. They urged patience. The unions were getting stronger, they argued. Roosevelt's government was starting to make noise. There were other ways to fight, slower ways that wouldn't get people killed. They were offering him a path of compromise, a chance to let his personal fury cool and melt back into the collective struggle. They were begging their ghost to remain a ghost, not to become a target. But Billy's ears were deaf to caution. From his perspective, their pleas for patience sounded like a quiet acceptance of defeat. How could he wait for a union organizer to arrive next month when a widow and her son were homeless now? His entire existence was built on the principle of immediate, tangible justice. To ignore Blackwood's cruelty would be to break his own code, to betray the very people he was trying to protect. He saw their warnings not as wisdom, but as the fear that had kept them all in chains. His response, passed back to the old miner, was chilling in its finality. He put a woman and her child in the mud. There's no waiting after that. The conversation was over. His actions grew bolder and more personal. He no longer cared about stealth. One night, the two guards Blackwood had used to evict Sarah woke up to find their shotguns missing and a dead blacksnake coiled on each of their doorsteps, a clear mountain threat. Then he went for Blackwood himself. The foreman came out one morning to find a single pristine bullet sitting on his porch railing, a promise of what was to come. The ghost was no longer content to rob. He was now actively hunting. Each act was another step down a narrowing path, stripping away his anonymity and locking him into a collision course. He was ignoring every outstretched hand, every offered exit, his eyes fixed only on the man who had become the embodiment of all his hatred. The company brought in new guards, hard-faced men from out of state who didn't know the miners' names and didn't care to learn them. They patrolled the camp in pairs, shotguns held at the ready, turning the already tense atmosphere into a powder keg, waiting for a spark. The community that had been Billy's shield was now a prison for its own people, and he was the reason. The weight of that knowledge led him to the one place he could think clearly, a rocky outcrop high above the camp, a crow's nest where he could watch the lights of the shacks below without being seen. It was there she found him. Sarah. The old miner who had warned him must have told her where to look. She didn't approach with fear, but with a weary, heartbreaking resolve. She stood before him, a simple woman in a worn dress, and in the pale moonlight, he could see the profound exhaustion in her eyes. "You have to stop, Billy," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "This ain't justice. This is just more trouble." She told him how the other women now shied away from her, afraid to be seen as her friend. She told him how Blackwood's men followed her son home from his games by the creek. She explained that his gifts had become a curse, marking her family for persecution. "You wanted to give us hope," she pleaded, tears finally tracing paths through the grime on her cheeks. "But all I feel is fear. Every night I pray you don't do anything else in my name. Please, just disappear again. Let us be." For the first time since his father died, the cold certainty in his heart wavered. He looked at her face, and for a moment he saw not a cause, but a person he was breaking in his attempt to save her. Her words were a lifeline, a final off-ramp from the path of violence he was on. He could listen. He could heed the warnings of his own people. He could melt back into the mountains, let the Union men fight the long, slow battle, and allow the wounds to heal. He could let the ghost of little Billy die, and let the man live. But then he looked past her, down at the company town, lit by the cold, electric glare of the tipple, and he saw the bars of the cage. He saw Blackwood's house, warm and bright, while Sarah stood before him shivering. The image of the crushed wooden bird flashed in his mind. To stop now, to walk away, felt like a deeper betrayal than any violence he could commit. It would mean that a man like Blackwood could break a child's spirit and pay no price. It would mean the system always wins. He looked back at Sarah, and the conflict in his eyes hardened back into resolve. "If I stop now," he said, his voice low and final, "then he wins. Then they all win. This has to end with him." He had heard the plea of the widow and chosen the path of the bullet. The final crossroads had been passed. The night of the payroll was a night of ritual. The heavy rains came, turning the camp's dirt streets into a river of mud, a perfect curtain of noise and shadow. Inside the company office, a single lamp cast a greasy yellow circle of light. Within that circle sat Blackwood, alone, the stacks of scrip and the few precious stacks of real dollars laid out before him like a king surveying his hoard. He was a man at the peak of his power, secure in his fortress of glass and wood. He did not hear the creak of the floorboards on the porch over the drumming of the rain. When the office door opened, it didn't swing gently. It was kicked inward, the lock splintering with a sharp crack. Blackwood looked up, not in fear, but in pure, undiluted rage. Standing there, framed in the doorway with the storm at his back, was no longer a ghost. It was a man, soaked to the bone, his face pale and set like a death mask. For the first time, the two men were in the same room, the entire conflict of the hollows condensed into the 10 feet of space between them. Blackwood slowly pushed his chair back, a venomous smirk spreading across his face. "So the rat finally comes out of his hole," he sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. "Come to see what a real payroll looks like?" He gestured to the money on the desk, a clear and final act of mockery. Billy didn't look at the money. His eyes, burning with a cold fire, never left Blackwood's face. The world outside, the rain, the camp, the entire mountain, it all faded away. The universe had shrunk to the size of this one small, lamplit room. "This is for Sarah." Billy's voice was unnaturally calm, a quiet stone in the heart of the storm. "This is for the bird." Blackwood laughed, a harsh, ugly sound. He started to rise, his hand moving toward a drawer in the desk. "That worthless woman, that brat, you threw your life away for—" He never finished the sentence. A flash of brilliant orange light filled the room, so bright and so brief it seemed to steal the very air. It was followed by a sound so immense, so absolute, it was more than a sound, it was a physical blow. The single window pane behind the desk shattered, and the lamp on the desk leapt into the air before crashing down, plunging the room into near darkness. The argument that had raged for a month was suddenly, permanently over. The heavy silence that rushed in to fill the void was broken only by the steady drumming of rain on the tin roof and the frantic metallic spin of a single silver dollar that had been knocked from a stack on the desk. It spun on the floorboards, a tiny, glittering whirlwind in the gloom, before it finally wobbled, fell, and was still. In that deafening quiet, Billy stood in the doorway, the cool rain on his back a stark contrast to the sudden, stifling heat in the room. He could smell the sharp, acrid scent of burnt powder hanging in the air. There was no feeling of victory, no satisfaction. There was only a cold, hollow emptiness. The ghost of little Billy was gone, and in his place stood a man who had just crossed a line from which no one ever returns. For a long moment, Billy did not move. The only sound was the rain, a constant, indifferent witness. The ringing in his ears slowly subsided, replaced by a silence that was heavier than any noise. The fire that had driven him for months, that white-hot core of righteous fury, was gone. In its place was a profound and chilling emptiness, as if the act itself had scoured him clean of all emotion. He looked at the dark shape slumped behind the desk and felt nothing. Not triumph, not remorse, just the dead weight of a line crossed. A distant shout cut through the sound of the storm, followed by the frantic barking of a dog. The world was waking up to the sound of the shot. The spell was broken. He looked at the desk, at the stacks of scrip and cash scattered by the force of the blast. This was the prize, the very currency of the company's power. It was his for the taking. But he didn't move toward it. He realized with a sudden, devastating clarity that it meant nothing to him. It had never been about the money. He turned his back on the office, on the wealth, on the body of his enemy, and stepped back out into the rain. He didn't run. He simply receded, melting back into the storm that had delivered him. He moved with an animal's instinct, his feet finding sure purchase on the muddy paths he knew better than the lines on his own hand. The cold rain was a baptism, washing the smell of cordite from his clothes, but it couldn't wash the feeling from his soul. The mountain, his lifelong sanctuary and accomplice, was now his place of exile. The hollows and ridges that had once been his kingdom were now the walls of his banishment. From a high, hidden place, the same rocky outcrop where Sarah had pleaded with him, he watched the camp below erupt. Lanterns bobbed like fireflies in the dark as men emerged from their shacks, their shouts muffled by the downpour. A crowd was gathering around the company office. He was watching the consequences of his choice unfold, watching his own legend transform from a whisper of hope into a stark and bloody fact. The law would come now, and the company's wrath would be absolute. He had won his personal battle, but in doing so, he had lost his place in the world. The man known as Billy Rhodes was gone. Only the ghost remained, and its work was done. The ghost was gone, but the storm he had called down had only just begun to break over the hollows. Within days, the camp was transformed into an occupied territory. The company brought in a dozen more guards, hard-faced professionals whose only job was to make the miners pay for the sin of defiance. They patrolled the muddy streets with a swaggering authority, their shotguns a constant, silent threat. The camp, once a place of quiet, simmering rebellion, was now gripped by a cold and open fear. The company's revenge was not swift and bloody, it was slow and suffocating. The logic was as simple as it was brutal. If a community could spawn a killer, then the entire community was sick and needed a harsh cure. Credit at the company store was cut off for everyone. The scrip-to-dollar exchange rate was slashed, rendering their meager pay almost worthless. Every privilege, every tiny bit of leeway, was revoked. It was a campaign of collective punishment designed to grind the spirit of the miners into dust, to teach them a lesson they would never forget. The most profound wreckage was left at the feet of the very person Billy had sought to avenge. Sarah became a pariah. To the company, she was the witch who had conjured the devil. Her shack was watched constantly. To her neighbors, consumed by their own new hardships, she was a painful reminder of the trouble, the woman whose name was now tied to a killing. The whispers that had once been of support turned to whispers of blame. The other women would pull their children close when she passed, as if the tragedy were a contagion she carried. The gifts left on her porch had become a curse, just as she had feared. The sacred silence that had once been their shield now became a weapon turned inward. The unified front against the company cracked, splintering into factions of fear and resentment. Men who had once shared a nod of understanding now avoided each other's eyes. Was Billy a hero who went too far, or a fool who had brought this hell down upon them all? The question hung in the coal-dusted air, poisoning the relationships between families, turning a community of brothers into a collection of isolated, frightened individuals. In his quest for a pure, singular act of justice, little Billy had done the one thing his enemies never could. He had broken the spirit of the camp. He had cut the head off the snake, but in its place, 100 smaller serpents of fear, suspicion, and misery had grown. The single shot fired in the company office had not freed them. It had only tightened the chains, and now everyone was paying the price. The law that came to the hollows was an alien thing. It arrived in polished cars that struggled on the muddy roads, carried by men in clean suits who looked at the mountains not with respect, but with a flat, assessing gaze. A company foreman was dead, and the world outside the camp demanded a resolution. But their target, the man whose name was now spoken only in fearful whispers, was gone. A ghost cannot be put in handcuffs. A legend cannot be put on trial. So the law, prodded by the immense pressure and deep pockets of the coal company, did what systems of power always do when they cannot find a culprit. They created one. Her name was Sarah. The charge was not murder, but a tangle of legal terms that meant little to the miners: conspiracy, aiding and abetting a known fugitive. The trial was moved from the local courthouse to the county seat, a stage deliberately set to intimidate the mountain folk. It was a performance for an audience of one, the Blackwood Coal and Coke Company, who needed to demonstrate that the old code of the Hollows was dead, and their law was now the only law. The trial itself was the very picture of the culture clash. On one side sat the company lawyers, their arguments sharp, precise and cold, twisting the miners' code of silence into a web of conspiracy. Every miner who took the stand and claimed "I don't know" was another thread in the noose they were weaving around Sarah. On the other side, Sarah sat, a bewildered figure of quiet dignity. Her defense was the simple, unadorned truth. She told them about her husband's death, about her son's hunger, about the food that appeared on her porch like a miracle. Her simple truth was like a wooden bucket against a steel dam. It held nothing back. To the miners who packed the courtroom, their faces scrubbed clean but their eyes weary, Sarah was not a criminal. She was a martyr. They watched in stony silence as the life they understood, a life of loyalty, of protecting your own, of accepting help without asking questions, was presented to the jury as a criminal enterprise. They saw the proceedings not as a search for justice, but as the final public humiliation of their community. Their silence was no longer about protecting Billy Rhodes. It was a wall of contempt for the world that was judging them. The verdict, when it came, was a formality: guilty. The judge, a man who would never understand the desperation of a company town, spoke of the sanctity of law and order as he sentenced her to 10 years in the state penitentiary. There were no gasps from the miners in the gallery. There was no outrage. There was only a deep, collective sigh, the sound of a people having their worst fears confirmed. They had seen the true face of the law, and it looked exactly like the face of the company boss. Was justice served? A court of law had delivered a verdict. A woman was sent to prison. A murder case was officially closed. But in the Hollows, they knew the truth. The law hadn't brought justice. It had simply been the final weapon used to crush a rebellion. It had punished the victim to send a message to the ghost, and in doing so, proved that the only real crime in the eyes of the company was to be poor, hungry, and defiant. And what of the other side of this bloody coin? What became of the company that Blackwood served, the machine that had ground so many lives into dust? You might think the death of a foreman would be a blow, a disruption to their operations. But for Blackwood Coal and Coke, it was a godsend. Blackwood was a blunt instrument, and he had served his purpose. He was more valuable to them as a corpse than he ever was as a living man. His death became their martyr story, the perfect justification they presented to the newspapers and politicians for the brutal crackdown that followed. They hadn't lost a man. They had gained a pretext. In the immediate aftermath, the company prospered. With the camp terrified into submission and the last spark of defiance seemingly extinguished with Sarah's conviction, the mine became a model of ruthless efficiency. The new foreman they brought in wasn't a hot-tempered bully like Blackwood. He was a quiet, cold man with spectacles and a ledger, an accountant of human misery who never raised his voice and never had to. Production quotas were met and exceeded. The company store, now without any competition from phantom benefactors, squeezed every last cent from the miners. On paper, in the Charleston and Philadelphia boardrooms, the company had never been stronger. They had won. But a story like this has a way of seeping out of a hollow like a poisonous gas. Men who eventually left the camp carried the tale with them. Union organizers, hearing the whispers, took note. The tale of little Billy and the widow Sarah became a dark ballad sung in secret, a cautionary example of corporate cruelty at its most naked. The name Blackwood Coal and Coke became a stain, a name that would be invoked years later during the larger, bloodier mine wars that would eventually rock all of Appalachia. The company met no immediate justice. Their victory was real, and it was absolute. But in crushing that small camp, They had inadvertently created a legend that would fuel the very movement that would one day challenge their entire empire. They hadn't put out a fire. They had just buried the embers under a layer of dry tinder, waiting for a wind to blow. The years that followed were quiet ones, but it was the quiet of a graveyard, not of peace. Sarah's son grew up an orphan of the coal company's justice. He was taken in by a distant relative, but he was never truly one of them. He was a living ghost in the camp, a quiet, watchful boy whose eyes held the memory of a trauma the town was desperate to forget. The name he carried was as heavy as a seam of slate, a constant, unspoken reminder of the day the ghost walked among them and brought ruin. He learned early to be silent, to expect nothing, and to work. When he was old enough, he went into the same mine that had claimed his father, a final grim surrender to the system. The community did not rebuild, it scarred over. The names Billy and Sarah were buried under a thick blanket of unspoken agreement. To speak them was to invite bad luck, to pick at a wound that refused to heal. The spirit of open defiance that little Billy had briefly ignited was replaced by a weary, pragmatic obedience. Men loaded their coal, women stretched their scrip, and they kept their heads down. The power of the company was no longer a thing to be challenged. It was a feature of the landscape, as immovable and dangerous as the mountain itself. They had learned the price of a hero, and it was too high. But the story did not die. It seeped out of the hollow and was carried by the men who eventually left for other camps, for other mines. And there, it found fertile ground in the growing union movement. The tale of the widow, the foreman, and the ghost became a recruiting sergeant's sharpest tool. It was told in hushed tones in union halls and secret meetings, a perfect, brutal parable of why they had to fight back, not as individuals, but as one. The blood spilled in that small camp watered the roots of a more organized and far more formidable resistance. Nearly a decade later, a stooped, gray-haired woman stepped off a bus at the edge of the camp. Sarah had come home, but the place she returned to was a stranger's land. Her son was a man now, with coal dust etched into the lines on his face and a silence that mirrored her own. Their reunion was not one of joyful tears, but of a quiet, shared ache for a lifetime of lost years. She lived out her days in the small shack he provided for her, a ghost returned to a place haunted by the memory of what had been lost and what could never be regained. If you drive deep enough into those West Virginia hills today, and you know which forgotten state route to turn off of, you might find the place where the camp once stood. There's nothing there now but ghosts. Kudzu vines choke the life out of old stone foundations, and the rusted skeleton of a coal tipple stands against the sky like the ribs of some long-dead beast. The entrance to the mine is sealed with a slab of concrete, a final grey tombstone for the mountain's heart. The silence is absolute, broken only by the cry of a hawk circling overhead. The company is gone, the houses are gone, the people are gone. But the story remains. It lives on, not in history books, but in the way a story was always meant to live in these mountains, as a ballad. They call it the Ballad of Billy Rhodes, and old men with calloused fingers still pick out the tune on worn-out guitars. The words have changed over the generations, but the core of it is always the same, a story of a stolen bird, a widow's tears, and a single shot that echoed in the rain. It's a ghost story told to children, a cautionary tale about the high cost of anger and the sharp edges of justice. The real monuments to this story aren't the crumbling foundations, but the two simple headstones in a nearby churchyard. One for Sarah and one for her son, who died an old man after a life spent in the mines, his silence as deep as the coal seams he worked. They are the tangible proof of the tragedy. But there is no stone for little Billy. His absence is his true memorial. By never being found, he was never reduced to a simple man of flesh and bone. He remains an idea, a spirit, and his name is still a kind of currency. In parts of those hills, when a new company comes in promising jobs but delivering poison in the water, when the deck feels impossibly stacked against the working man, you can sometimes hear his name invoked in a low murmur. This is the kind of thing that makes a man turn into Little Billy. He is no longer a historical figure. He is a symbol of that final, desperate line between endurance and rebellion. The man is long gone, dust in an unmarked mountain grave, or perhaps an old man who died peacefully under a different name 1,000 miles away. But his spirit? It never left the hollow. They say that on nights when the fog hangs thick and low in the valleys, so thick you can't see your own hand in front of your face, you can almost feel him watching from the tree line. He is the whisper on the wind, the shadow that flits at the edge of your vision, the ghost of a name that reminds the world that even in the quietest, most forgotten places, there is a limit to what a man will endure. So we come to the end of the trail, back where we started, with the same question hanging in the air. Was Little Billy Rhodes a hero or a villain? The truth, like a mountain stream, is never that clear. He wasn't a hero. A hero saves his people. Billy's righteous fury brought a world of pain down on the very community he bled for, proving that a single act of vengeance can be more destructive than years of quiet suffering. His victory was their catastrophe. But he was no villain. Villains are driven by greed or a lust for power. Billy was driven by a love so fierce it became a fire, and a sense of justice so pure it was blind to the consequences. He was a symptom of a disease, a violent reaction to an unbearable pressure. He was a man who became a monster to fight a monster, and in the end, he was consumed by the battle. In the end, this is a story about the terrible price of a justice that is demanded in a single moment with a single bullet. It's a lesson that individual righteousness, no matter how pure, is a poor weapon against a cold and faceless system. A man's rage can topple a foreman, but it cannot topple a company. All it can do is leave a scar on the land and a ghost in the memory of the people he tried to save. And that, my friends, is the ballad of Little Billy Rhodes, a man who loved justice more than anything, but forgot to ask the people he was saving what that justice would cost them. They said bullets curved around him in the air. They whispered that he could melt into the mountain fog like a ghost, that he'd made a deal with the devil himself in some dark and lonely hollow. For years, the name Jacko Fraser was enough to make a child stop crying and a grown man bolt his door at night. The law called him a murderer. But the people who lived and died in these hills had another name for him, the White Devil. But how does a man become a monster? How does flesh and blood turn into a legend that haunts a landscape for 100 years? Today, we hunt for the truth behind the ghost story. To understand a man like Jacko Fraser, you first have to understand the world that made him. Imagine the Cumberland Mountains in the late 1800s on the jagged border of Virginia and Kentucky. This was a land forgotten by God and the government, a place of stunning beauty and breathtaking cruelty. The mists that clung to the hollows hid deep secrets, and the ancient hills had seen more than their share of blood and tears. The Civil War had ripped through these communities, leaving behind not just poverty, but a generation of men who had been taught that the fastest way to solve a problem was with a rifle. They came home to find their farms in ruins and their futures uncertain. The law, in this part of the world, was a distant rumor. A county sheriff might hold authority in the dusty courthouse square, but out in the winding creeks and isolated cabins, his power faded to nothing. Here, a different law held sway, the law of the clan. Family was everything. Your name was your flag. Your cousins were your army. An insult to one was an insult to all, and debts of honor were paid in blood. This was the era of the great feuds, like the Hatfields and McCoys, where violence was not just an outburst of anger, but a structured part of life, a grim inheritance passed down from father to son. This fierce loyalty was born of isolation. The dense forests and impassable ridges didn't just separate families from the outside world, they separated them from each other. Every farmstead was its own small kingdom, every cabin a fortress. Strangers were viewed with suspicion, and a man representing the government was seen as the biggest stranger of all. People here learned to rely on themselves, their kin, and their own judgment. But self-reliance couldn't always put food on the table. This was a world of grinding poverty. Families survived on what they could scratch from the rocky soil, what they could hunt in the deep woods, and what they could distill in a hidden still under the light of the moon. For a man with a quick trigger finger and no conscience, the desperation hanging in the air smelled like opportunity. It was into this boiling cauldron of pride, poverty, and clan justice that Jacko Fraser was born. The world he saw was not a place of laws and morals, but a battlefield for survival. The mountains were poised on a knife's edge, holding a fragile, violent peace. But that peace was about to be shattered, not by an invading army, but by a monster it had created in its own image. Long before the massacre that made him a legend, Jacko Fraser's name was already a poison whispered on the mountain wind. He didn't exist in a vacuum. His terror was fed by a network of lesser evils and silent supporters. Men like Henley Cox, his most notorious accomplice, were drawn to him like moths to a flame, lesser predators orbiting a greater one. And there were others, the small-time crooks who bought his stolen goods, the informants who'd trade a neighbor's whereabouts for a silver dollar or just to settle an old score. The Mullins clan, on the other hand, were the opposite of everything Jacko stood for. They were a large, well-respected family, a cornerstone of the community, which made them the perfect target for a man who wanted to prove that no one and nothing was safe. The deepest wounds in these mountains were often the oldest. Jacko himself was said to be a veteran of the Confederacy, a man who had seen the world burn and decided he liked the heat. He didn't come back from the war looking for peace. He came back carrying the war inside him, a personal battle against a world he felt had failed him. His grudge wasn't over a single plot of land or a stolen horse. His grudge was with humanity itself. He saw society as a sham, and he aimed to tear its mask off with violence. Of course, smaller, more personal grudges festered in every hollow. A card game that ended in a bitter accusation, a dispute over a property line that had been argued for generations, a family that got a little too prosperous for a neighbor's liking. These were the hidden fault lines running beneath the community. Jacko was a master at exploiting them. He understood the dark currents of envy and resentment that flowed beneath the surface of daily life, and he knew how to use them to his advantage, turning the quiet suspicions between neighbors into open fear. And so, the rumors began to spread, moving from cabin to cabin like a sickness in the air. At first, they were just unsettling stories. A peddler who was supposed to be heading through Pound Gap simply vanished. A farmer found his best mule gone, his tack shed emptied. A lone traveler would arrive at the next settlement pale and shaken, telling a story of being robbed on the trail by a man with eyes as cold and pale as a winter sky. None of these were big enough to bring the law down from the state capital, but they were carefully stacked, one on top of the other, building a foundation of dread. Every story, filtered through a dozen mouths around a dozen hearths, grew darker and more menacing. The whispers turned into a constant, low hum of anxiety that settled over the mountains. People began to look at the shadows a little longer. The sound of a horse at night was no longer a comfort, but a cause for alarm. The community was being slowly poisoned, not just by Jacko's deeds, but by the fear of what he might do next. The stage was being set for an act of violence so brutal it would turn whispered rumors into terrified screams. The year was 1892. For the Mullins clan, it was a day of prosperity. Several members of the family, including Ira Mullins, his wife, and other kinsmen, had made the long journey by wagon to the nearest town. They were returning home, their carts laden with goods, and more importantly, their pockets heavy with cash from a successful day of trading. We're talking several $100s, A staggering fortune in those mountains, enough money to set a family up for a year, or to make a desperate man do the unthinkable. Imagine the scene. A narrow mountain path, barely wide enough for their wagons, snaking its way through the dense, dark woods of Pound Gap. The late afternoon sun was beginning to fail, casting long, distorted shadows that clawed at the edges of the trail. The air grew cooler, carrying the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. The steady creak of the wagon wheels and the soft plod of the horses were the only sounds in a world that was growing unnaturally quiet. The birds had stopped singing. The woods were holding their breath. It was a feeling every mountain person knows in their bones. The difference between a peaceful silence and a waiting one. Perhaps one of the men glanced nervously into the darkening trees. Perhaps a child in the wagon pulled a blanket a little tighter around their shoulders, sensing a shift in the air. They were on their own land, just miles from the safety of their homes. But that feeling of safety was beginning to fray like an old rope. They were being watched. Suddenly, from the deep shadows of the forest, a command rang out, a harsh voice slicing through the quiet, telling them to halt. But this wasn't a warning. It was a declaration. Before the echo had even died, the trees erupted in a blaze of rifle fire. The led horse screamed and reared, falling in its traces. The quiet evening was shattered by the roar of guns, the splintering of wood, and the first cries of shock and pain. This wasn't a robbery. This was an execution. The point of no return had arrived, not with a whisper, but with a thunderclap of violence that would stain these mountains forever. The ambush was brutally efficient. The narrow pass became a slaughter pen, a claustrophobic trap from which there was no escape. The first volley of shots sent a wave of chaos through the wagon train. It was a cacophony of terror, the sharp crack of rifles echoing off the rock walls, the splintering of wagon boards, the high-pitched screaming of wounded horses, and the raw human cries of disbelief and agony. Men who had been solid, living figures just a second before now crumpled to the ground, becoming nothing more than dark shapes in the failing light. But the attackers were not wild animals in a frenzy. They moved with a chilling purpose, emerging from the tree line like specters. Among them, one figure moved with a terrifying calm, his pale eyes scanning the wreckage with an unnerving detachment. This was not a fight. It was a harvest. As the survivors scrambled for cover that didn't exist, Jacko Fraser and his men moved in, their rifles barking with methodical precision, each shot finding its mark. Ira Mullins lay wounded in the dirt, the life seeping out of him onto the very land his family had worked for generations. A shadow fell over him. He looked up to see Jacko Fraser standing there, his face as impassive as carved stone. There was no rage in his eyes, no flicker of emotion at all. It was the cold, empty gaze of a man looking at an object, not a human being. A revolver appeared in Jacko's hand. The metallic click of its hammer being pulled back was the loudest sound in the world. Then came a single sharp report that slammed the door shut on Ira Mullins's life. With the killing done, a new and even more grotesque phase began. Jacko knelt beside the body of the man he had just executed, and with the calm demeanor of a clerk counting change, reached into his pockets and retrieved the thick roll of money. This cold ritual was repeated as the gang moved from one still form to another, their hands searching pockets and pouches. They were not just murderers, they were grave robbers, desecrating their victims before the bodies had even grown cold. When the last echo of gunfire had faded and the last coin had been pocketed, what remained was a tableau from hell. A wagon lay on its side, its contents, flour, cloth, tools, spilled across the dirt road like the entrails of a dying beast. The horses lay tangled in their harnesses, their great bodies still and silent. The air, thick with the smell of gunpowder and blood, hung heavy and motionless. It was the silence that was the worst part, a profound, deafening silence where just moments before there had been life, laughter, and hope. and as quickly as they had appeared, they were gone. Jacko and his men didn't flee in a panic. They simply stepped back into the deep woods, swallowed by the same shadows that had birthed them. It was as if the mountain itself had opened up, unleashed its demons, and then closed again, leaving behind no evidence of their passage, only the wreckage of a family and a silence that screamed. This was more than a robbery. It was more than murder. It was a statement written in blood on a lonely mountain trail. It was a declaration that there were no safe places, that the bonds of family and community were no shield against a man with a frozen heart. On that day, in the twilight of Pound Gap, John Fraser the outlaw died, and Jacko, the White Devil, was well and truly born. The silence that followed the massacre was deeper than any grave. For a time, the only witnesses were the ancient trees and the cold, unblinking stars. It was a kinsman sent out from the Mullins homestead when the wagons failed to return, who stumbled into the nightmare. He found the scene not by sound, but by its terrible stillness. The dark, hulking shape of the overturned wagon, the pale glimmer of spilled flour on the ground looking like a dusting of snow, and then the bodies, scattered among the wreckage like fallen leaves, their stillness an affront to nature itself. The cry that broke from that man's throat was a sound of pure horror, an animal howl of grief that finally shattered the unholy calm. When the news reached the Mullins family, it was like a physical blow, a shock that left them gasping for air. But in the Appalachian heart, grief is a fast-burning fire that quickly turns to iron resolve. The women's wails of sorrow echoed through the hollows, a heartbreaking chorus for the dead. But the men's faces were a different kind of terrible. Their grief was silent, their eyes hard and cold, their hands resting on the stocks of the rifles that were never far from reach. They tenderly carried their dead home, but in their hearts, they were already carrying a vow of vengeance. News in the mountains travels not on wires, but on the wind, passed from cabin to cabin in hushed, urgent whispers. The story of the Pound Gap massacre spread like a plague of fear. It confirmed every dark suspicion, every campfire ghost story. The name Jacko Fraser was no longer just a name. It was a curse, the living embodiment of every settler's deepest fear, the fear of what lurked in the untamed wilderness just beyond the light of their lanterns. Doors were bolted earlier. Men took their rifles with them to plow the fields. The comfortable darkness of the mountains, once a familiar blanket, now felt like a shroud, filled with unseen, malevolent eyes. The sheer brutality of the attack was too much to be ignored, even by the distant and often indifferent hand of the law. The murders weren't just a crime, they were an insurrection against the very idea of society. The authorities in both Virginia and Kentucky, pressured by the influential families and a terrified populace, were finally prodded awake. A substantial reward was offered for the capture of Jacko Fraser and his gang, a fortune that could make a poor man rich for life. The notice was nailed to the courthouse doors and the sides of general stores, turning the ghost into a wanted man with a price on his head. The bodies of the Mullins family were laid to rest in the cold mountain earth, but their story refused to be buried. The massacre became a line drawn in the dirt. On one side was the world of families, faith, and hard work. On the other was Jacko Fraser. He was no longer just an outlaw. He was the White Devil, a figure of folklore born from a real-world atrocity. The hunt was now not just a matter of law, but a crusade. The question was, how do you hunt a man who is already a ghost? The bounty posters were barely dry before the hunt began. This was not going to be a simple posse of local farmers. The states of Virginia and Kentucky marshaled their forces, calling in the best they had. They hired professional detectives from the famed Baldwin Felts agency, outsiders with city methods and a reputation for ruthlessness. But the man chosen to lead the hunt was a legend in his own right, Marshal Big Ed Hall. He was a man cast from the same mountain rock as Jacko, who knew every secret trail and hidden hollow. He was Jacko's opposite, a man of the mountains who had chosen the badge over the outlaw's gun. And alongside the lawmen and hired guns rode men with faces like stone. They were the kin of the murdered Mullins family. They weren't there for the reward money. They were there to settle a family score, and their justice wasn't written in any law book. Hunting Jacko Fraser in the Cumberland Mountains was like trying to catch a whisper in the wind. He was in his element, a predator on his home ground. The very landscape that the posse found so punishing was his greatest ally. The mountains that had cradled him now conspired to hide him. For weeks, they combed the ridges and ravines, a grueling ordeal of cold nights and false trails. The posse would find the embers of a campfire still warm, or a footprint in the mud of a creek bed, only to have the trail vanish into thin air. It was as if Jacko could simply dissolve into the mist. The mountains that had once been a home to the posse members had now become a deadly labyrinth, and in its center lurked a monster who knew every turn. The posse grew weary, their resolve frayed by frustration and the constant, unnerving feeling of being watched. They knew Jacko was out there, seeing them long before they saw him. Every rustle in the undergrowth could be an ambush, every shadowy rock formation a sniper's nest. But in the end, it wasn't a tracker's skill or a detective's logic that cornered the White Devil. It was human weakness. A name was whispered to the lawmen, an informant, tempted by the life-changing reward or simply terrified into submission, gave up Jacko's hiding place. The mountain's code of silence had finally been broken by the one thing stronger than loyalty: fear. The tip-off led them to a lonely, isolated cabin near the Kentucky border. They surrounded it in the dead of night, a ring of steel closing in under a moonless sky. As the first grey light of dawn touched the peaks, Big Ed Hall gave the signal. The quiet morning was torn apart by a final desperate volley of gunfire as Jacko tried to fight his way out. But it was hopeless. He was one man against a small army. When they dragged him out into the light, blinking and bloodied, the posse members steeled themselves, expecting to see a demon. Instead, they saw a man. His clothes were ragged, his body weary from weeks on the run, but his eyes were the same. In their icy depths, there was no fear, no regret, not even anger. There was only a profound, chilling emptiness, and the bottomless exhaustion of a man who knows his road has come to an end. For the lawmen, it was the end of a manhunt. But for the Mullins kin who stood there, watching the man who had destroyed their world, the look in their eyes said that true justice had not yet begun. The arrest of the White Devil was a sensation. His trial in Wise, Virginia, was a pilgrimage. People came from 3 states, on foot, on horseback, and in wagons, clogging the dusty streets of the small county seat. They weren't there to see justice done. They were there to see the monster in a cage. The courthouse stood under the watchful eye of armed guards, its lawn transformed into a sprawling camp of onlookers. The air buzzed with a carnival-like energy, a strange mix of grim satisfaction and morbid curiosity. This wasn't a legal proceeding, it was a public exorcism. Inside the courtroom, the air was thick enough to choke on. Every bench was crammed, with men standing shoulder to shoulder along the walls. The judge, the lawyers with their starched collars, the 12 men in the jury box, they were all part of a system trying to impose its formal logic on a story of primal savagery. One by one, witnesses took the stand. Their voices trembled with a mixture of grief and lingering fear as they recounted the horrors of that evening in Pound Gap. They pointed trembling fingers at the man sitting at the defendant's table, and Jacko Fraser just sat there. He showed no remorse, no fear, not even a flicker of interest. As survivors wept on the stand, he watched them with the same detached curiosity a man might watch a bug crawling across a windowsill. His silence was more unnerving than any outburst would have been. He was a void, a black hole of human feeling in the center of the room, and his cold, defiant calm was his final weapon. He refused to play their game, refused to give them the satisfaction of seeing him break. He was a monster, and he seemed content to let them know it. The trial was, as everyone knew it would be, a formality. The evidence was absolute, the testimony unshakable. When the jury filed back in, their faces were grim and set. The foreman didn't need to clear his throat. His voice was steady and clear as he pronounced the single word that everyone had come to hear: guilty. A collective sigh, a wave of relief and whispered approval washed over the courtroom. The judge, his voice heavy with the weight of his duty, sentenced John Jacko Fraser to be hanged by the neck until he was dead. The law of men had spoken. But as the crowd spilled back out into the sunlight, a question hung in the air, unspoken but felt by every person who called these mountains home. Was this justice? A clean, quick, state-sanctioned death on a gallows? Did that truly pay the debt for the ambush in Pound Gap, for the cold-blooded murder of men in front of their families? The law had delivered a verdict, a neat and tidy conclusion. But the justice of the mountains, the old law of blood for blood, demanded something more. It demanded an ending as brutal as the beginning. The court had provided a legal answer, but the people were still waiting for a final moral one. On September 15, 1893, a trapdoor opened in Wise, Virginia, and the physical life of Jacko Fraser came to an end. They say a great sigh of relief swept through the crowd, as if a poison had finally been purged from the air. He was buried in an unmarked grave, a common fate for notorious outlaws, to prevent his final resting place from becoming either a shrine or a site of desecration. The earth simply swallowed its monster, leaving no stone to mark his passage. The man was gone, but his ghost was just beginning to walk. The story of the Mullins family did not end in that dusty pass. They buried their dead, mourned their losses, and did what mountain people have always done: they endured. Their family line continued, a testament to a resilience far stronger than Jacko's nihilistic rage. Today, their descendants still live in those hills, carrying the memory of the massacre not as a chilling legend, but as a deep and painful part of their family history. Their names are carved in stone in old family cemeteries, the date of their death a permanent, silent, and defiant answer to the violence that tried to erase them. The world has changed dramatically since that bloody evening. A modern highway, US Route 23, now carves a smooth paved path through Pound Gap. You can drive through the very spot where the ambush happened at 70 miles an hour, listening to the radio, your mind a million miles away. But if you pull over to the side of the road, cut the engine and listen, the modern world falls away. The woods are just as deep, the shadows just as long. In the quiet, you can almost feel the weight of that terrible silence from so long ago. The old courthouse in Wise still stands, a brick-and-mortar witness that has held the story within its walls for over a century. And of course, there is the legend of the treasure. Like all famous outlaws, Jacko was rumored to have stashed his ill-gotten fortune, thousands of dollars in gold and silver coin, somewhere in the labyrinthine caves and crevices of the Cumberland Mountains. For decades after his death, treasure hunters, armed with old maps and older rumors, dug into the hillsides, chasing the ghost's promise of cursed gold. The treasure was never found, of course, but the hunt itself became a part of the story, keeping the White Devil's name alive, a whisper of greed and danger that echoed through the generations. Most people have forgotten the facts of the case. The official records are yellowed and brittle, gathering dust in courthouse archives. But the mountains have a long memory. The name Jacko Fraser still surfaces from time to in these parts, a dark ballad told around a late-night fire. He is no longer a man of flesh and blood, but a piece of the landscape itself. A warning, a folktale, a permanent shadow that time has not been able to erase. So we return to the question we asked at the very beginning. How does a man become a monster? The story of Jacko Fraser gives us a chilling answer. He wasn't born a demon. He was forged in the fires of a brutal war and hammered into shape on the anvil of a lawless, desperate land. He was the ultimate consequence of a world where civilization was a distant rumor and survival was a daily battle. The White Devil wasn't a supernatural force. He was something far more terrifying. A man who had shed every last piece of his humanity and embraced the darkness that waits inside us all. And how does a monster become a legend? His cruelty was so absolute, so far beyond the normal feuds and fights of the mountains, that people had to make him more than a man to understand him. It was easier to believe he was a ghost who could melt into the fog, a demon who had made a pact with Satan, than to accept the horrifying truth that a human being, a man of flesh and blood, could be capable of such cold, empty evil. The legend of Jacko Fraser wasn't just a story told to frighten children. It was a story adults told themselves to make sense of the senseless. This isn't just a tale of true crime. It's a parable etched into the very rock of these mountains. It is a story of the terrible beauty and brutal reality of the Appalachian frontier. It reminds us that for every hero there is a shadow, and that the history of this place is written in both courage and in blood. Jacko Fraser was more than a murderer. He was the living embodiment of the mountain people's deepest, darkest fear, the fear of what lurks in the shadows just beyond your own doorstep. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. They say that on the 4th of July, the road up Cherry Mountain was choked with a pilgrimage of the thirsty and the defiant. Thousands of people, judges and outlaws, preachers and laborers, climbed that steep North Carolina slope, drawn by a single promise. At the summit, a stout, smiling man named Amos Owens stood beside barrels of a legendary ruby-red liqueur, ladling it out for free to all who came. He was a moonshiner, a tax evader, an enemy of the federal government. But on that mountain, he was a king. How does a man become a legend in his own lifetime? How does a common criminal earn the loyalty of an entire region, turning his defiance into a roaring celebration that the law itself was powerless to stop? Was he a simple man breaking the law for profit? Or was he the last bastion of a fiercely independent mountain spirit? Today, we're going to pour a glass of history and trace the life of the one and only Cherry Bounce King, to understand the man who built a kingdom from corn, wild cherries, and an unbreakable will. To understand a man like Amos Owens, you have to understand the ground he was raised on. He was born in 1822 in Rutherford County, North Carolina, a place where the Blue Ridge Mountains begin to claw their way toward the sky. This wasn't just a landscape, it was a fortress. The people who settled these hollows were mostly Scotch-Irish, folks who carried a deep and abiding distrust of distant governments in their bones. They had fled kings and landlords once, and they weren't about to bow to a tax collector from Washington, D.C. Life here was a constant struggle against rock, weather, and isolation. A family's wealth wasn't measured in dollars, but in the yield of their corn patch, the health of their livestock, and the strength of their kin. Corn was life, but it was heavy and difficult to transport over rugged mountain trails. Turning that corn into whiskey was simple economics. It was a way to concentrate a year's worth of hard labor into a portable, profitable, and potent form. For these mountain families, the smoke from a copper still wasn't the sign of a crime. It was the smell of survival. This world operated on a code older than any federal law. Your word was your bond. Your family was your nation. An insult to your honor had to be answered, and a neighbor in need was to be helped without question. The law was something that existed down in the flatlands, an alien system that didn't understand the realities of mountain life. The stories of the Whiskey Rebellion of the 1790s weren't taught as a failed uprising. They were passed down as tales of righteous defiance, cementing the belief that a man had a God-given right to his own craft. But Amos wasn't just a product of the mountains. He was forged in the fires of a foreign war. As a young man, he left his secluded home to fight in the Mexican-American War. Imagine that transition, from the quiet, green solitude of Appalachia to the dusty, brutal battlefields of a foreign land. This experience hardened him. It taught him discipline. It showed him a world far beyond his mountain, and it likely reinforced his belief in self-reliance above all else. He was a veteran, a man who had served his country. When Amos Owens returned home, he came back a different man. He had seen the authority of the United States government up close, but he chose to climb back up Cherry Mountain and live by the old code. He didn't see a contradiction in having fought for the flag and then defying its laws. In his mind, the government had its place, and that place was not on his mountain, telling him what he could and could not do with the corn he grew with his own 2 hands. This was the crucible that created the Cherry Bounce King. He was a man of his people, steeped in a tradition of defiance. He was a farmer who understood the brutal math of survival. And he was a soldier who had learned how to stand his ground. The mountain gave him his ingredients and his fortress, but his unbending character, that was forged in the history of his ancestors and the heat of war. Long before the name Cherry Bounce King echoed through the halls of government, there was just Amos Owens, the artisan. Before the roaring crowds and the legendary defiance, there was the quiet solitude of the pre-dawn hours, the gentle hiss of the copper still, and the steady hand of a man who was a master of his craft. He wasn't just brewing moonshine, he was practicing an art form passed down through generations. He knew the corn by its feel, the fire by its sound, and the final product by a single practiced taste. His cherry bounce wasn't just potent, it was perfect, a testament to a pride in his work that no federal law could ever touch. But this craft wasn't for his own glory. It was the foundation of his family. The income from his hidden stills meant his wife had what she needed and his children never went to bed hungry. It meant he could afford good tools for his farm and solid shoes for their feet. His operation allowed him to build a life on that rugged mountain that was a step above mere survival. He was a patriarch in the truest mountain sense, the unwavering provider and protector of his clan. The world he built was one of security and stability, a small, independent nation with his homestead at its capital. And his influence spread beyond his own fence line. On Cherry Mountain and in the hollows below, Amos Owens was a pillar of the community. In a place where cash was as rare as a flat piece of land, he was the local economy's heartbeat. He bought his neighbors surplus corn at a fair price, providing them with the hard currency they needed. When a family fell on hard times, it was often Amos they turned to for a loan or assistance, a request he rarely refused. He commanded a deep, unshakable respect, not because of fear, but because his success was shared with those around him. This was the kingdom Amos Owens built, long before the outside world took notice. It was a world governed by loyalty, sustained by his craft, and centered on his family and community. It was a life of quiet dignity and fierce independence, a peaceful defiance conducted not with guns, but with copper pots and wild cherries. This was everything he stood to lose. It wasn't just a business the revenuers were threatening. It was his home, his honor, and the entire world he held dear. Every great man has a current running through him, a force that drives his every decision. For Amos Owens, that force was a stubborn pride as unyielding as mountain granite. It was a conviction buried deep in his soul that no man born in a distant city had the right to tell him what he could do on his own land. This wasn't just a belief, it was the very bedrock of his identity. He didn't just break the law, he disdained it. He saw the federal tax on liquor not as a legal statute, but as an intolerable insult to his craft and his heritage. This pride wasn't a quiet, internal thing. It was loud, bold, and defiant. While other moonshiners operated in the shadows, speaking in whispers and moving by moonlight, Amos Owens built a lighthouse. His legendary 4th of July and Christmas celebrations, where he gave away his cherry bounce by the barrelful, were the ultimate expression of this flaw. These weren't just parties, they were public declarations. He was telling the world, and specifically the federal government, "I am here. This is my craft, and I am not ashamed of it. Come and get me if you dare." There's a story, told and retold until it's become gospel in those parts, that perfectly captures this audacious spirit. After one of his many arrests, Amos was brought before a judge who, tired of their game, levied a particularly steep fine against him. The courtroom fell silent, expecting the old moonshiner to protest or ask for time to pay. Instead, Amos simply nodded, reached deep into the pocket of his overalls, and pulled out a thick wad of cash, bills still smelling faintly of corn mash and wood smoke. He counted out the full amount, placed it on the bench without a word, and walked out a free man. It was not an act of submission, it was an act of mockery. He was using the profits of his crime to pay the penalty, reducing the judge's sentence to a mere business expense. This pride, this absolute refusal to bend, was his greatest strength in the eyes of his neighbors. It's what made him a folk hero. But it was also the crack in his armor. It made him visible. It made him a target. A lesser man might have laid low after a raid, moved his still, and sold his product quietly. But Amos' pride wouldn't allow that. He would rebuild, bigger and better, and the smoke would rise from his chimney stack on Cherry Mountain like a defiant flag, a signal to the law that he had not been beaten. His flaw, then, was his inability to compromise his own code. He was a king on his mountain, and kings do not bow. This stubborn streak ensured that his conflict with the government would never be a quiet, hidden affair. It was destined to become a public spectacle, a long and drawn-out war of attrition. He was daring the lightning to strike, forgetting that in the world of federal law, the storm always gathers eventually. For years, the dance between Amos Owens and the law had a familiar, almost comfortable rhythm. A federal marshal, often a local man who understood the mountain ways, would make the reluctant journey up Cherry Mountain. Stills would be broken, a warrant would be served, and Amos would go along peacefully. It was a ritual, a game of appearances, where the law made its point, and Amos paid his tax in the form of a fine. He always rebuilt, and the marshals always knew he would. There was a strange, unspoken understanding in this ongoing feud. But after the Civil War, the music changed. The federal government was nearly bankrupt, and its thirst for tax revenue became insatiable. The Bureau of Internal Revenue was empowered, unleashing a new breed of agent upon the mountains. These weren't local men playing a part. They were strangers with cold eyes and a fervent belief in federal authority. They saw the mountains not as a different world with its own rules, but as a den of tax cheats who were robbing the US Treasury. Their mission wasn't to play a game, it was to win a war. The spark that lit the fuse came on a crisp autumn morning. A team of these new, determined revenuers stormed Cherry Mountain. This raid was different. It wasn't just about the equipment. With grim efficiency, they found Amos's aging cellar, a cool space dug into the mountainside where his finished product, his art, was stored. They didn't confiscate it. With axes and sledgehammers, they systematically smashed every jug and barrel. Years of work, hundreds of gallons of his legendary cherry bounce, gushed out and stained the earth a deep, bloody red. They were destroying his legacy, pouring his very soul into the dirt. Amos Owens, who had always met his arrest with a wry smile, stood and watched this sacrilege in cold silence. This was no longer a matter of business. They hadn't just destroyed his property, they had committed an act of profound disrespect. They had vandalized his art, violated the sanctity of his craft, and declared that his life's work was nothing more than contraband to be annihilated. The unspoken rules of their long dance had been shattered. For Amos, this was a declaration of war. This act was an unforgivable affront precisely because it struck at the heart of his defiant pride. To be arrested was one thing. To be treated as a common criminal whose masterpiece deserved no more respect than ditch water was another. They had challenged his status, his honor, and his identity as the king of his own mountain. In that moment, watching his life's work bleed into the ground, a decision was made. He would no longer be a mere moonshiner who got caught now and then. He would become a symbol. His operation would grow larger, his celebrations more brazen, and his name would become a banner of defiance for the entire region to rally behind. The red stain on the ground where his cherry bounce had been spilled was a line drawn in the dirt. Amos Owens' response wasn't fear, it was fury. He did not retreat into the shadows. Instead, he did the opposite. The smoke from Cherry Mountain, which had always been a steady wisp, now billowed into a column. He built new stills, bigger and more efficient. He hired more men. He doubled his production. He was no longer just supplying a thirsty region. He was building an empire in open defiance of the United States government. The warnings started as quiet whispers. His own wife, who had stood by him through dozens of arrests, saw the new hardness in the eyes of the federal men who rode through the nearby towns. She would plead with him at night, by the firelight, her voice full of a fear he'd never heard before. "Amos," she would say, "this is different now. It's not a game anymore. They don't just want a fine. They want to see you broken." He would listen, pat her hand, and tell her that a man who bows to a bully invites him to kick again. The whispers grew louder in the community. Friends who had celebrated his audacity now pulled him aside with worried looks. They spoke of revenue as threatening local farmers for information, of a new, ruthless pressure being applied to the entire area. "Just lay low for a while, Amos," they'd advise. "Let the heat die down. Make your run, but do it quiet-like." They were counseling survival, the ancient mountain art of bending like a sapling in a storm so as not to break. But Amos Owens was no sapling. He was a great old oak, and he would not bend. He saw their pleas for caution as a step toward surrender. To him, this was no longer about a single man's still. It was about the soul of the mountains. He told them that if he backed down, the federal men would come for them next. He preached his gospel of defiance, arguing that the only way to meet a threat is to stand taller and look it square in the eye. His pride had now transformed into a righteous cause. The ultimate act of defiance was his next 4th of July celebration. Where others saw a reason for caution, Amos saw a stage. He sent out word. The party on Cherry Mountain would be bigger than ever before. It became a public spectacle, an open challenge broadcast across the state. He wasn't just inviting his friends and customers. He was taunting the Bureau of Internal Revenue. He was turning his defiance into a beacon, daring them to try and extinguish it in front of thousands of his supporters. With every warning he ignored, every plea for moderation he dismissed, the path forward narrowed until there was only one way it could go. He had become a symbol, a living embodiment of the mountain spirit, and the government could not allow such a symbol to stand. He was isolating himself on a peak of his own making, a king so confident in his fortress that he could no longer see the army gathering at its gates. A violent outcome was no longer a risk. It was a certainty he himself was inviting. The day before the 4th of July dawned clear and bright over Cherry Mountain. The air was already electric with anticipation. Wagons were being moved into place. Barrels of cherry bounce were rolled out from the cellar, and the sound of hammers echoed as a stage was built for the fiddlers. This was to be Amos Owens' masterpiece of defiance, the grandest celebration he had ever hosted. But as the sun reached its zenith, a lone rider was seen making his way steadily up the mountain path. It wasn't a posse. It was the familiar, weary face of an old federal marshal, a man who had arrested Amos more than once in the bygone days of their gentleman's feud. He didn't come with warrants or weapons. He dismounted, met Amos near the Great Log Hall, and spoke not as a lawman, but as one man to another. He explained that the world had changed. The new men in charge in Raleigh and Washington saw Amos not as a local character, but as the leader of an insurrection. They were coming, he warned, not for a token arrest, but to crush him completely. "They're just waiting for this party, Amos," the marshal said, his voice low. "They'll use the crowd as an excuse. They'll say it was a riot. Men are going to get hurt." Then came the final clear off-ramp, the last chance for peace. "Cancel it," the marshal pleaded, "just for this year. Send everyone home. Show them you're not looking for a fight. If you do this, I can go back and tell them the threat is over. We can go back to the way things were. It's your last chance to put the genie back in the bottle." It was a surprisingly fair offer. It was a path away from the cliff's edge. All he had to do was swallow his pride. For a long moment, Amos Owens was silent. You can just imagine him, standing there on his mountain, the smell of his life's work all around him. He likely looked at his home, at the preparations for the festival, at the faces of his kin. He had to have felt the weight of the choice before him, the safety of his family versus the defiant code that had defined his entire life. The marshal's offer was reasonable. It was wise. But to Amos, it sounded like the clatter of chains. He finally turned his gaze from his home and met the marshal's eyes. The internal struggle was over. "A man doesn't send his guests home," Amos said, his voice as firm as the mountain beneath his feet, "just because an uninvited stranger is threatening to kick down the door." The party goes on. With that, the last bridge to peace was burned. He had been offered a truce and had chosen war. The old marshal simply nodded, a look of profound sadness on his face, and rode away, leaving the cherry-bounce king alone on his throne, waiting for the inevitable storm he had personally summoned. The 4th of July on Cherry Mountain was a roaring sea of humanity. The fiddles screamed, the banjos rang, and the rhythmic stomp of dancing feet shook the very ground. Above it all was the booming laughter of Amos Owens, a king in his element, ladling out his ruby-red elixir. But as the afternoon sun began to dip, a different sound drifted up from the base of the mountain, the cold, rhythmic clink of metal and the steady tramp of marching feet. A long column of federal agents and deputized men, armed and determined, was ascending the slope. The music faltered, then died. A wave of silence rolled through the crowd as all eyes turned to the approaching force. The world for Amos Owens narrowed to the sight of those grim-faced men, their polished badges glinting in the sun. This wasn't a raid. It was an invasion. He stood his ground behind his barrels, not with a weapon in his hand, but with the full weight of his defiance in his posture. The air grew thick and heavy, charged with the energy of 1,000 held breaths. A federal captain stepped forward, a warrant held out like a weapon, and his voice cut through the stillness, demanding surrender. Amos' reply was not a shout, but a low, firm refusal that was heard by every person on that mountaintop. And in that instant, the simmering tension that had built for years finally boiled over. The captain gave a signal, and the line of lawmen surged forward. The crowd, loyal and fueled by Cherry Bounce, pushed back. What happened next wasn't a battle of neat lines and clear commands. It was a chaotic, swirling vortex of human bodies. The world became a blur of motion and a cacophony of shouts. From Amos' perspective, it must have been a maelstrom. The celebration he had built, a symbol of his independence, had become a scene of pandemonium. An argument that had raged for a decade in courtrooms and whispers was suddenly, violently being settled with fists and clubs. The sharp, percussive sound of an intervention echoed through the holler, a sound that cut through the noise and hung in the air like a final, dreadful punctuation mark. In the heart of the chaos, Amos himself was the primary target. He was swarmed, not as a respected elder, but as the ringleader of a mob. He felt the grasp of rough hands, the impact of a world turned hostile. The final, visceral sensation was not one of his choosing. The vibrant festival, the pinnacle of his lifelong defiance, was over. The argument that had defined his life had been answered not with words, but with overwhelming force. The chilling silence that followed the main event was broken only by the groans of the injured and the curt, metallic orders of the federal agents who were now, finally, masters of the mountain. The world came back into focus slowly for Amos Owens, through a haze of shock and the dull ache of struggle. The roar of the crowd had been replaced by a grim quiet, punctuated by the sharp orders of federal officers. His great hall, a place of joyous celebration just an hour before, was a scene of wreckage. Overturned benches, smashed jugs, and the dark, sticky pools of spilled cherry bounce littered the ground. He wasn't a king surveying his court. He was a prisoner standing in the ruins of his own kingdom. There was no regret in his heart. There was no fear. There was only a cold, profound rage that settled deep in his bones. This was the ultimate violation. To be manhandled, overpowered, and subdued on his own land, in front of his own people, it was a humiliation worse than any fine or prison sentence. The final insult came with a sharp, metallic click. The cold iron of the handcuffs closing around his wrists was a sound louder and more final than any gunshot. On the very spot where he had freely dispensed his hospitality, his freedom was now completely and utterly taken away. His next move was not his own. Flanked by armed guards, he began the long walk down the mountain. This was the path he had climbed as a boy and ruled as a king, a path every stone of which he knew by heart. Now he walked it in chains. He passed his home, catching a glimpse of his wife's face, pale and stricken, in the doorway. He passed neighbors who looked on with a mixture of pity and awe. He did not lower his head. Pride was the one thing they could not take from him, and he carried it like a shield, his back straight, his eyes fixed forward. At the base of the mountain, a government wagon waited. As he was loaded into the back, he took one last look at his domain. The sun was setting behind Cherry Mountain, casting long shadows across the hollows. The crowds were gone. The music was gone. The smoke from his stills was extinguished. The king was being exiled from his kingdom. As the wagon lurched forward and began the journey toward a federal jail, Amos Owens knew this was the end of the road. His active defiance was over. All that remained were the consequences. The fall of a king is never a quiet thing, and the silence that fell over Cherry Mountain was a heavy, suffocating blanket. The wreckage left behind wasn't just in the smashed stills and splintered barrels. It was in the lives of every person Amos Owens had touched. For his wife and children, the world had been turned upside down. The provider was gone, the income had vanished, and the home that was once a fortress of local pride was now a landmark of federal victory. The name Owens, once spoken with respect, now became a brand, a name whispered in conjunction with violence, arrest, and ruin. They were left to face the cold stares of the law and the uncertain pity of their neighbors, all while trying to scratch a living from a mountain that now seemed haunted by loss. The community itself bore a deep and festering wound. Many who had attended the celebration were arrested or injured in the chaos. Families were thrown into turmoil, trying to pay fines or tend to the wounded. The raid had been a brutal lesson from the government. This is what happens when you follow a rebel. The fierce unity that Amos had commanded was shattered and replaced by a gnawing fear. Who would be next? The raid had driven a wedge of distrust into the heart of the mountain, turning a proud and defiant community into a collection of frightened individuals, wary of their neighbors and terrified of the law. The economic engine Amos had built sputtered and died. The farmers who had relied on him to buy their surplus corn were left with a product they couldn't easily sell. The men who had worked his stills were suddenly without employment, their families facing a hard winter with no income. The flow of cash that had trickled down from Cherry Mountain, oiling the gears of the local economy, dried up completely. His defiance had brought prosperity, but his fall brought a poverty that was just as widespread. He had been the trunk of a great tree, and the federal axe had not just felled him, but had left the entire forest around him to wither. The tragedy of Amos Owens was not that he was arrested. It was that his personal war had so many civilian casualties. His pride demanded a grand public stand, but it was his family, his friends, and his neighbors who were left to pay the price for it. He had built a kingdom and invited his people to celebrate within its walls, never imagining that when the walls came crashing down, they would be the ones crushed beneath the stones. The party was over, but the hangover would last for a generation. Amos Owens, the king of Cherry Mountain, was brought to a kingdom where he held no power, a federal courtroom. The space itself was an assault on everything he knew. The air was stale, the light was filtered through dusty windows, and the walls were made of cold plaster and dark polished wood, a world away from the open sky and living timber of his home. Here, he was not a respected elder or a master craftsman. He was simply the defendant, a name stripped of all honor and history. The prosecution, methodical and relentless, painted a picture not of a folk hero, but of a calculated criminal. They spoke of tax evasion, conspiracy, and most damningly, of inciting a riot and assaulting federal officers in the execution of their duties. They presented evidence, the shattered remnants of his stills, the testimony of injured agents, and the sheer scale of his operation. To the court, the case was simple. Here was a man who had grown wealthy by openly flouting the laws of the United States and had met the consequences with violence. His defense, when it came, was not a denial, but a declaration. Amos and his lawyer didn't argue the facts. They argued a whole different kind of truth. They spoke of a man's right to his own land and the fruits of his own labor. They spoke of a tradition older than the federal government itself. When asked to account for his actions, Amos' logic was baffling to the court and perfectly clear to his people. It was his corn. It was his mountain. It was his craft. He wasn't breaking the law. He was living by a different one, a code of self-sufficiency and honor that the men in their starched collars could never comprehend. It was a clash of two Americas in a single room. Back in the mountains, the trial was seen as a foregone conclusion, a piece of political theater. They saw Amos not as a criminal, but as a martyr. He was their champion, captured and put on display by an invading army that called itself the law. His guilt was irrelevant to them. His cause was everything. They knew the court would never understand that the real crime in their eyes had been the government's intrusion, the desecration of his craft, and the violent end to a peaceful celebration. The verdict, when it came, was swift and certain. In the eyes of federal law, there was no ambiguity. Amos Owens was guilty on all counts. The judge, determined to make an example of the so-called Cherry Bounce King, delivered a sentence meant to echo through every hidden hollow in Appalachia. A long, sobering term in a federal penitentiary. And so, the law had its judgment. A man who broke the statutes was punished according to the letter of those statutes. But was it justice? For the people of Cherry Mountain, the answer was a bitter no. A system that could not distinguish between a craftsman and a criminal, that could not understand the difference between profit and survival, was not a system of justice. It was just a system of power. The gavel had fallen, but the verdict only deepened the divide between the mountains and the flatlands, leaving a scar of resentment that would not heal for a very long time. And what of the men who brought the king down? What of the federal agents, the new breed of lawmen who had turned a gentleman's game into a brutal war? You might expect a story like this to end with them meeting some form of mountain justice, a karmic balancing of the scales. But the world, especially the world of government and law, rarely works like a folk ballad. The men who led the raid on Cherry Mountain didn't face consequences. They received commendations. From their perspective, and from the perspective of their superiors in Washington, the operation was a resounding success. They had targeted the most famous, most defiant moonshiner in the state, and had dismantled his empire in a single afternoon. They had enforced federal law, quelled a riot, and sent a clear, unambiguous message to every distiller operating in the shadows. In their reports, Amos Owens was a criminal mastermind, and they were the brave heroes who had restored order. They were rewarded with promotions, with praise, and with the satisfaction of a job well done. They were gears in a vast, impersonal machine, and that machine had just proven its power. Their victory, however, was a sterile one. They had won the battle, but in doing so, they had salted the earth of the battlefield. They didn't end moonshining in the mountains, they just made it quieter, more secretive, and more deeply entangled with a culture of resentment. They had created a martyr. For every large public still they smashed, a dozen smaller hidden ones were built in its place, their operators now working with a grim determination born of hatred for the law. The government had proven it could crush one man, but it had also proven that it had no understanding of the people it was trying to govern. The fate of the antagonist, the system, was to grow larger and more powerful, yet more alienated than ever from the heart of the nation it claimed to serve. And that, in its own way, is a kind of failure that no commendation can erase. Years passed, as they do in the mountains, smoothing the sharp edges of memory like water over stone. Amos Owens eventually walked out of the federal penitentiary, a free man but no longer a king. He was an old man now, the fire that had once burned so brightly banked to a low, quiet coal. He returned to Cherry Mountain, but the kingdom was gone. He lived out the rest of his days quietly, a living ghost of his former self, surrounded by the silence of a legacy that was too grand and too painful to speak of aloud. The name Owens became a kind of mountain ghost itself, a name that carried the weight of both glory and ruin. His descendants were left to navigate a world that saw them as the children of a legend, and legends cast long, cold shadows. Some moved away, hoping to build lives free from the constant echo of their famous ancestors' rise and fall. Those who stayed lived quieter lives, becoming farmers and laborers, their hands in the soil instead of in the corn mash. The grand dynasty of the Cherry Bounce King ended with him. The recipe was lost to time, and the art died with the artisan. The community healed, but like any deep wound, it left a permanent scar. The great roaring celebrations on Cherry Mountain were never spoken of loudly again. They passed into the realm of myth, a story old men would tell their grandsons with a sad shake of their heads, a cautionary tale about a time when giants walked the earth and were struck down by lightning from a distant government. The open, proud defiance that Amos had championed was buried under a heavy blanket of silence. Moonshining continued, of course, but it was driven deeper into the darkest hollows, a grim business of survival, not a craft of celebration. In the vacuum left by Amos' fall, the power dynamics of the region shifted. With the king deposed, the kingdom fractured. The era of the grand festive moonshiner was over. It was replaced by a new generation who worked in fear and dealt in violence. Men who didn't command the respect of their community and saw the law not as a rival, but as an enemy to be met with deadly force. The government, in its attempt to stamp out a folk hero, had inadvertently created a landscape ripe for common criminals. They had traded a charismatic king for 100 petty warlords, and the mountains became a more dangerous, less honorable place because of it. If you go to Rutherford County today and mention the name Amos Owens, you won't be met with a blank stare. His name is as much a part of the landscape as Cherry Mountain itself, the peak that still bears his story. You can visit his final resting place, a weathered tombstone that states the simple facts of his birth and death, but tells nothing of the fire that burned in between. Some old-timers claim that if you know just where to look, deep in the woods on the mountain slope, you can find the faint outline of a foundation, the scattered stones that were once the hearth of a king. But what people really search for on that mountain isn't stone, it's treasure. The most enduring myth of Amos Owens is that he never trusted banks. The considerable profits from his 60-year career, the story goes, were packed into mason jars and iron pots and buried in secret caches all over the mountain. To this day, the legend of the Cherry Bounce King's fortune persists. Treasure hunters, armed with metal detectors and old maps, still comb those slopes, digging in the red clay, hoping to unearth a piece of the outlaws' legacy. More enduring than any buried treasure, though, are the stories. In the telling, the hard edges of the man have been worn smooth by time. He is remembered not as the tax evader who sparked a riot, but as the generous king who held a feast for his people. He's become a Robin Hood of the Blue Ridge, a symbol of defiance against an unjust system. His story is told as a cautionary tale to children about the dangers of pride, but it's told with a wink and a smile, a clear undercurrent of admiration for the man who dared to stand his ground. And that is why his ghost still walks these mountains. It's not the spirit of a man, but the spirit of an idea. The name Amos Owens has become an echo of that old, unbending mountain code of independence. To speak his name is to speak of a time when a man could declare his own land a sovereign nation and rule it with generosity and an iron will. He is the physical embodiment of the stubborn, defiant, and fiercely loyal character that defines the very soul of Appalachia. Amos Owens. The man has been dust for over a century. But the spirit of the cherry bounce king, that spirit is as potent and intoxicating as the liqueur he once brewed. It's woven into the very fabric of those hills, a permanent reminder that some men are too big for the laws of their time. For better or for worse, he still haunts the mountains. So we return to the question we asked at the beginning, standing at the foot of that old mountain. Was Amos Owens a hero or a villain? The law has its simple answer. He was a criminal, a tax evader who paid the price for his crimes. His people have theirs. He was a king, a generous folk hero who stood up for their way of life. But the truth, as always, is far more complicated and far more human. Amos Owens wasn't a hero or a villain. He was a relic of a dying age, a man whose mountain code was being crushed by the relentless march of a modern nation. In the end, the ballad of Amos Owens is a story about pride. It was a pride as pure and potent as the whiskey he distilled. It drove him to master his craft, to provide for his family, and to build a community around the fire of his generosity. But that same unbending pride made him blind. It blinded him to the changing world. It made him deaf to the warnings of those who loved him, and it demanded a sacrifice that was not his alone to make. His greatest strength, that absolute refusal to bow, became the fatal flaw that brought his entire kingdom crashing down into the dirt. He was a man who stood for the timeless values of independence, craftsmanship, and community. But he stood so tall that he became a target, and in his fall, he reminds us that even the strongest oak on the mountain can be felled by the patient axe of the outside world. And that, my friends, is the ballad of the Cherry Bounce King, a man who would give away his finest liquor for free, but would not surrender a single drop of his pride to any law under heaven. They say that on the day of her trial, the air in the Russellville courthouse was thick with hate. The good people of Kentucky wanted a hanging. They saw Sally Rice Harper not as a woman, but as a demon's consort, the bride of a monster whose bloody deeds had terrorized the frontier. Yet when she spoke, frail and broken, her testimony of the horrors she'd endured was so chilling it swayed a jury sworn to convict her. She walked free, a survivor who looked a devil in the eye and lived. But the question that haunted the courtroom that day still echoes through the hollows. Was she the ultimate victim or the ultimate performer? To understand the woman in that courtroom, you have to travel back, before the blood and the fear, to the hard-packed dirt floor of a minister's cabin in Knox County, Tennessee. This was Sally Rice's world, a tiny island of order carved out of a vast, chaotic wilderness. Her father, John Rice, was a Methodist minister, a man who fought the frontier's savagery not with a long rifle, but with the Holy Bible. He built her a life fenced in by scripture and piety, where the days were measured by chores and prayer, and a woman's virtue was her most precious possession. Life on the edge of civilization was a brutal teacher. Every day was a lesson in hardship. Winters were lean, sickness was a constant shadow, and the threat of violence from man or beast was as real as the cold mountain wind. Sally was raised to be tough, resourceful, and obedient. She knew how to mend clothes, tend a garden, and stretch a meal to feed one more mouth. But more than anything, she was taught the rigid morality of her father's faith, that the world was a clear battle between good and evil, and a righteous path was the only shield against damnation. But a fence, no matter how strong, can't stop the sounds from the world outside. Through the cracks in her father's rigid world, Sally would have glimpsed another life. She saw the rough-hewn hunters and trappers who passed through, men who lived by their own code, their eyes holding a freedom and a danger she couldn't comprehend. She heard the whispers of tavern brawls, of land disputes settled with a knife, of fortunes made and lost on the turn of a card. These were glimpses of a world that didn't fit neatly into her father's sermons, a world painted in shades of grey. The code her father preached was one of forgiveness, community, and the rule of law. But the mountains had an older, harsher code. It was a code of absolute self-reliance, where an insult to your honor was a debt that could only be paid in blood. It was a code where family was paramount and survival was the only true law. Sally stood with a foot in both worlds. She was her father's daughter, raised in the light, but she was also a child of the frontier, surrounded by an encroaching darkness she was taught to fear, but must have also been secretly curious about. We don't have a record of one single event that defined her youth, but you can imagine a moment that planted a seed of restlessness in her soul. Perhaps it was a traveling merchant, his saddlebags full of colorful cloth and even more colorful stories of cities like Charleston or New Orleans. As he spoke, he might have painted a picture of a world so vast and vibrant that her father's small congregation seemed like a cage. In that moment, the righteous path might have started to feel less like a shield and more like a tether. And so, Sally Rice was a paradox long before the Harps ever laid eyes on her. She was a woman of God, taught to be meek and obedient, yet possessed the quiet resilience that only the frontier can forge. She was steeped in a morality of black and white, but lived on the border of a lawless land where the only color that mattered was the deep red of blood. This internal conflict was the fault line running through her soul, and when the Harper brothers arrived, they were the earthquake that would finally tear her world apart. History doesn't give us a diary from Sally Rice, no collection of letters detailing her hopes and dreams. But we can piece together the life she must have lived, the world that was stolen from her. In the years before the storm, she wasn't a legend or a ghost. She was simply a daughter, a neighbor, and a cornerstone of her father's small, devout community. Her life was one of quiet, relentless purpose. Her hands were rarely still, whether kneading dough for the Sunday communion bread, stitching a quilt for a neighbor's newborn, or tending to the sick with a poultice of herbs her mother had taught her to find. In the eyes of her community, Sally was the very picture of respectable frontier womanhood, pious, diligent, and modest. Young men, clearing their own patches of land and dreaming of starting a family, would have looked upon her with a deep and sober respect. She was the kind of woman you could build a life with, one who would stand by you through harsh winters and uncertain harvests. She was a promise of stability in a world that offered very little of it. Her relationships were woven into the very fabric of this small settlement. There was the deep, if perhaps demanding, love for her father, a man whose approval was her guiding star. There was the easy camaraderie with the other women, a bond forged over shared labors at the washing creek and whispered conversations by the hearth. This wasn't just a place she lived, it was an identity. She was John Rice's daughter, a good Christian woman, a future wife and mother. Her name was clean, her path was clear, and her future seemed as solid as the Appalachian mountains themselves. This was the world at stake. Not a great fortune or a vast tract of land, but something far more precious. A good name, a place in her community, and a future unburdened by shame. It was a simple, fragile world, built on faith and mutual reliance, where the sound of hymns on a Sunday morning could, for a little while, drown out the howl of a wolf in the woods. This was the life Sally Rice knew, a world of simple decency and hard-won peace. And it was about to be burned to the ground. But in every fortress, there is a weak point, and in every soul, a hidden crack. For all her piety and obedience, Sally Rice harbored a fatal flaw, one common to so many people trapped in a life they did not choose, a deep and restless curiosity. It was a yearning for a world larger than the one she could see from her father's doorstep, a hunger for a story that wasn't already written for her in the pages of a hymn book. She was a good daughter, but a part of her spirit chafed under the bit of rigid righteousness. There's a story, a piece of local law that never made it into the official records, that speaks to this hidden side of Sally. They say that sometimes, when she was supposed to be gathering firewood or checking rabbit snares, she would instead climb the highest ridge behind her family's cabin. Up there, clinging to the rocky outcrop, with the wind whipping her hair, she could see the world unfold. Valley after valley, painted in shades of blue and green, stretching out to a horizon that seemed to promise everything and nothing all at once. It was a small, secret act of defiance, a moment of tasting a freedom her father would have called a sin. This hunger for the horizon was a double-edged sword. On the one hand, it gave her a resilience, an inner strength to endure the monotony and hardship of her daily life. But on the other, it made her dangerously naive. She craved experience so badly that she lacked the wisdom to judge its character. She could see the allure of the unknown, but she was utterly blind to its perils. Her father had built a wall of faith around her to protect her from the world's evils, but in doing so, he had left her with no weapons to fight them should they ever breach the walls. And so the crack in her armor was not malice or wickedness, but a deep and dangerous yearning. She was a bird in a well-made cage who spent her days dreaming of the sky, never once considering that the sky was also home to hawks. When the Harp brothers eventually rode into her life, they were not just men. They were the embodiment of that wild, untamed horizon she had only ever glimpsed from the top of a mountain. And her flaw, her desperate curiosity, would prevent her from seeing the shadow of the hawk until its talons were already sunk deep into her flesh. They didn't arrive like a storm, but like a low, unsettling rumble on the horizon. Two men emerging from the deep woods on horseback, their figures dark against the tree line. They approached the rice cabin not with the caution of strangers, but with an unnerving ownership, as if the entire frontier belonged to them. The smaller man, Wiley, was wiry and watchful, but it was the giant Micajah Harp who seemed to suck the very air from the clearing. He was a mountain of a man, his face a mask of hardened leather and dark scowls, and he carried himself with the predatory grace of a bear. Minister John Rice, bound by the sacred frontier code of hospitality, met them at the door. He offered them water and a place to rest their horses, his voice steady with the authority of a man of God. But Big Harp's gaze passed right over him. His eyes, dark and possessing, settled on Sally. And in that moment, the unforgivable affront occurred. It wasn't a shouted threat or a drawn weapon. It was in the way Harp looked at her, not as a person, but as a prize, a piece of property he had just discovered and intended to claim. In his stare, all of her father's laws, all of God's commandments, were dismissed as meaningless. For Sally, this should have been a moment of pure terror. Her father's world was being challenged by a raw, masculine power that was its complete opposite. But her fatal flaw, that restless curiosity, flared to life. This man was not like the shuffling, deferential farm boys from the congregation. He was the wilderness given human form. He was dangerous. He was chaos. He was real in a way that felt more potent than any sermon she had ever heard. The fear was there, a cold knot in her stomach, but beneath it was a terrifying, exhilarating flicker of fascination. This was the spark. The choice that history has debated ever since wasn't really a choice at all. The myth says he seduced her with promises of adventure. The official record says he dragged her screaming from the cabin. The truth likely lies in the murky space between. Perhaps he spoke a few words to her, his voice a low growl that promised to show her that horizon she'd always dreamed of. And perhaps for one foolish, fatal second, she listened. Her curiosity, for the briefest of moments, outweighed her fear. That hesitation was all the opening Big Harp needed. The seduction, if there ever was one, ended there. The instant she was within his reach, the mask of the charismatic rogue fell away to reveal the monster beneath. The affront that began with a look was completed with an act of brutal possession. He grabbed her, and the spell was shattered. The dream of the horizon instantly became the nightmare of a cage on wheels. Her father's shouts, her mother's screams, they became the fading sounds of a world she had just lost forever. The fuse had been lit, not by a grand battle, but by a single damning look and a young woman's naive hunger for a life she was never meant to know. The romance of the horizon, if it ever existed, died within the first mile. Sally Rice's new world was the sweaty flank of a horse, the hard ground at night, and the constant suffocating presence of Big Harp. The warnings were not whispered words from concerned friends, they were actions, each one a brutal lesson in the nature of the beasts who now owned her. The first time Big Harp backhanded her for being too slow to make camp, the shock of it was a deafening bell toll, signaling the end of her old life. This was not an escape. It was a new and more terrible cage. The first door to a life she might have salvaged slammed shut on the banks of a Kentucky river. They had fallen in with a traveler, a man named Langford, who shared his meager rations with them. For a few hours, the conversation was almost normal, a fleeting reminder of common decency. Sally might have felt a flicker of hope. Then, without a word of warning, little Harp's tomahawk came down. The sound, a wet, sickening crack, echoed in the sudden silence. Sally watched, paralyzed, as they looted his body and casually rolled it into the brush. In that moment, she learned the most important rule of her new life. Any kindness shown to her was a death sentence for the one who showed it. To cry for help was to murder the helper. Opportunities to flee must have presented themselves, each one a poisoned chalice. Perhaps one night, with the brothers passed out from a jug of stolen whiskey, she stood at the edge of the firelight, the dark woods promising escape. But where would she go? The wilderness that had once seemed a symbol of freedom was now an accomplice to her captivity, an endless maze of shadows filled with predators, both animal and human. To run was to choose a different, slower death. So she stayed, banking the fire, her inaction a choice made for her by the absolute certainty of what lay in wait, both in the woods around her and in the sleeping forms of the men behind her. With every passing week, her old self, the minister's daughter, began to die a quiet death. The path of no compromise was not a refusal to back down from a fight. It was a total submission to the logic of survival. She learned to read Big Harp's moods in the set of his jaw, to anticipate Wiley's twitchy violence. She learned to make herself small, to be useful, to become a piece of the scenery. Her prayers at night, if she still dared to offer them, must have changed. She no longer prayed for rescue, but for the strength to endure another sunrise. She was not alone in her misery, but the presence of the other women, Susan and Betsy, offered no comfort. They were not sisters in arms, planning a rebellion. They were three separate souls trapped in the same hell, each one a rival for the sliver of tolerance that might spare them a beating. Their shared glances were not of solidarity, but of mutual, desolate understanding. They were a tribe of the damned, and their silence was a pact of survival that isolated each of them completely. The warnings had all been ignored because they were impossible to heed. Each murder she witnessed, each body filled with stones and sunk in a cold river, was another chain binding her to the gang. She was no longer just an innocent captive in her own mind. The blood had spattered too close. The path back to her father's world was turning to ash behind her. To leave now, even if she could, would be to carry the stench of their crimes with her, branding her forever. Her only path forward was the one the harps carved through the frontier, a trail of blood leading deeper and deeper into a darkness from which there was no return. It came on a humid afternoon at a small, fly-blown trading post on the Green River. For a few brief hours, the world felt almost normal. The harps were trading stolen furs for salt and lead, their violent energy momentarily focused on the simple act of commerce. Sally, Susan, and Betsy were allowed a few feet of freedom, lingering near a rack of iron pots. It was here that a ghost from her past appeared, a kindly, whiskered man named Gable, who had once supplied her father's community with tools and news from the outside world. He saw her, and his face, weathered and friendly, froze in disbelief. He approached cautiously, his eyes filled with a mixture of pity and alarm. "Sally," he whispered, his voice barely a breath. "Sally Rice. Child, is that you?" For a heartbeat, the sound of her own name, spoken with kindness, was a physical blow. It was the name of a girl who was dead, a ghost she had long since buried. Hope, a feeling so dangerous she'd forgotten what it felt like, flickered in her chest. Mr. Gable saw the flicker. He leaned closer, his words a desperate, urgent plea. "Your father has been sick with worry. Everyone thinks you're dead. My wagon is just behind the storehouse. I'm leaving at first light, heading east. I can hide you under the canvas. I can take you home, Sally. We can get you home." It was the off-ramp, a clear, well-lit path leading directly out of hell. All she had to do was take his hand, and in that moment, she saw it all play out. She would run. The harps would notice. Their good mood would curdle into volcanic rage. They would catch the wagon before it cleared the next ridge. They wouldn't just take her back. They would take Mr. Gable, this good and decent man, and they would make him pay for his kindness in ways she couldn't bear to imagine. His blood would be on her hands, another victim of her tainted existence. She looked from his hopeful, pleading face to the hulking form of Big Harp, who was now laughing with the trader, a sound more menacing than any threat. The flicker of hope in her chest was deliberately, painfully extinguished. She had been a prisoner for so long that she now understood its cruelest logic. To save the innocent, you must remain among the damned. She straightened her back, and when she met Mr. Gable's eyes again, they were as cold and empty as a winter sky. "You are mistaken, sir," she said, her voice flat and devoid of emotion. "My name is not Sally." She turned her back on him, on her name, on the last chance she would ever have for salvation, and walked calmly back to the monsters she now called her own. The crossroads had been presented, and she had chosen her path. The reckoning came not in a hail of gunfire or a clash of knives, but in a miserable, rain-soaked camp on a cold night. The world had shrunk to the size of a weak, sputtering fire, casting dancing shadows that looked like grasping claws. The only sound, other than the miserable drizzle, was the thin, relentless wail of a newborn. It was Susan Wood's infant daughter, a child born into a life of flight and fear, and her crying was like a needle, stitching itself directly into the frayed nerves of Big Harp. He sat staring into the flames, his massive shoulders hunched. He wasn't enraged, not in the way a normal man would be. It was something colder, a deep and profound irritation, the annoyance of a god swatting at a fly. Susan, her face pale and gaunt in the firelight, rocked the child, whispering useless reassurances, her every movement radiating a desperate animal terror. She knew, and they all knew, that in this world, any sound of weakness was an invitation to violence. Then he rose. He moved with a terrifying economy of motion, a hulking shadow detaching itself from the others. He walked over to Susan, not looking at her, but at the source of the noise. Sally's breath caught in her throat. a cold stone lodging itself in her chest. The world seemed to slow down, every detail sharpening into painful focus. The glint of firelight on his wet hair, the dead expression in his eyes, the way Susan flinched, trying to make herself and her child invisible. He reached down. A shot of motion, too quick to comprehend, cut through the night. The crying, which had been the constant pulse of the camp's misery, stopped. It didn't fade. It was just gone. It was replaced by a single sickening sound that the rain almost swallowed. And then, an absolute, profound silence that was 1,000 times louder than the baby's wail had ever been. In that silence, the world had fundamentally and irrevocably changed. Susan Wood's face, which had been a mask of fear, simply collapsed. Her mouth opened in a perfect silent O of horror, but no scream came out. She had seen an act so far beyond the boundaries of human cruelty that her own body couldn't even process the sound it demanded. The tiny bundle she had been desperately trying to quiet was no longer in her arms. From her place across the fire, Sally watched, and a part of her soul turned to ice and shattered. This was the ultimate truth of her captivity. This was not a man driven by greed or revenge. This was a force of nature, a void where a soul should be. She understood then that there was no line he would not cross, no act too monstrous. The argument that had raged between a fragile new life and a world of pure malice was suddenly, permanently over. He turned and walked back to his spot by the fire, as if he had done nothing more than toss a log on the flames. The drizzle continued to fall, hissing in the embers, washing away the evidence of a life that had barely begun. The chilling silence that followed was the sound of a new law being written, one that Sally now understood completely. To survive, you had to be quieter than the dead. After the night of the silent baby, the world of the Harp Gang became a waking purgatory. The air was thick with a new kind of fear, a brittle, silent dread. The women moved like ghosts, their faces hollowed out, their eyes vacant. Even the harps seemed to feel it. Their brutal confidence was curdling into a cornered animal's paranoia. They were no longer hunters, they were prey. The entire frontier had become a vast posse, and every rustle of leaves, every distant dog's bark, was the sound of the world closing in. For Sally, the terror was no longer about what Big Harp might do to her, but about the violent end she now knew was coming for all of them. The final chase was a grim, exhausted flight through the dense canebrakes of western Kentucky. They were running not to escape, but just to delay the inevitable. Then, one hot August morning, the inevitable arrived. It came as a shout from the woods, followed by the thunder of hoofbeats and the crack of long rifles. The posse, led by the vengeful Moses Stegall, descended upon their camp like a righteous flood. Chaos erupted. Sally and the other women scrambled for cover, becoming spectators to the final bloody act of the drama they'd been forced to star in. She saw Big Harp try to make a stand, saw him leveled by a shot that shattered his spine. He fell not like a giant, but like a puppet with its strings cut. As the posse swarmed his crippled, roaring form, Sally watched with a profound and chilling detachment. There was no joy, no relief, only a vast, hollow emptiness. She saw Moses Stegall, his face a mask of cold fury, kneel beside the dying monster. She watched the slow, deliberate work of the knife. And when Stegall raised Harp's head by its matted hair, a gruesome trophy against the morning sky, Sally felt no horror. She had already witnessed the murder of an innocent. This, by comparison, was just the slaughter of a beast. Her state of mind in that moment was not triumph or regret. It was a complete and total exhaustion of the soul. The nightmare was over, but she was not awake. She simply stood by a sycamore tree, dirt-streaked and numb, as the men of the posse, their bloodlust sated, finally turned their attention to the women. A hand, rough but not brutal, took her by the arm. It wasn't the possessive, violent grip of Big Harp. It was the cold, impersonal grip of the law. And in that moment, her life on the run was officially over. She didn't fight. She didn't speak. She simply allowed herself to be led away. For 2 years, she had lived under the absolute tyranny of one man's will. Now, she was a prisoner of another system, one with courthouses and judges instead of campfires and tomahawks. The end of the road had come, but she knew, with a certainty that chilled her to the bone, that a new and perhaps even more difficult journey was just beginning. While Sally Rice Harper was being led away in chains, the news of her survival began its slow, cruel journey back to her father's cabin in Tennessee. The message was a paradox of relief and damnation. Your daughter is alive, but she is the devil's wife. For Minister John Rice, the man who had built his life on the bedrock of piety and reputation, this was a blow from which he would never recover. The shame was a physical presence in his home, a stain on the family name that no amount of prayer could wash out. His congregation looked at him with pity, but also with suspicion. How could such evil have sprung from the house of God? The wreck of Big Harp's life was not his alone. It had washed up on his doorstep and poisoned the well of his life's work. The damage radiated outward, far beyond one family's shame. The Harps' reign of terror had fundamentally broken the frontier's most sacred code, the code of hospitality. Before their rampage, a stranger at your door was a guest to be fed. After, a stranger was a potential murderer. The trust that held these isolated communities together was shattered. Families who had once shared tools and salt now barred their doors at night, their long rifles kept closer at hand. The Wilderness Road, once a symbol of hope and a pathway to a new life, became a 2-year-long funeral procession, and its reputation was now one of ambush and unmarked graves. The land itself seemed to bear the scars. A certain bend in the river was no longer just a good fishing spot. It was the place they'd sunk John Tully's body. A particular patch of woods was not just timber, it was where the posse had finally cornered the beast. And for years to come, a lonely crossroads in Kentucky would be known only for the grotesque, rotting head of Micajah Harp impaled on a pike, a landmark of frontier justice that served as a permanent reminder of the horror that had passed through. The geography of the region had been rewritten, its landmarks now serving as tombstones. And then there were the other families, the ones whose names were not tied to the killers, but to the victims. For the wives, children, and parents of men like Thomas Langford and John Graves, the death of Big Harp brought no closure. It only cemented their loss. Their lives were now defined by an empty chair at the table, by a future that had been stolen by a moment of senseless, random violence. The Harps' legacy was not just in their own death and infamy, but in the countless quiet tragedies they left in their wake, in the dozens of families whose stories were now permanently rerouted down a path of grief and hardship. The tragedy of the Harper brothers, you see, did not end when a knife sawed through Big Harp's neck. That was simply the end of the killing. The true wreckage was in the survivors, in the communities paralyzed by fear, and in the shadow of suspicion that would fall over Sally Rice's family for a generation. The violence was a stone thrown into the placid pool of the frontier, and its ripples would disturb the waters for decades to come. The Russellville courthouse was little more than a log cabin with a judge's bench, but on the day Sally and the other women were brought to trial, it was the center of the universe. It was packed to the rafters with the husbands, sons, and brothers of the Harps' victims, their faces grim, their hands resting on the butts of the pistols in their belts. This was not a crowd seeking justice. They were a congregation demanding a sacrifice. To them, these women were not captives. They were the devil's brood, witches who had lured good men to their deaths. The air was thick with a righteous, murderous hum. This was the ultimate clash of cultures. The court, with its powdered wigs and leather-bound books, operated on the principles of evidence and testimony, of a world governed by man's law. But Sally's defense was based on an unwritten, brutal code that no one in that room, save the other two women, could truly understand. The mountain code of absolute survival. The prosecutor's questions were logical, but to Sally, they were absurd. "Why didn't you try to escape?" he would thunder. How could she explain that escape meant a slower death by starvation or a quicker one upon recapture? Why did you not cry for help? How could she describe the cold certainty that her cry would be a death sentence for whoever was foolish enough to listen? Here, in the crucible of the courtroom, Sally Rice Harper gave the performance of her life. She did not stand tall and defiant. She was the very picture of a broken victim. Frail, emaciated, her voice a fragile whisper, she painted a picture of unendurable horror. She spoke of her abduction, of the constant beatings, of the soul-crushing fear that was her daily bread. She understood her audience perfectly, a jury of stern, patriarchal frontiersmen who believed in the inherent weakness and moral purity of women. She could not be their equal. She had to be their ward, a fallen dove in need of their protection. Her trump card, the story that would save her life, was the murder of Susan Wood's infant daughter. As she recounted the tale, a hush fell over the hostile courtroom. She described the baby's relentless crying, Big Harp's cold annoyance, and the final sickening moment of silence. She looked at the 12 grim-faced men on the jury, her eyes brimming with tears she had learned to summon on command, or perhaps they were horrifyingly real. What chance, her voice cracked, did an unarmed woman have against a beast who would snatch his own child from her mother's arms and silence her against a tree? That single, horrific image shattered the prosecution's case. It was a truth so monstrous it transcended legal arguments. In that moment, the men on the jury no longer saw an accomplice. They saw their own wives, their own daughters, and imagined them in the grip of such an inhuman force. The code of the mountains, the law of survival, had finally been translated into a language the court could understand. It was the language of pure, unrestrained evil, an evil against which they reasoned no woman could possibly stand. The verdict, when it came, was a shock that rippled through the courtroom. Not guilty. Sally Rice was acquitted. A murmur of disbelief and anger went through the crowd, but the law had spoken. True justice, however, remained an open question. Was this a triumph of empathy, a rare moment where a court understood the realities of coercion and abuse? Or was it the ultimate con, a masterful manipulation by a hardened survivor who knew exactly what a roomful of men needed to hear to let her go free? The law had rendered its judgment, but the mountains and the whispers of the people who lived in them would keep their own verdict for centuries to come. While Sally walked free, the story of the Harps was not yet fully written. The main antagonist, the hulking Big Harp, had already met a gruesome end, his head left to the sun and the crows. But the other side of that evil coin, his brother wily Little Harp, had cheated the hangman's rope. Before he could be tried and executed, he and Betsy Roberts managed to escape the flimsy Russellville jail, slipping through the bars like a shadow and vanishing back into the wilderness that had spawned them. The law had failed. The monster was not dead. It had merely shed its skin. For a time, Little Harp prospered in the only way he knew how. He changed his name, calling himself John Seton, and fell in with another notorious gang of river pirates led by Samuel Mason. He went right back to a life of robbery and murder along the Natchez Trace, proving that the evil was not just in his brother, but was a deep and shared corruption. He found a new pack to run with, and for a while it seemed as if he might just get away with it all, a ghost of the frontier's greatest nightmare, still preying on the innocent. But the story of Wily Harp ends with a final bitter twist of irony. It wasn't a lawman's rifle or a judge's gavel that ended his story. It was greed. A large bounty was placed on the head of his new leader, Samuel Mason. Seeing an opportunity, Harp and another outlaw conspired to murder Mason and claim the reward money. They brought Mason's severed head to the authorities in Mississippi, expecting a hero's welcome and a heavy purse. But a witness there recognized them, not as heroes, but as wanted outlaws in their own right. Wily Harp had come to claim the bounty on another man's head, only to have the price put on his own. He was captured, tried, and finally sentenced to hang. His end came in January of 1804. After the execution, in a grim echo of his brother's fate, his own head was cut off and impaled on a pike along the Natchez Trace as a warning to other outlaws. There was no simple victory of good over evil here. Little Harp was brought down by his own boundless avarice, a victim of the same brutal, self-serving code he had lived by. The scales of justice were balanced not by a noble hand, but by the weight of a bag of silver, proving that in the violent garden of the frontier, sometimes the only thing that could kill a snake was another, hungrier snake. For Sally Rice, freedom was not a celebration, it was a disappearing act. She walked out of that courthouse and straight into the arms of a man named John Davis, a farmer who, for reasons lost to history, was willing to take a chance on a woman with a past as dark as a Kentucky cave. She became Mrs. Davis, a name as plain and sturdy as a split-rail fence, and settled in Logan County. She had more children, raised them, and worked her fingers to the bone, trying to build a wall of ordinary days high enough to block the view of the horrors she had seen. But you can't outrun your own shadow. She could change her name, but she couldn't change her face. For the rest of her life, she must have lived with the sideways glances at the market, the conversations that stopped when she entered a room. Every new friendship was a risk, every question about her past a carefully navigated minefield. Her life was a performance of normalcy, an endless effort to prove she was just a farmer's wife, not the woman who had shared a campfire with monsters. Her descendants, the Davises, grew up under the weight of a story that was never fully told, a quiet, unspoken tension in their family's foundation. The most haunting legacy, however, was a ghost. During her time with the Harps, Sally had given birth to a daughter, a child fathered by one of the brothers. What became of this baby, this innocent soul born of such a demonic union? History offers no answer. Did she die on the trail, another forgotten victim? Did Sally, in an act of desperate love, give the child away to a stranger to grant her a life free of the Harp name? Or did she raise the child in secret, constantly looking for the father's darkness in her daughter's eyes? This lost child is the true, aching heart of Sally's tragedy, a life that began and ended in a question mark. The community, too, sought to heal itself through a deep and profound silence. The Harp affair was not something to be discussed in polite company. The facts were too sharp, too painful, so they were smoothed down into a scary story to frighten children into behaving. People rebuilt, they planted crops, they raised families, but the memory of the Harpers became a part of the landscape, a permanent scar hidden just beneath the surface. They didn't heal by confronting the past, they healed by burying it alive, hoping its ghost would not find its way back to the surface. But of course, it always does. Time has a way of smoothing the sharpest edges of history. In Webster County, Kentucky, there is a quiet country lane called Harp's Head Road. Today, it's just a stretch of asphalt where people drive to work and kids ride their bikes. But the name is a deep and permanent scar on the map, a physical reminder of the monster who was brought to justice nearby. His evil was so profound it literally branded the land. His name is a shout, an eternal warning. But if you go looking for a monument to Sally Rice Harper, you won't find one. There is no Sally's Ridge or Rice's Run. She is buried somewhere in Logan County, under a simple weathered tombstone that likely bears the name Davis, a name that was not her curse, but her shield. Her greatest monument is her own successful disappearance, her deliberate fading into the background of history. She ran from her own name, and in a way, she succeeded. Yet her story never truly died. It didn't become a heroic ballad sung by firelight. It became something darker, a piece of grim local folklore, a cautionary tale told to young women about the charismatic danger that can hide behind a handsome face. or the terrifying speed at which a life can come undone. She became a ghost in the machine of the harp legend, the most haunting and ambiguous figure in a story filled with simple, brutal men. And so, her spirit haunts those mountains in a way that is far more subtle and unsettling than that of the harps. Their evil is a known quantity, a black hole of violence. Her ghost is the question that lingers in the quiet places. When you stand on a high ridge overlooking those old hills, you can almost feel it. While Big Harp's name is a shout of infamy, Sally's is a whisper in the pines, the ghost of a choice, a question that the wind still asks in the high, lonely places. Was she the innocent dove or the clever serpent? So we return to the question that hung in the air of that Russellville courthouse. Was Sally Rice Harper the ultimate victim or the ultimate performer? The truth, as it so often does in these old mountains, refuses to be so simple. She was undeniably a victim, a young woman stolen from her world and subjected to 2 years of unimaginable horror. But to survive the judgment of men, after surviving the cruelty of monsters, she had to become a performer. She took the most traumatic event of her life, the murder of an innocent baby, and fashioned it into a key to unlock her own cage. Her performance was not a lie, it was the horrifying truth, weaponized. In the end, this is a story about the terrible, soul-altering cost of survival. It's a lesson in what happens when an ordinary person is thrown into a world of absolute evil and is forced to learn its brutal logic to see another sunrise. To live, Sally had to bury a part of herself so deep it might never have returned. She had to learn to be silent when every fiber of her being screamed, to be still when her instinct was to run, and to turn her back on the last good man who offered her a hand. Her survival was not a clean triumph. It was a messy, painful, and morally ambiguous victory won on the monster's terms. The ghosts of the Harp brothers are loud and bloody. They are simple tales of butchery and frontier justice. But the ghost of Sally Rice is the one that lingers. It's a quiet, unsettling whisper that asks the most difficult question of all. She escaped the devil, yes, she even outlived him. But when you are known to history only as the devil's wife, can you ever truly be free of his shadow? And that, my friends, is the chilling ballad of Sally Rice Harper. A reminder that when you're forced to live with monsters, the most terrifying question isn't whether you will survive, but what part of you will have to die in order to do so. In a quiet Memphis cemetery, there's a gravestone for a respectable old woman named Frida Lincoln. But the woman buried there lived another life, under another name. 60 years before her peaceful death, she was known as Laura Bullion, the thorny rose of the Wild Bunch gang. They captured her not in a hailstorm of bullets, but in a respectable city boarding house, with a fortune in stolen banknotes hidden in her luggage. Was she a ruthless outlaw, the financial mastermind for America's most wanted criminals? Or was she just a desperate woman, forged in the dust of the dying West, trying to survive in a world that gave her no quarter? The truth, as it always is buried somewhere between the legend and the law. Today, we're going to peel back the years, find the real woman behind the myth, and tell the ballad of Laura Bullion. Laura Bullion wasn't born in an Appalachian holler, but the world that made her was cut from the same rough cloth. Imagine West Texas in the 1870s. The Civil War had bled the country dry, and the land that was left was vast, empty, and unforgiving. This wasn't a place for quiet farmers and picket fences. It was a landscape of dust and desperation, where the line between the law and the outlaw was often just a puff of gun smoke. This was the world that welcomed Laura into it, a world where survival was the only sacrament. Her father wasn't a preacher or a politician. The whispers said he was a bank robber, a man with German roots who rode with his own small, forgotten gang. For young Laura, A life of crime wasn't a choice she made one day. It was the air she breathed. She didn't learn about honesty and hard work leading to prosperity. She learned that the straight and narrow path usually led straight to an early grave, and hard work just made you somebody else's mule. The lessons she learned at her father's knee weren't from any schoolbook. She learned the quiet language of a coded telegram. She learned the feel of a fast horse, the difference between the sound of a curious neighbor and a coming posse. Most importantly, she learned the cold, hard calculus of the outlaw world. That money, real money, wasn't something you earned by the sweat of your brow. It was something you took. There's no single documented event, no diary entry to point to, but you can feel it in the story of her life. You can imagine a young girl, no older than 10, looking a suspicious sheriff dead in the eye and lying with a placid calm that would make a saint sweat. A girl who learned to patch a bullet wound before she learned to properly mend a dress. She wasn't just taught this life, she had a talent for it. The ice in her veins ran colder than a winter creek. This is where her spirit finds its kin in the Appalachian mountains. The folks in those hills understood. They understood what it meant to be forgotten by the government, to be squeezed by the coal companies, to live by a code of family and survival that outsiders called lawless. Laura Bullion may have been a daughter of the Texas plains, but her soul was forged in that same fire of defiance. It was a fire that would soon catch the attention of the most dangerous men in the country. By the time she was a young woman, Laura Bullion was no longer just a bandit's daughter. She was a legend in the making. Her path crossed with William News Carver, a man as handsome as he was deadly, a core member of Butch Cassidy's Wild Bunch. In him, she found a partner, and in the gang, she found her calling. This was her prime. This was the time before the Pinkertons and the prison cells, a brief, glittering moment when she was the undisputed queen of the outlaw world. She wasn't just a camp follower who mended shirts and waited for the men to return. Laura was the gang's quiet genius. While men like Butch and Sundance were kicking in bank doors and blowing safes off trains, Laura was playing a far more delicate game. She was the one who could take a stack of scorched, blood-stained banknotes and make them clean. She was the expert scout, the ghost who could drift into a town, learn its rhythms, map its banks, and disappear without a trace. Her greatest skill was transformation. She could shed her identity like a snake sheds its skin. One week, she was a dusty figure in a remote Wyoming hideout. The next, a respectable cattleman's wife in a San Antonio hotel, turning stolen gold into legitimate currency. She was the calm eye in their hurricane of chaos, the cool-headed strategist who ensured their violent raids actually turned a profit. Without her, they were just thieves. With her, they were an empire. And with Will Carver, she had found her king. You can imagine them together, two dark-eyed, intelligent people who saw the world for what it was and decided to take their share. Theirs wasn't a romance of whispered poetry. It was a partnership forged in adrenaline and shared secrets, a bond of loyalty that was the only law they recognized. They were a team, moving seamlessly between the rugged outlaw underworld and the polite society they were bleeding dry. This was the world she had built for herself, a world of dangerous freedom, flush with money and devoid of rules. A life lived on her own terms, where her intelligence was her greatest weapon and her courage was her shield. She had respect, she had love, and she had a level of independence that most women of her time could only dream of. It was a life balanced on a knife's edge, but it was hers. But every legend has a crack in their armor, a single thread that, when pulled, can unravel everything. For Laura Bullion, it wasn't greed or a quick temper. It was a professional pride as cold and sharp as a honed knife. Her success wasn't just about the money. It was about proving she was smarter than the bankers she robbed, the lawmen who hunted her, and the Pinkerton agents who put her name in their ledgers. She didn't just want to win, she needed to dominate the game. For years, this pride was her greatest asset. It made her meticulous, patient. She would never rush a plan, never take an unnecessary risk. While the men of the Wild Bunch might get drunk and boastful, Laura remained a ghost in the machine, her movements precise and calculated. Her pride demanded perfection, and that perfection kept them all one step ahead of the gallows. It was her signature, this flawless execution. But things changed. Will Carver was killed in a shootout, a bloody end to her first great partnership. Her new man was Ben Kilpatrick, the tall Texan. Kilpatrick was a formidable outlaw, a giant of a man, but he lacked Carver's cool finesse. He was a hammer where Carver had been a scalpel. And in her relationship with him, Laura's pride began to shift. It morphed from a cautious professionalism into a dangerous overconfidence. Perhaps she believed she was smart enough for the both of them, that her intelligence could shield his recklessness. This is where the armor cracked. After the Great Northern train robbery, they were sitting on a fortune in stolen banknotes. The old Laura, the one whose pride was rooted in caution, would have known those notes were poison. She would have burned them or buried them. But the new Laura, the one who had outsmarted the law for years, saw a challenge. Passing those notes wasn't just a necessity, it was the ultimate proof of her superiority. It was a direct taunt to the entire system of law and order. Her pride had become hubris. She began to believe she was untouchable, that her will alone was enough to bend reality. She convinced herself that she could walk into a city like St. Louis and through sheer audacity make those hot banknotes spendable. This fatal pride, the very thing that had fueled her rise, was now blinding her to the simple, deadly truth of a telegraph wire and a circulated serial number. The boom of dynamite on July 3rd, 1901 didn't just split open a train car. It split Laura Bullion's life in two. Near Wagner, Montana, Ben Kilpatrick and the remnants of the Wild Bunch pulled off their last great score, stopping the Great Northern Express. They escaped with a fortune, over $40,000 in fresh, unsigned banknotes. When Kilpatrick brought that haul to Laura, he wasn't just bringing her money. He was bringing her a challenge that struck at the very core of her identity. Now, you have to understand, this wasn't like fencing stolen gold or laundering old bills. Unsigned banknotes from a national bank were a special kind of poison. Within hours, the Pinkerton Detective Agency, the most relentless manhunters in the country, would have telegraphed the serial numbers of every single missing bill to every major city. Every bank teller, every shopkeeper, every hotel clerk would have that list. Trying to spend one of these notes was like lighting a signal fire on a dark plain, screaming, "Here I am, come and get me." For a woman whose entire reputation was built on being smarter, quieter, and more careful than the law, this was an intolerable situation. It was a direct affront from the system she had so long outwitted. The humming of the telegraph wires was like a personal taunt. They weren't just protecting the money, they were challenging her. They were daring the great Laura Bullion, the financial wizard of the Wild Bunch, to make a move. For a lesser criminal, the answer would be simple: bury the money and run. But Laura's pride wouldn't allow it. In that moment, faced with a mountain of toxic cash, her fatal flaw took the reins. The cautious strategist was silenced by the arrogant master. This wasn't a trap to be avoided. It was a final exam to be aced. Her mind didn't see the risk. It saw the ultimate validation of her genius. The decision was made not in a heated argument, but in a cold, quiet certainty. She and Kilpatrick would go to St. Louis, a major city teeming with police and Pinkertons, and they would pass those notes. This was her point of no return. It was a declaration of war. By choosing to launder that money, she was telling the entire world that she believed she was infallible. It was the ultimate act of professional hubris, a gamble fueled by years of success. She wasn't just trying to get rich. She was trying to prove, once and for all, that no lock was too complex, no system was too smart, and no law was a match for her mind. The train ride to St. Louis was a long, slow journey into the jaws of the trap. With every mile of track they covered, the world of the Wild Bunch, a world of open plains and hidden canyons, grew more distant. They were plunging into the modern age, a world stitched together by telegraph wires that hummed with their descriptions and serial numbers. Every newspaper they passed at a station stop felt like a wanted poster. The world itself was screaming a warning, but Laura Bullion wasn't listening. You have to believe that the ghost of her old self, the cautious strategist who had survived so long, was whispering in her ear. That voice of reason must have been pointing out the folly of it all. This isn't a cattle town where a sheriff can be bought, it would say. This is a city. They have police departments, detective bureaus, and telegraph offices on every corner. The game has changed, Laura. This is a losing hand. Any other outlaw would have felt that cold dread, the instinct to turn the horse around and ride for the Badlands. But pride is a powerful anesthetic. It numbs the fear, and it silences the voice of reason. Her hubris answered every doubt with a simple, arrogant reply. They expect us to run. They expect us to hide in the dirt like animals. They will never expect us to walk right into their world, dressed in fine clothes, and look them in the eye. She was convinced that their audacity was their greatest camouflage, that her intelligence was a shield no lawman could penetrate. So they didn't hide. Arriving in St. Louis, they didn't seek out some back alley flophouse in the criminal underworld. No, that would be too obvious. Instead, they took a room at a respectable boarding house on Locust Street, playing the part of a wealthy Texas couple enjoying the city. Each decision was an escalation, a deliberate step deeper into enemy territory. She was surrounding herself not with allies, but with potential witnesses, isolating herself from any chance of a clean escape. This path of no compromise led to a single, final choice. It wasn't enough to have the money, to possess it in secret. Her pride demanded that she prove she could master it, tame it, and spend it. She stood in that quiet boarding house room, a fortune in stolen paper at her fingertips, and made the decision. She would personally go out and pass the first note. It was the ultimate act of defiance, a final rejection of every warning, both internal and external. She was no longer just breaking the law, she was daring it to stop her. And so we come to the final moment, the last quiet breath before the storm. Picture Laura in that St. Louis boarding house room. Outside, the city hums with streetcars and commerce. Inside, the air is thick with the smell of old paper and new money. The trunk full of banknotes sits in the corner like a coffin filled with treasure. She's dressed in the finest clothes money can buy, a respectable lady about to go shopping. In her hand, she holds a single, crisp, stolen bill. This is the off-ramp. This is the last chance for peace. Ben Kilpatrick, the tall Texan, a man who feared no gunfight, was spooked by this city. He wasn't a fool. He could feel the eyes on them, the invisible web of the law tightening around them. Imagine that giant of a man looking at her with genuine fear in his eyes. "Laura," he might have said, his voice a low rumble. "This don't feel right. Let's just burn 'em. Let's take the gold we got and ride south. We don't have to do this." For a single fleeting second, the world holds its breath. This is her final crossroads. She can hear the sense in his words. The old Laura, the ghost of the cautious girl who survived the Texas plains, is screaming at her to listen. She can see the two paths laid out before her. One leads south to Mexico, to a quiet, anonymous life, a life of survival. It's the smart play, the safe play. The other path leads right out the door and onto the streets of St. Louis. It's a path of pure ego, a path that leads either to ultimate triumph or a prison cell. She looks from Ben's worried face to the banknote in her hand. The internal struggle is a silent war. To run would be to admit defeat, to concede that the system had finally outsmarted her. It would be an admission that she was nothing more than a common thief, forced to hide in the shadows. But to walk out that door, that was to prove she was who she always believed herself to be, a master of the game, a queen in her own right. And in that quiet room, Her fatal pride won the war. She gave him a look that wasn't meant to be cruel, but it was. It was the look of a queen who has already decided the fate of her kingdom, pitying the soldier who still feels fear. "They're looking for outlaws, Ben," she said, her voice calm and steady. "They're not looking for us." And then she opened the door and stepped out into the hallway, closing it quietly behind her. With that soft click, the last chance for peace was gone forever. The walk from the boarding house was the longest of Laura's life, but she felt no fear. She felt only the cold, exhilarating thrill of the final move in a long game of chess. The city of St. Louis wasn't a threat. It was a backdrop for her masterpiece. The clang of the streetcar, the drone of voices, the smell of coal smoke and roasted peanuts, it was all just noise. Her world had narrowed to the crisp, stolen banknote tucked in her purse and the mission ahead. She was a predator walking through an unsuspecting herd. She chose a small, respectable dry goods store. Not too big, not too small. A place where a woman of means might purchase a pair of fine gloves or a spool of silk thread. She walked in, the little bell over the door announcing her arrival with a cheerful jingle that felt like the opening note of her triumph. She browsed for a moment, the picture of casual wealth, her mind a steel trap of calculation and calm. She selected her item and approached the counter. The shopkeeper was a balding man with a friendly, unassuming smile. This was the moment. She laid the stolen banknote on the polished wood. The world seemed to hold its breath. For a second, the transaction was perfectly normal. The man took the bill, his eyes registering its high denomination without a flicker of suspicion. A wave of pure, triumphant pride washed over Laura. She had done it. She had beaten them all. Then the world tilted. The man's friendly smile didn't disappear, but it froze on his face. It became a mask. He looked from the bill to her face, and for a fraction of a second, she saw something in his eyes that wasn't there before. Recognition. He mumbled an excuse, something about needing to get change from the back room, and disappeared behind a curtain. The cheerful jingle of the bell had become a warning. The air in the shop grew heavy, thick, and silent. The game was over. She knew it. The bell jingled again, but it wasn't the shopkeeper. Two men, large and dressed in plain, heavy wool coats, stepped inside. They didn't look like customers. They didn't draw their weapons. They didn't need to. Their presence was a cage that had just been locked. They moved with a quiet, practiced certainty that was more terrifying than any shouted command. Her heart, which had been so steady, began to beat a frantic, trapped rhythm against her ribs. One of the men stepped forward. He didn't speak her name, the one whispered in outlaw camps and Pinkerton offices. He spoke to the shopkeeper, who had reappeared from the back room, his face pale. "Is this the woman who tried to pass the note?" The words hung in the air, absolute and final. The world, which had been a vast chessboard for her to command, had shrunk to the space between her and these two men. Then came a sound, not loud, but it echoed louder than any gunshot. It was the quiet, metallic click of a pair of handcuffs being opened, then another as they closed around her wrists. The cold steel felt like a brand, a permanent declaration of her defeat. The argument she had been having with the entire world, her silent insistence that she was smarter and untouchable, was suddenly, permanently over. The thorny rose had finally been plucked. As the cold steel of the handcuffs locked around her wrists, there was no explosion of violence, no desperate struggle. There was only a cold, quiet finality. The intoxicating pride that had carried her out the boarding house door, that had felt like an impenetrable shield, simply vanished. In its place was a vast, hollow emptiness. The world, which had seemed so sharp and clear moments before, was now a dull, grey blur. In that instant, she saw her mistake with a clarity that was more painful than any bullet. It wasn't the law that had beaten her. It was her own damn self. They led her out of the shop into the afternoon light. A small crowd had gathered, drawn by the sight of the lawmen's coats. Their faces were a mixture of curiosity and judgment. But Laura Bullion did not look away. She held her head high, her back ramrod straight, and walked to the waiting police wagon. Her face was a mask of stone. This was her last performance. She would not give them the satisfaction of seeing her break. She would not let them see the terror and regret that was now a frozen lump in her chest. Her silence was the only weapon she had left. At the police station, the questions were inevitable. The lawmen weren't fools. They knew a score this big wasn't a solo job. They knew about the Wild Bunch, and they knew about Ben Kilpatrick. They laid it out for her in the dim light of an interrogation room. Where is he, Laura? For a moment, the old code of the outlaw, the code of loyalty, flickered inside her. But it was just an ember. The fire was out. The game was over. Protecting him now was pointless. It would only delay the inevitable by a few hours. For Laura, this was the last move on a board where she had already been checkmated. It was no longer a question of honor, but of cold, hard logic. The strategist in her, the part that had been silenced by hubris, made one final, pragmatic calculation. With a voice devoid of emotion, a voice that sounded like a stranger's, she gave them the address on Locust Street. It was a simple statement of fact that ended an era. As she sat in a barren holding cell, the lock clicking shut, she knew what was happening across town. She could picture it with perfect, agonizing clarity. The quiet approach of the agents, the splintering wood of the boarding house door, the look of utter shock and betrayal on Ben Kilpatrick's face as he was caught completely unaware. Her capture hadn't just ended her freedom, it had been the Judas kiss that sealed his fate too. Her active role in the story was over. The thorny rose, the queen of the outlaws, was now just another name on a jailer's list. The first and most brutal ripple from Laura's capture slammed into Ben Kilpatrick. He wasn't caught in a gunfight or a desperate chase. He was caught sitting in a boarding house room, waiting for his partner to return from a shopping trip. The splintering wood of the door and the sudden rush of lawmen was an ambush he never saw coming. And in the cold silence that followed as they snapped the cuffs on his wrists, he must have understood the simple, devastating truth. She had given him up. The outlaw code, the bond of loyalty that was the only real law in their world, had been broken. Her pride didn't just cost her freedom, it cost Ben Kilpatrick his. But the wreckage spread further than one man's cell. With the capture of Bullion and Kilpatrick, the Wild Bunch, as a functioning entity in America, ceased to exist. Butch and Sundance were already ghosts on their way to South America. Will Carver was in his grave. Now, two more of its key figures were gone. It wasn't a spectacular end in a hail of bullets. It was a quiet, almost pathetic dismantling. Their capture was proof that the world had changed. Telegraphs and detectives had finally strangled the life out of the horse and revolver outlaw. The legend of the Wild Bunch died in that St. Louis boarding house, leaving behind nothing but a few scattered members who were now just ghosts haunting a dead campfire. The Bullion name itself became a kind of curse. Any family she had, distant cousins or even her shadowy outlaw father, were now tied to the sensational story of the outlaw queen. Her choice to live in the spotlight of infamy cast a permanent shadow over them. They would have to live with the whispers, the pointed fingers, the suspicion of every local lawman. She hadn't just sacrificed her own future. She had severed her own roots, making herself an orphan of her own creation and staining the name for anyone who had to carry it. And finally, there was the wreckage of the truth itself. The newspapers had a field day. They didn't tell the story of a complex, intelligent woman who made a fatal error in judgment. They told the story of a gunslinging queen, a caricature of a woman driven by greed and a lust for violence. The real Laura Bullion, the quiet strategist, the master of disguise, the woman who lived by a code of professional pride, was lost forever. She was replaced by a cheap headline. The tragedy wasn't just that her life of crime came to an end, but that the real story of who she was and why she did it was buried under a mountain of newsprint. When Laura Bullion stood trial, it wasn't just a woman facing a judge. It was a clash of two separate Americas. You can just imagine her, a creature of dust and wind, standing perfectly still in a polished St. Louis courtroom. Her world was one where justice was decided by a fast horse and a firm trigger finger. This new world was a sterile place of paper and ink, of lawyers in stiff collars speaking a language of statutes and precedents she neither knew nor respected. She faced the machinery of the modern legal system, and she did not flinch. The prosecution's case was a simple, brutal piece of clockwork. They had the stolen banknotes, they had the testimony of the shopkeeper, they had the arresting officers, and most damning of all, they had Ben Kilpatrick, captured because of the information she provided. They painted her as a parasite, a cold-hearted criminal mastermind who fed off the veins of honest society. To them, the case was black and white. A law was broken and a price had to be paid. But Laura's defense wasn't spoken by any lawyer. It was in her silence, in the cold, unblinking way she stared down the judge and jury. Her very presence in that room was an argument. She was a product of the outlaw code, a belief that the real criminals weren't the people who robbed the trains, but the railroad barons and bankers who had already stolen the country from the common man. Her silence screamed that their laws were a convenience, a set of rules made by the rich to protect their own spoils. She had simply played their game with a different set of tools. The press and the public couldn't get enough of it. They weren't seeing a common thief in the dock. They were seeing a legend. She was the outlaw queen, a dime novel heroine brought to life. To the respectable citizens of St. Louis, she was a terrifying symbol of the chaos they were trying to pave over. But to others, watching from the cheap seats or reading the breathless newspaper accounts, she was a symbol of something else. A wild, defiant freedom that was being systematically strangled out of the American West. She wasn't a martyr, not really, but she was a spectacle, a last, beautiful monster from a dying age. The verdict was never in doubt. The machinery of the law is not designed to understand different codes of honor. It is designed to crush them. The jury found her guilty. The judge, looking down at this unrepentant woman, sentenced her to 5 years in the Missouri State Penitentiary. The gavel fell with a sharp crack, like a rifle shot ending a long standoff. But was it justice? The law had been served, a criminal had been punished. But in that courtroom, one world had simply proven it was more powerful than another. The America of telegraphs and legal codes had finally, officially, conquered the America of open ranges and personal justice. Laura Bullion wasn't just sentenced for passing a stolen banknote, she was sentenced for being on the losing side of history. So what became of the great forces that Laura Bullion had provoked? What was the fate of her true antagonist? It wasn't a single man, but a vast, sprawling system. The railroads, the banks, and their relentless enforcers, the Pinkerton Detective Agency. And the chilling truth is this: while Laura's life was shattered, the system she fought against barely registered the blow. The Great Northern Railroad didn't miss a single scheduled run. The National Bank of Montana, having had its stolen banknotes taken out of circulation, simply printed more. The $40,000 that had cost Laura and the Wild Bunch their freedom was, to these corporate giants, little more than a rounding error in their ledgers, an inconvenient line item in an annual report. They were not wounded, they were annoyed. Their power didn't diminish, it grew. The very forces of industrial America that she had tried to bleed continued their march, paving over the Wild West she represented without even looking back. And the Pinkertons? They didn't celebrate a grand victory over a worthy foe. For them, Laura Bullion was not a legend or an outlaw queen. She was a case file. Her capture was a professional success, a testament to their modern methods of information sharing and relentless pursuit. They closed the file, collected their fee, and moved on to the next train robber, the next union organizer, the next threat to their clients' profits. Her personal tragedy was just a statistic that proved their system worked. This is the ultimate bitter irony of Laura Bullion's story. It was never a fair fight. She wasn't a rebel fighting a tyrant. She was a woman with a revolver and a sharp mind standing in the path of a locomotive. The outcome was never in doubt. Her antagonists, faceless, impersonal, and impossibly powerful, didn't need to seek revenge or meet some form of cosmic justice. Their victory was simply to continue existing, to keep growing while she was locked away, forgotten. It wasn't a story of good versus evil. It was the story of an individual versus an institution, and the institution always wins. In 1905, after serving 3.5 years, a woman walked out of the Missouri State Penitentiary. She was 30 years old, but the fire in her eyes had been banked to a cold ember. The world she walked back into was not the one she had left. The whine of the telegraph wire had replaced the howl of the coyote. Automobiles were starting to appear on city streets. The Wild West, her Wild West, was not just dying, it was dead and buried. The ghosts of the Wild Bunch, her only real family, were scattered to the four winds. Butch and Sundance had vanished into South America, destined for a bloody end in a Bolivian village. Ben Kilpatrick was still languishing in prison, and when he finally got out, his old instincts would lead him straight to another train robbery and a grisly death by an ice mallet. The community she had once ruled hadn't rebuilt. It had been systematically exterminated. There was nothing left to go back to. Laura Bullion understood this with a cold, absolute clarity. Her name was now a permanent fixture in the ledgers of the law. To continue as Laura Bullion was to live as a hunted animal, a relic waiting to be put in a cage for good. So she made the most audacious choice of her life. It wasn't to rob a bank or a train, it was to commit the perfect murder, the murder of her own identity. Laura Bullion died sometime in 1905. In her place, a new woman was born, Frida Lincoln. She moved to Memphis, Tennessee, deliberately choosing a quiet southern city far from the dust of her past. There, the outlaw queen, the financial genius of the Wild Bunch, became an interior designer and a seamstress. She lived a life of deliberate, crushing anonymity. She joined a church. Her neighbors knew her as a respectable, if quiet, widow. No one in her new life ever suspected that the polite woman who helped them pick out curtains had once counted scorched money for the most wanted men in America. Her past became a ghost that only she could see. Her legacy wasn't a family to carry on her name, but a silence she had to maintain every single day for over 50 years. The outlaw community hadn't buried the memory of its glory days. She had buried her own, digging a grave for it so deep that no one would ever find it. She survived, but she did it by becoming a ghost in her own life. And yet, if you go looking for Laura Bullion today, you won't find much. There is no crumbling cabin bearing her name, no remote canyon called Bullion's hideout. For 60 years, she worked tirelessly to erase every physical trace of herself from the American landscape. And she succeeded. The only tangible piece of her that remains is that quiet gravestone in Memphis, a final, perfect disguise in stone, bearing the name Frida Lincoln. But the ghost of a name is harder to kill than a person. Laura Bullion's story didn't die. It mutated. It escaped the prison of fact and became a legend. Her name is still whispered by historians of the Old West, a fascinating footnote in the saga of the Wild Bunch. She has become an archetype, the outlaw queen. In this legend, she's often stripped of her true, quiet genius, her skill with numbers and disguises, and is instead reimagined as a pistol-packing hellcat, riding alongside the men with guns blazing. It's a more exciting story, perhaps, but it's a paler version of the truth. Her life has become a different kind of cautionary tale, one not told to scare children, but one that fascinates adults. It's a story about the awesome, terrifying power of self-reinvention. It asks the question, can you ever truly bury your past? Can a life of such thunderous rebellion ever find peace in the quiet hum of anonymity? For 56 years, she proved that it could. But her death and the rediscovery of her true identity proved that the past is never truly dead. It just waits. So while the woman is gone, her spirit does haunt the landscape of our history. She haunts the gaps in the story, the spaces where women were ignored or forgotten. She is the ghost that forces us to look closer at the old photographs of the West, to look past the famous men with their guns and mustaches, and to wonder about the silent, watchful women in the background. Her story is a crack in the glossy, romantic myth of the Old West, a reminder that behind every famous outlaw there might have been a woman who was smarter, quieter, and far more dangerous than the history books ever let on. So in the end, we come back to the question we asked at the start. Was Laura Bullion a hero or a villain? The truth is, she was neither. She was something far more rare. She was a brilliant mind born into a world that had no place for her ambition. She was a queen in a kingdom of dust and gunpowder, a kingdom that was already sinking into the sea of the modern world. To call her a hero is to ignore the wreckage she left behind. But to call her a simple villain is to ignore the courage and genius it took to live the life she did. Ultimately, this isn't just a story about robberies and getaways. It's a story about pride. It's a chilling lesson in how a person's greatest strength can curdle into their most profound weakness. Laura's meticulous, arrogant pride was the engine that drove her success, allowing her to outwit and outmaneuver the entire system. But that same pride blinded her to the fact that the system was bigger than she was, and it made her believe she was infallible. She was a master strategist, brought down not by a Pinkerton's bullet, but by a fatal move of her own making. She survived, yes, but only by killing the most vibrant part of herself. She traded a life of thunderous rebellion for one of silent, lonely penance. The story of her two lives, one as an outlaw queen, the other as a quiet seamstress, is the story of a woman who was at war not just with the world, but with her own nature. And that, my friends, is the Ballad of the Thorny Rose, a woman who proved you can escape the law, but you can never truly escape yourself. On a snow-dusted morning in Frankfort, Kentucky, a single rifle shot cracked the winter air. The man who fell was William Goebel, and in that moment, he became the only sitting governor in American history to be assassinated. To half the state, he was a savior, a champion of the poor fighting the crushing power of the railroads. To the other half, he was a ruthless tyrant who stole an election and deserved his fate. So, was he a martyr for the common man, or a demagogue who finally met his end? Today, we trace the path that led to that fatal shot, to understand the man behind the legend and the dark truth of his murder. William Goebel was not born to the Kentucky elite. He was an outsider from the very beginning, the son of a German immigrant woodcarver who had fought for the Union Army. Growing up in Pennsylvania and later Covington, Kentucky, a bustling city across the river from Cincinnati, Goebel knew nothing of the bluegrass aristocracy or the ancient codes of the Appalachian hills. He was forged not in a mountain hollow, but in the gritty reality of a working-class border town. His inheritance wasn't land or a family name. It was a towering intellect, a bottomless ambition, and a permanent chip on his shoulder. From a young age, it was clear his mind was his greatest weapon. While other boys played, Goebel devoured books. He was a gifted student who apprenticed under the powerful politician John G. Carlyle, quickly mastering the intricate, often dirty, mechanics of law and politics. He sharpened his mind like a blade, learning that power wasn't something you were given, it was something you took inch by bloody inch. His battlefield was the courtroom and the backrooms of the State House, where he built a political machine that was ruthlessly efficient and fiercely loyal only to him. The moment that truly defined the man, the act that foreshadowed the governor, happened on the streets of Covington. Goebel, then a state senator, had a bitter rivalry with a local banker and political adversary named John Sanford. After a heated exchange of public insults, they met by chance outside Sanford's bank. Words turned to threats. Both men went for their guns. When the smoke cleared, John Sanford lay dead on the cobblestones. Goebel claimed self-defense, arguing Sanford drew first, and a jury acquitted him. But the event became his creation myth. The duel sent a chilling message across the Commonwealth. William Goebel was not a man to be trifled with. He would not be intimidated, he would not be insulted, and he would not back down, even if it meant a lethal confrontation in broad daylight. This single violent act cemented his reputation as a man of cold nerve, a political fighter who took every challenge as a personal war. It was the ultimate demonstration of his personal code. That code was a world away from the clan-based honor of the mountains. Goebel's loyalty wasn't to bloodkin, but to his political cause and the machine he built to serve it. His honor was tied to absolute victory. He saw the law not as a set of sacred principles, but as a tool, a weapon to be wielded against his enemies, the most powerful of which was the Louisville and Nashville Railroad, an entity he viewed as a corporate monster strangling the life out of the common people. This was the man, forged in ambition and violence, who set his sights on the governor's chair. Long before the governor's race that would seal his fate, William Goebel was the undisputed king of the Kentucky Senate. In the years leading up to the storm, he was at the peak of his power, a brilliant and feared legislative tactician. This was Goebel in his element, not as a target, but as a hunter. His supporters didn't just respect him, they revered him. They saw a man who had clawed his way up from nothing, using his formidable intellect to fight for them in the halls of power where they had never had a voice. His life's work was a single-minded crusade against the corporate behemoths that treated Kentucky like a private colony. Chief among them was the Louisville and Nashville Railroad. The L&N wasn't just a company, it was a shadow government. It owned politicians, controlled newspapers, and set freight rates so high that farmers often lost money just trying to get their crops to market. Goebel attacked them relentlessly, pushing for laws to regulate their rates, tax their vast properties, and break their stranglehold on the state's commerce. To the working man, he was David fighting Goliath. Goebel's personal life was entirely consumed by this fight. He was a lifelong bachelor, a man of simple, almost Spartan habits. He had no wife, no children, no home life to retreat to. His law office and the legislative chambers were his only sanctuary. His family was the tight-knit circle of political loyalists who stood by him, and the thousands of faceless farmers and miners who pinned their hopes on his success. The political crusade wasn't just his career, it was his entire existence. This singular focus earned him a fierce, almost fanatical loyalty from his followers. When he spoke, they heard a man who understood their struggles, who wasn't afraid to name their enemies, and who possessed the cold, hard will to do something about it. They knew he was ruthless. They knew he was a political boss who bent the rules. They didn't care. They believed he was using the devil's tools to fight the devil himself, and they loved him for it. This was the world William Goebel had built and sought to protect, a fragile coalition of the forgotten and the angry, united behind a leader as tough and unforgiving as the times themselves. It was a vision of Kentucky where the power belonged not to the boardrooms in Louisville, but to the people in the fields and the mines. This was what was at stake, and for Goebel, it was a cause worth dying for. William Goebel's greatest strength was also his most profound, fatal weakness, a righteous fury that consumed everything in its path, including the very idea of compromise. He was so utterly convinced of his own moral superiority in the war against the corporations that he came to believe the rules of democracy were an inconvenience. In his mind, any action that led to his victory was not just justified. It was necessary for the salvation of the common man. He wasn't just fighting for the law, he believed he was the law. Nowhere was this flaw more apparent than in the creation of the infamous Goebel election law. This wasn't just a piece of legislation, it was a masterpiece of political warfare, as brilliant as it was corrupt. Pushed through the legislature by the sheer force of his will, the law created a state election commission, a three-man board controlled entirely by his own party, with the absolute power to review county returns, throw out votes, and certify the final winner. It was a legal mechanism for stealing an election, plain and simple. Republicans and even some of his fellow Democrats were aghast. They called it a license to steal, a force bill, an act of tyranny that destroyed the sanctity of the ballot box. But Goebel was deaf to their outrage. In his unbending self-righteousness, he saw their protests not as a legitimate defense of democracy, but as the desperate squeals of the corrupt establishment he was determined to crush. He couldn't see that in his quest to slay a monster, he was becoming one himself. This arrogance made him incredibly vulnerable. He saw his enemies as politicians and lawyers who could be beaten in a courtroom or outmaneuvered in the legislature. He failed to understand that by removing any possibility of a fair fight, he was changing the rules of the game entirely. He was backing men, hard men from the mountains who lived by a different code, into a corner where they felt their only recourse was not the ballot box, but the rifle. The Goebel election law was the ultimate act of pride, the crack in his armor that ran from top to bottom. It was a declaration that he could not and would not lose. By ensuring his own victory, he unknowingly wrote his own death warrant, creating a political powder keg and then daring his enemies to light the fuse. The gubernatorial election of 1899 was not a campaign. It was a contest of pure political bloodsport. The air across Kentucky was thick with accusations of bribery, voter intimidation, and outright fraud. And hanging over it all was the specter of the Goebel election law, a weapon waiting to be used. On election day, the Commonwealth held its breath. When the initial counts were tallied, a collective gasp went through the state. The Republican, William S. Taylor, had won by a razor-thin margin of just over 2,000 votes. For a man like William Goebel, this was not just a political defeat. It was a personal and unforgivable insult. He believed the mountain counties, the Republican strongholds, had stolen the election from him through widespread corruption. The people, in his view, had been tricked. But more importantly, his perfect system, his guaranteed path to victory, had been defied. The verdict of the voters was an affront to his entire crusade, and he would not accept it. His reaction was immediate and absolute. He did not hesitate. He did not concede. He declared war. Goebel immediately filed a formal contest of the election, turning the matter over to the very commission he had created. His political machine roared to life, preparing to use the full, crushing weight of the Goebel election law to invalidate just enough votes in Republican counties to reverse the outcome. To the Republicans, this was the ultimate betrayal of democracy. They had won the fight, and now Goebel was moving to steal the prize in broad daylight. This was the moment the conflict moved from the ballot box to the barrel of a gun. Enraged by Goebel's blatant attempt to overturn the election, Republican leaders sent out a call to arms. From the mountains of eastern Kentucky, a river of angry armed men began to flow towards Frankfort. These were not politicians. They were coal miners, farmers, and feudists, men with rifles on their shoulders and generations of distrust for the bluegrass Democrats in their hearts. They came by the trainload, over 1,000 strong, to make sure their governor, William Taylor, was inaugurated and that Goebel's commission did not dare to steal their victory. Frankfort was no longer a capital, it was a tinderbox. The State House grounds became an armed camp. The local militia was called in, but their loyalties were divided. Republican mountain men, bristling with Winchesters, faced off against Goebel's Democratic enforcers. The air crackled with tension. Goebel's refusal to accept defeat, driven by his unshakable self-righteousness, was the spark. The arrival of the mountain men was the powder. All that was needed now was for someone to strike the match. The city of Frankfort was no longer governing. It was holding its breath. The sight of armed mountain men on every corner was a warning more potent than any telegram. It was a physical manifestation of the state's rage, a clear signal that the political dispute was about to be settled by older, more brutal methods. The air itself was a warning, thick with the scent of coal smoke, cheap whiskey, and the metallic odor of impending violence. Any prudent man would have seen this and searched for an escape route. But William Goebel was not a prudent man. Even within his own party, whispers of caution turned into pleas. The old guard of the Democratic Party, men who had managed Kentucky politics for decades through careful compromise and backroom deals, were terrified. They saw Goble's hardline stance not as strength, but as a form of madness that was about to tear the Commonwealth apart. They urged him to find a political solution, to let the courts decide, to offer some concession that would allow the armed men to go home. Goble viewed their advice with contempt. He saw them as weak, as part of the very establishment that had allowed the railroads to grow so powerful in the first place. His own bodyguards, former lawmen chosen for their nerve and loyalty, begged him to take precautions. They saw the cold, hard looks in the eyes of the mountain men. They knew a dozen good places for an ambush between Goble's hotel and the state capitol. They pleaded with him to vary his routine, to take a carriage, to stay indoors until the legislature had officially declared him governor. Goble refused. To show fear in his mind was to show weakness. He would walk the same path to the Capitol every day in open defiance. It was a daily act of political theater, a silent declaration that he was not afraid of these railroad thugs. You have to understand, Goble was so completely consumed by his crusade that he was blind to the nature of the threat. He saw the armed men not as a legitimate popular uprising, but as a rented army, paid for by the L&N Railroad. He believed they were bluffing, a show of force meant to intimidate him. He could not comprehend that for these men, this was not about money. It was about honor. They believed their votes had been stolen, their will had been spat upon, and they were prepared to kill and die to defend it. Every action he took pushed the situation closer to the brink. He pressed forward with the election contest, showing no signs of slowing down. He made public statements that were defiant and inflammatory, pouring fuel on an already raging fire. Each day that he walked, chin held high, past the glowering crowds of his armed enemies, he was rejecting another chance for peace. He was making his choice over and over again. With every warning ignored and every offer of caution rebuffed, the path narrowed. He had slammed and bolted every exit. The political machinery for overturning the election ground forward, and in response, the informal machinery of mountain justice began to grind as well. A violent outcome was no longer a possibility. It was an appointment William Goble was striding with grim determination to keep. On the night of January 29, 1900, Frankfort was a city holding its breath in the dark. The state teetered on the precipice of civil war. It was on this night, in the tense quiet of his room at the Capitol Hotel, that William Goble was presented with one last, clear chance to walk away from the abyss. The offer came not from his enemies, but from his oldest friends, the seasoned Democratic leaders who now saw the abyss yawning before them. They came to him not as politicians, but as men pleading for the life of a friend and the soul of their state. They laid out a compromise, a final, desperate off-ramp. They would broker a deal with the Republican leadership. Both Goble and Taylor would stand down, and a new, fair election would be held under the supervision of a neutral committee. It was a path back from the brink, a way to let the armed men go home and settle the matter with ballots, not bullets. It would cost Goble the governor's chair for now, but it would save his life. For a long moment, the fate of Kentucky hung in the air of that smoke-filled room. You can just imagine the scene, the earnest, fearful faces of his allies, the muffled sounds of the armed camp outside, and William Goble, silent, listening. This was his final crossroads. He could accept the compromise, live to fight another day, and pull his state back from the edge of chaos. He could choose life, or he could choose his crusade. But to William Goble, compromise was just a prettier word for surrender. In his mind, to accept their offer was to admit that the L&N Railroad's army of thugs could stare down the will of the people and win. It was a betrayal of every farmer, every miner, every forgotten man who had placed his faith in him. A cold fire burned in his eyes. He cut his friends off with a sharp wave of his hand and gave them his answer. He would not back down. The election contest would proceed. He would be governor. And in that moment, in that quiet hotel room, the decision was made. He consciously and deliberately rejected the final offer of peace. His friends left his room that night with the heavy hearts of men who had just left awake. William Goebel stood alone, looking out his window toward the darkened dome of the old state capitol. He had an appointment to keep with destiny, and William Goebel was not a man to be late. The morning of January 30th was bitter cold. A thin blanket of snow covered Frankfurt, muffling the sounds of the city and painting the world in shades of grey and white. William Goebel buttoned his overcoat and stepped out into the frigid air. As always, 2 bodyguards fell into step beside him. It was a short walk from his hotel to the old state capitol, a walk he had made countless times, a walk that had become a daily act of defiance against the armed men who watched him from every corner. He was not thinking about rifles. He was thinking about victory. The legislature was set to meet that day, and he knew he had the votes. The long, brutal fight was almost over. The world around him seemed to fade into a blur of grim-faced men in wool coats and slouch hats. Their glares were meaningless. He was a creature of the law, of legislative maneuvering, of the backroom deal. The raw, physical threat of these mountain men felt primitive, almost irrelevant, to the game he was about to win. As he approached the Capitol grounds, the familiar crunch of his boots on the snow-covered path was the only sound in his world. He walked past the iron fountain, its water frozen into a silent sculpture. The grey limestone facade of the Capitol building loomed before him, the symbol of the prize he had fought for his entire life. The world narrowed to that single point, that doorway through which he would walk in a matter of hours as the rightful governor of Kentucky. Then a sound, sharp and violent, split the winter air. It wasn't the sound of an argument or a carriage backfiring. It was a single, dry crack, like a massive tree branch snapping in the frozen woods. It was a sound of finality. For an instant, William Goebel felt nothing. Then a giant, invisible hand seemed to slam into his chest, stealing his breath and knocking him from his feet. The world pitched sideways, the grey sky and the stone capitol swapping places. He was on the ground, the impossible cold of the snow soaking through his coat, a white-hot fire spreading through his body. He looked up, his mind struggling to understand what had just happened. Confusion gave way to a strange, chilling clarity. He saw the panicked faces of his bodyguards leaning over him. He could hear shouting now, a chaos of running feet and horrified screams erupting around him. He knew, in that moment, that the game was over. The rules had been changed. As his friends knelt by his side, he is said to have summoned his last reserve of strength, forcing out the words that would become his own epitaph. "Tell my friends to be brave and fearless and loyal to the common people." The echo of the rifle shot faded, leaving behind it a new and terrible silence. The political argument that had torn Kentucky apart for months was suddenly, permanently over. A single, unseen finger had pulled a trigger, and in the space of a heartbeat had plunged a commonwealth into darkness. Panic seized the capital. The single shot had shattered the fragile truce, and in its place was pure chaos. Goebel's allies, their faces masks of fury and disbelief, swarmed around their fallen leader. They lifted his bleeding body from the frozen ground and carried him, not to a hospital, but back to the Capitol Hotel. The hotel, which had been his political headquarters, was about to become his death chamber, his hospital, and, for a few fleeting days, the governor's mansion. Inside, as doctors worked frantically to save him, Goebel drifted in and out of consciousness. The bullet had torn through his lung, and every breath was an agony. But in the moments of lucidity, his state of mind was not one of regret or fear. It was one of cold, unyielding resolve. His body was a ruin, but his mind was still a fortress. He was told the legislature was in an uproar, that his enemies were in disarray. He knew, even as his life was draining away, that this was his moment. The assassin's bullet had not ended his fight. It had given him the final weapon he needed to win it. While Goebel lay dying, his political machine, the most formidable in Kentucky, executed its final, brilliant, and ruthless maneuver. With the Capitol in an uproar and the Republicans reeling from the accusation of murder, the Democratic-controlled legislature moved with breathtaking speed. They met in a chaotic session, officially invalidated the election results from the mountain counties, and declared William Goebel the rightful governor of the Commonwealth of Kentucky. And so, in one of the most surreal and desperate acts in American political history, the Chief Justice of the Kentucky Supreme Court was rushed to Goebel's bedside. In that hotel room, heavy with the smell of chloroform and fear, surrounded by his weeping allies, the dying man raised his right hand. He swore the oath of office, his voice a ragged whisper. For 3 agonizing days, a ghost governed Kentucky from a deathbed. His first and only act was to sign an order disbanding the state militia that protected his rival. On February the 3rd, 1900, the fight finally went out of him. The end of his road had come. William Goebel, the 34th governor of Kentucky, was dead. His war, however, was just beginning. The shot that killed William Goebel did not bring peace. It unleashed a plague. His death was not the end of a war, but the beginning of a long and bitter occupation of the soul of Kentucky. The wreckage left behind was not measured in broken buildings, but in shattered lives and a poison of suspicion and hatred that seeped into the very soil of the Commonwealth for a generation. His personal tragedy immediately became everyone's tragedy. For his political allies, victory was a poisoned chalice. His lieutenant governor, J.C.W. Beckham, now sat in the governor's chair, but the office was haunted. They had won power, but it was power consecrated in blood, and now they were bound by a sacred duty to avenge their fallen leader. This quest for vengeance would consume them, turning the machinery of justice into an instrument of political retribution and ensuring the wounds would never be allowed to heal. The most immediate wreckage was visited upon the men from the mountains. Overnight, Republicans became assassins in the public eye. Men like Caleb Powers, the Secretary of State, and Jim Howard, the Clay County feudist, were hunted down. Their names were transformed from political players into murderers. The lives of their families were destroyed. They faced years of imprisonment, sensational trials, and the crushing weight of being blamed for a crime that had pushed their state to the brink of anarchy. They were the first, but not the last, to be consumed by the fire Goebel's death had started. Across Kentucky, the assassination carved a line of blood between neighbors. The old political divide between the Republican mountains and the Democratic bluegrass was no longer a matter of opinion. It was a feud. Friendships ended, business partnerships dissolved, and families were torn apart by allegiance. The name Goebel became either a martyr's cry or a villain's curse, and there was no ground in between. The trust in government, in the law, in the very idea that a dispute could be settled peacefully, was utterly shattered. William Goebel, the lifelong bachelor, had no children to mourn him, but in a way he left behind thousands of orphans, the common people he championed. Their great hero was gone, and in his place was a legacy of division and a cycle of vengeance that did nothing to ease their poverty or break the power of the railroads. The bullet that struck him down had ricocheted through the entire state, and its final victims were the very people he had sworn to protect. The law that came for the accused killers of William Goebel was not a blindfolded goddess holding a set of scales. It was a vengeful spirit, cloaked in the robes of the state and armed with a prosecutor's fury. The series of trials that followed were not a search for truth. They were the final battle of the Goebel War, fought in a courtroom instead of on the street. The main targets were dragged from the mountains and into a world they did not understand. Caleb Powers, the Republican Secretary of State, branded the mastermind, and James Howard, the feudist from Clay County, accused of being the man who pulled the trigger. This was the heart of the conflict, a clash of two irreconcilable worlds. You have to picture it. A man like Jim Howard, a product of the Clay County feuds where disputes were settled face-to-face with a revolver, being tried by the complex machinery of state law. The prosecution painted him as a cold-blooded assassin, a hired gun. But to men who lived by the mountain code, assassination was a coward's work. The code demanded you look your enemy in the eye. The idea of shooting a man in the back from a hidden window was not just a crime, it was a profound dishonor, a stain on a man's name worse than death itself. Howard and Powers defended themselves with a simple, rugged denial that seemed hopelessly naive against the state's intricate, politically charged conspiracy theories. The trials themselves were a spectacle of partisan rage. The new Democratic administration, led by Gobel's successor, oversaw the prosecution. Juries were packed with loyal Democrats. Testimony was coerced, witnesses were intimidated, and evidence seemed to materialize from thin air. A clerk named Henry Utsi confessed, implicating the others in a story that conveniently fit the prosecution's narrative, a confession many believed was given under duress to save his own skin. It was a legal bludgeon designed not to uncover a fact, but to secure a conviction at any cost. The community's reaction was as divided as the state itself. In the bluegrass and the cities, newspapers proclaimed that Gobel's murderers were finally facing their reckoning. They were seen as traitors, the agents of a corrupt railroad, and no punishment was too severe. But in the mountains, a different story was told. To them, Powers and Howard were not criminals. They were political prisoners, martyrs framed by the very same democratic machine that had stolen the election. They were heroes, sacrificed on the altar of Gobel's ambition. The verdicts came in again and again. Guilty. Powers and Howard were sentenced to hang, then sentenced to life in prison over the course of multiple, grueling trials. But the ink was barely dry before appeals courts, looking at the tainted evidence and partisan atmosphere, overturned the verdicts. For 8 long years, the men languished in prison while the legal war raged on. In the end, was justice served? Not even close. The trials did not deliver clarity. They only cemented the divisions. They were a legal feud, as bitter and personal as any fought with rifles in the hills of eastern Kentucky. The final judgment came not from a jury, but from a Republican governor who, years later, pardoned the last of the men still in prison. The law had failed. It had picked its villains, held its show trials, and ultimately had let the true killer of William Gobel remain a ghost. So what became of the men who stood against William Gobel? If this were a simple story, his death would have meant their victory. But in the tangled, bloody history of Kentucky, there are no clean endings. The other side of this coin is not stamped with triumph, but with its own dark and complicated fate. Consider William S. Taylor, the Republican who won the election only to have it stolen from him. Did he rise to power over his rival's grave? No. He became a man without a country. Implicated in the assassination plot and facing indictment by a vengeful Democratic administration, Governor Taylor was forced to flee. He escaped across the river into Indiana, a political exile, never to set foot in his home state again. He lived out the rest of his days as an insurance lawyer in Indianapolis, a man who won an election and lost everything. And what of the true antagonist, the shadow government that Gobel had dedicated his life to fighting? The L&N Railroad had seemingly won the ultimate victory. Their most dangerous and implacable enemy was gone, silenced forever. But the ghost of William Gobel proved to be a more formidable foe than the man ever was. His assassination transformed him from a ruthless politician into a populist martyr. His name became a holy word, a rallying cry for the very reforms he had championed. The movement he started didn't die with him. It was consecrated by his blood, and the fight against the railroad monopolies continued with a religious fervor for years to come. In the end, no one truly won. The men accused of the murder saw their lives shattered. The governor who defeated Gobel at the polls died in exile. and the corporation that wanted him gone created a legend that would haunt them for a generation. The other side of the coin, it turns out, was just as cursed. In the years that followed, Kentucky did not so much heal as it learned to live with a festering wound. The aftermath of the assassination was not a period of reconciliation, but one of grim consolidation. William Goebel left behind no wife or children, but he did have descendants of another kind, the political machine he built and the cause he embodied. His hand-picked successor, J.C.W. Beckham, rode a wave of public sympathy and righteous anger, establishing a democratic dynasty that would dominate Kentucky politics for decades. The Goebel Democrats, once the insurgents, now became the establishment, their power cemented by the blood of their martyr. For the families of the accused, the legacy was a curse. Even after the eventual pardons, the names of Powers and Howard were forever stained. Their children and grandchildren grew up in the long, cold shadow of the gallows, marked as the kin of assassins. They lived under a cloud of suspicion and shame, a constant, unspoken reminder of the state's darkest hour. For them, the trials never truly ended. They simply became a life sentence of inherited infamy, a ghost they could never escape. The community of Frankfort and Kentucky as a whole rebuilt itself by choosing to forget. A great, unspoken pact of silence descended upon the state. The assassination was too traumatic, the divisions too deep, the truth too murky. To speak of it was to risk reopening the wound, to reignite the hatreds that had almost plunged the Commonwealth into civil war. So they buried it. The story became a dark whisper, a piece of forbidden history passed down in hushed tones, a communal trauma hidden beneath a blanket of polite, desperate silence. But beneath that silence, the power dynamics of the state had been fundamentally and irrevocably altered. The Republican Party in Kentucky was crippled, branded as the party of murderers, a stigma that would take them more than a generation to overcome. And ironically, the L&N Railroad, the great corporate beast Goebel had fought, found itself facing a far more hostile world. Goebel the man could be beaten, but Goebel the martyr was invincible. His death had galvanized the public against corporate overreach in a way his political maneuvering never could. The fall of the man had ensured the rise of his cause. If you walk the grounds of the old state capitol in Frankfort today, you can still feel the chill of that January morning. A bronze plaque marks the very spot where William Goebel fell, a silent testament to the moment Kentucky's history was violently broken. You can look across the lawn to the old state annex building, to the third-floor window from which the fatal shot was fired, and feel a shiver crawl down your spine. The buildings are now museums, but on that patch of ground, the past is not past. It is a cold spot that never thaws. A short drive away, in the Frankfort Cemetery, stands Goebel's final monument, one of the grandest in the state. A towering obelisk pierces the sky, with a bronze statue of the man, defiant even in death, standing guard. His grave is not a place of quiet rest. It is a political statement carved in stone, a permanent declaration of his martyrdom. It's a pilgrimage site for political junkies and history buffs, a physical reminder of the man who became more powerful in death than he ever was in life. But Goebel's ghost doesn't just haunt these physical places. It lives in the stories. His assassination became the stuff of legend, a dark and bloody folktale told in the back rooms of the State House and around kitchen tables in the mountains. Folk singers wrote ballads about the man who fought the railroad and was shot down in the snow. His name became a cautionary tale whispered to young, ambitious politicians, a warning about the deadly consequences of pride and the refusal to compromise. The story persists more than a century later because it is a perfect, unsolved mystery. The question of who truly killed William Goebel was never answered, and so it can never die. Was it the Mountain Republicans avenging a stolen election? Was it a shadowy railroad conspiracy silencing a threat to their profits? Or was it the darkest theory of all, a dissident Democrat, tired of his tyrannical rule, who pulled the trigger, knowing his enemies would take the fall? The lack of a definitive answer allows the ghost to belong to everyone, his legend shaped and reshaped to fit any political narrative. And so, the spirit of William Goble still walks the halls of Kentucky politics. Goble's ghost became a term for the lingering bitterness, the deep partisan hatred that can still erupt in the state. The man is gone, his bones turned to dust beneath that stone monument. But the fury, the division, and the unanswerable question of his end, that part of him is immortal. It haunts the Commonwealth, a permanent echo of a single rifle shot on a cold winter morning. So, we come back to the question we asked at the very beginning, standing over the ghost of a man shot down in the snow. Was William Goble a hero or a villain, a martyr or a tyrant? The hard truth, the one that a century of dust and argument has left us with, is that he was both. He was a man who saw a great evil, the unchecked power of corporations strangling the life from his state, and he chose to fight it with a fire so fierce it consumed everything, including himself and the very democratic principles he claimed to defend. In the end, this isn't just the story of a political assassination. It's a timeless Appalachian tragedy about how a man's greatest strength can become his most profound and fatal weakness. It's a chilling lesson on the poison of absolute certainty, a warning that when a man becomes so convinced he is on the side of the angels, he can't see that he started using the devil's own tools. It is the story of a modern political machine crashing headlong into the ancient, unbending code of the mountains and the explosion that followed. The shot that killed William Goble was an echo of 1,000 conflicts born in these hills, a brutal reminder that when you strip away the laws and the politics, some things are only settled with blood. It's a story about a war for the soul of a state, a war that left no victors, only ghosts. And that, my friends, is the ballad of William Goble, the man who fought a war for the common people, but whose own pride was the one enemy he could never defeat.